Dear employer.
My name is Phil Martin.
My name is Michael Roskovich.
Ronaldo Bird.
Zach Dizer.
I am writing to express my excitement at the opportunity to join your team.
As someone on the spectrum,
I may communicate in ways that are different from what you are used to.
I possess a unique set of skills
that sets me apart from other candidates.
Thank you for your consideration.
An autistic inclusive workplace is good for business. It's time to make a change. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/win.
Hey, what's up, y'all? I'm Kelly Clarkson, and as the daughter of a school teacher, I know just how important education is. No matter how old you are or your situation, continuing to learn will enrich your life and help remove barriers you didn't even know were there. So much opportunity, y'all. Whether it's a foreign language, history, or a different way to look at things, take some time each day to learn something new. This message is courtesy of the United States Air Force.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good morning. KSL News Time is 5 o'clock. This is Utah's Morning News. I'm Andy Farnsworth.
And I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story this hour.
We have breaking news out of West Jordan overnight, where police tell us a 15-year-old was found with a gunshot wound near 3400 West and Speedskate Circle. We're told they rushed the teenager to the hospital, but we haven't been given an update on his condition.
Investigators say this was possibly a drive-by, but it appears to be isolated and there is not any further threat. We will be sure to pass along any new details as we get them.
Officials with the Granite School District say they received threats after Doge accused them of misusing COVID relief funds.
The district says some of the reports have been misleading and are defending their use of the money. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with details. Adam?
Amanda, this started after Doge posted on social media, quote, schools have spent nearly $200 billion of COVID relief funds with little oversight or impact on students. And as part of that post, they included around $86,000 spent by the Granite School District for a conference in Las Vegas. This post was then amplified and got people more riled up with a Fox News report. A district spokesperson then told the Salt Lake Tribune they found themselves fielding dozens of angry phone calls, emails, and social media posts, and many of which included threats, which thankfully have been deemed unfounded by district police. The district says all the money they used for the conference was not only approved by the State Board of Education, it was an appropriate use of COVID relief funds. We are reaching out to the district for further comment, and we'll bring that to you when we have it. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. President Trump continues to praise Elon Musk and Doge, but the president is also scaling back the size of his proposed federal workforce cuts.
Amid more lawsuits and protests against Musk,
no billionaires in our free. Elon Musk has got to go.
Moving forward, President Trump is scaling back his goal for Musk, originally promising $2 trillion in spending cuts. He's now reduced that goal to $1 trillion.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio reporting.
The president says the Environmental Protection Agency could be the next to see major layoffs. And we are hearing from more former workers at the VA who were taken by surprise when they were fired.
The way that I was terminated was completely indiscriminate, haphazard, and short-sighted because I was a high performer.
ABC reports around 75,000 workers have accepted the deferred resignation offer that went out earlier this year.
A proposal that would have taken oversight of the elections away from the lieutenant governor's office has been changed.
Representative Ryan Wilcox says his bill would create the role of an officer who oversees any race that poses a conflict of interest with the governor or lieutenant governor.
They have all the authority that the lieutenant governor has outside of that race.
This officer cannot be an elected official or employed by the state. In the original version of House Bill 369, all of the lieutenant governor's election responsibilities would have been transferred to an independent elections office managed by an appointed director. Weber County Clerk Auditor Ricky Hatch says while he had a problem with the original bill,
I don't see any issues with this bill the way it's currently subbed.
The bill has passed through committee with unanimous support. Claire Scott, KSL News Radio.
This bill would also create an election oversight committee to review elections and make recommendations to improve the process.
A bill that would make participating in a rodeo a valid excuse for missing high school classes easily passed through the Utah Senate this week. There was little to no discussion about the bill aside from favorable recommendations, including one from Senator Darren Owens.
The things that these young people learn, though, taking care of their animals and performing in this sport, I
I love seeing this bill.
This does not excuse students to watch a rodeo. It only applies to those participating in competitions sanctioned by organizations like the High School Rodeo Athletic Association. It will now be heard on the House floor.
A resolution has been introduced that would recognize loneliness as a public health priority and to make the last day of April Community Health Day. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis joins us live. Brianna?
Andy, Senator Brady Brommer introduced the resolution. He says the day would encourage people to get out and meet others in the community.
We have more and more people that are self-isolating, that are not having enough opportunities to interact with people.
The resolution states there are major health risks associated with loneliness, including an increased risk of cardiovascular disease, depression, and anxiety. In 2023, the Surgeon General formally identified loneliness and social isolation as an urgent health issue. Reporting live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
First look traffic now, and here's Heather Kelly.
Well, we've got the construction cones out on Bangor Highway, and it's appearing to slow the few cars that are out there southbound Bangor Highway as you go through the Riverton area around 126 South. But other than that, we've got good speeds on the other major freeways. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
New overnight, legendary actor Jean Hackman and his wife were found dead in their home in New Mexico. ABC's Jim Ryan is following the story.
Jean Hackman and his wife, classical pianist Betsy Arakawa, moved to Santa Fe, New Mexico in 1991 and were often seen at the city's cultural events. Early this morning, Santa Fe County Sheriff Adan Mendoza confirmed that the 95-year-old Hackman, his 64-year-old wife, and their dog were all found dead in their home. Despite that, Mendoza says no foul play is suspected.
You brought him on my boat. Our man is down behind enemy lines.
In an acting career that spanned 4 decades, Jean Hackman won a trophy case filled with awards, including 2 Oscars. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
The future of James Bond now lies in the hands of Amazon.
Bond, James Bond.
The name's Bond, James Bond.
The name's Bond. James Bond.
Based on the novels by Ian Fleming, James Bond made his theatrical debut in 1962 with Dr. No. 25 films later, it's one of the most successful franchises in history. Some say its quality is the result of the Broccoli's family control. For example, about 5 years ago, Christopher Nolan wanted to direct a Bond film, but Barbara Broccoli would not grant him final cut. Now that obstacle is gone. Fans have expressed concern that Amazon's business model will dilute the franchise. Already this week, the Daily Mail published an unconfirmed report that Florence Pugh would star in a Moneypenny TV series. The deal is pending, but is expected to close this year. After that, the sky falls the limit. I'm Kevin Carr.
Have you started to hear buzzing when you step outside? The warmer weather's brought out some early mosquitoes. KSL News Radio's Candy Zalale has more.
Mosquito season doesn't start until mid to late May, but there have been early sightings of the pests that probably won't be sticking around for long.
They're here just for a little bit, and then they'll start to disappear as the season gets going.
Salt Lake City mosquito abatement education specialist Michelle Rabine says the mosquitoes people are seeing will die when it gets cold again or if they can't find food. And a lot of those bugs flying around aren't even mosquitoes. In some cases, Rabine says people are actually seeing non-biting midges that look similar to mosquitoes. Candy Zilale, KSL News Radio.
Any problems this early, Andy?
Well, it looks pretty quiet so far this morning. No construction-related delays and weather not a factor. So we'll get a check of all the roads when we check traffic and weather together coming up.
When it comes to vaping, the truth can get clouded. So let's make it clear. Vaping is not safe for kids, teens, or young adults. It's just not.
Because vaping can put microscopic particles into your lungs.
And dangerous things like metals and volatile organic compounds into your body.
And nicotine, the same highly addictive substance found in regular cigarettes.
Nicotine can harm a person's brain development through their mid-20s.
Affecting learning, memory, attention, and impulse control, and priming the brain for other addictions.
Vaping products also come in kid-friendly flavors that can make them appealing to youth.
And many kids also use other drugs, like marijuana, in vaping devices.
With appealing flavors, high nicotine levels, and lots of promotion on social media,
many kids think vaping is harmless, but it's not.
So talk to your kids about the risks of vaping, because when you talk, they hear you.
For more information, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
The murder of 2 men forces their families to wrestle with impossible questions. Who is forgiveness for? Does everyone deserve a second chance? Follow Season 2 of The Letter, Ripple Effect, at theletterpodcast.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're just joining us, this morning, we do have breaking news we're following from West Jordan. Police tell us a 15-year-old was found with a gunshot wound near 3400 West and Speed Skate Circle. We're following up on that, and we'll have more information as soon as we're able to here on KSL.
KSL News Time is now 5:09. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s, brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. As we start off this Thursday commute, so far so good on our freeways, including I-15 and the West Belt. It's southbound on Bangor that you see a little bit of slowing as you merge from 3 down to 2 lanes near 126 South heading into the construction. Heather?
We're looking good everywhere else as well. Very light traffic flow so far this morning. No big delays trying to get into Hill Air Force Base yet. Most of the week we've had some excessive delays, especially at the South Gate. But right now things are moving along pretty well, whether you're on I-15 southbound from Davis County into Salt Lake or northbound from Springville to the point of the mountain, and a pretty good commute out of Tooele County so far. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
The center of a high-pressure system has now camped out over the Great Basin. That puts us into the low 50s along the Wasatch Front with sunny skies. Overnight dropping off to 31. By tomorrow, 55. We rise to 57 by Saturday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, 28 degrees downtown. Can you believe there was another near miss at an airport? Andy, it's one a day.
Beyond the one at Chicago?
This is another one at Reagan International. Jeez. Yeah. More on that just ahead on KSL News Radio.
Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Jeff Kaplan. I'm energized by breaking news. First of all, because it's right now, and second of all, because in many cases the audience needs to know. There's no more important service that we can provide, and I find it critically important to get more details to the audience as quickly as possible. There's nothing more energizing than that for me. Not at all. The most important thing we do is breaking news. I am gratified that so many people listen to me every afternoon on KSL, but what they don't know is that there are so many people behind the scenes making it happen, checking on the traffic, answering the phones, making the calls, talking to the newsmakers. They're out in the street, into the field to get the raw information, and then putting it all together so that I can sit in front of a microphone and be a source of information every afternoon. But there are so many people who make it happen. That's what you don't know.
Ride Home with Jeff Kaplan, weekdays 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
Matthew.
Huh? Oh, sorry.
It's okay. I just need you to listen to me.
I know that a lot of times, Mom, it might not seem like I'm listening to you, but I am. I hear you. And what you say really does matter to me.
I mean, let's be honest. No kid likes rules, but I get why we have them. I hear you, and I know it's because you care.
All the talks we've had over the years, including what you've told me about not using alcohol and other drugs, they stick with me. And believe it or not, they really do make a difference, especially at times that matter most.
Hey, want a drink?
No thanks, I'm good. So thank you, Dad, for talking and preparing me for what's ahead.
Thanks, Mom, for never giving up and always being my biggest fan.
Thank you for letting me know what you expect, so I can try to meet your expectations.
Thank you for talking.
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I'm Dave Cawley, investigative journalist and host of the podcast Cold. In October of 1985, A woman named Cherie Warren left work at a busy Salt Lake City office
to meet her estranged husband at a downtown auto dealership.
She never made it home. Cherie's car surfaced weeks later in Las Vegas.
In the parking lot of a hotel casino.
No one knows how it got there.
Strange. It was strange.
Both Cherie's estranged husband and her boyfriend raised suspicion for investigators.
I kind of thought that he might have done something.
But no arrests were ever made. In Cold Season 3, we dig into double lives, make new connections in the case, and examine the difficulty raised by reasonable doubt.
We want answers just as much as anyone else.
They have creeps like that now too, so nothing's changed.
That's the new Cold Season 3, The Search for Cherie, now available anywhere you get your podcasts.
KSL News Time is 5:14. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
a bill that would include participating in a rodeo as a valid excuse for a student to miss school is one step closer to becoming a new state law. I'm KSL News Radio's Alessandra Gurr.
Second, a 15-year-old was found shot in West Jordan overnight. Police say it appears to be an isolated incident and the teenager is in the hospital.
Third, traffic and weather together.
No accidents or slowdowns reported right now on city streets across the Wasatch Front or the major freeways, and very light traffic flow on I-15, the east and west side belt routes, and I-80 through Parley's Canyon. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
The sunshine sticks around and the temperatures get warmer. I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now it's 28 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Two-time Best Actor Oscar winner Jean Hackman is dead. ABC's Jim Ryan says the Hollywood legend was found in his New Mexico home where he'd lived since the 1980s.
Santa Fe County Sheriff's deputies were sent to Hackman's mountainside home Wednesday afternoon to check on the welfare of the 95-year-old and his 64-year-old wife. At around 1:45 p.m., deputies found the couple dead, along with a dog. The cause of the couple's death has not been disclosed.
Hackman announced his retirement from acting in 2009. In an interview, he described his reputation for being difficult to work with.
So I suppose some of that I give off a kind of an aura of being difficult or whatever, but I mean, that is just kind of the way it happens. So that's what I require to do the work.
In West Texas, the measles outbreak has turned deadly. A school-age girl is the nation's first measles death since 2015. There are more than 120 cases, and Dr. Lara Johnson in Lubbock says,
if we don't continue to vaccinate and do the things that we did in order to make these illnesses of the past, then there'll be illnesses of the present.
Health Secretary Robert Kennedy said at President Trump's first cabinet meeting that they are monitoring the outbreak. At that meeting, Elon Musk was front and center. ABC's Nicole D'Antonio said a lot of focus was on layoffs to government jobs.
At Trump's cabinet meeting yesterday, Elon Musk defending his efforts to cut thousands of government workers. A new memo directs federal agencies to promptly prepare for large-scale reductions in staff and to submit those plans by March 13th. Trump suggesting the EPA could see a 65% cut, but he also vowed to be more surgical with layoffs.
Controversial influencer Andrew Tate, his brother Tristan, heading to the U.S., allowed to travel out of Romania where they're facing criminal charges that they deny. You're listening to ABC News.
Let's go in depth now. We're learning about another near miss at Reagan International Airport where a plane had to abort a landing because of another plane in the wrong place on the ground.
This is the second near miss in 2 days around the country. America in the Morning's Julie Walker has more.
An American Airlines plane arriving at Reagan Airport in Washington Tuesday discontinues its landing to avoid a departing plane, according to the FAA. Here's air traffic control from liveatc.net.
The American 2246, just go around, turn right, heading up 250, climb maintain 3000.
This came the same morning a Southwest plane at Midway Airport in Chicago had to abort a landing in a near miss with a FlexJet crossing an active runway after being told to hold.
Jet 560, your instructions are to hold short of runway 31 center.
Again, audio from Live ATC. In January, one of the nation's worst air disasters, an Army Black Hawk helicopter collided with an American Airlines flight above Reagan Airport, killing all 67 aboard both aircraft. I'm Julie Walker.
So is this happening more, or are we reporting on it more?
That's a great question.
I don't know the answer.
Boy, it sure seems like a lot of things
more.
Just in this year alone.
Because I think if there were near misses, we would report on them. Or is this something we're hyper-focused on in light of that horrific crash last month?
And maybe we're I don't know. That's a very good point, because some of it is also maybe the video, because I mean that the Chicago video is really dramatic, where we can see it basically just bounce when you see the other plane move through, and maybe these things have happened before, and either people just weren't looking that close, and everybody just kind of wiped their brow and said, okay, well, nothing bad happened.
It didn't become news.
But because of the crash
and the video,
now the near misses are becoming more of a,
which of course makes us wonder, where are we falling down? Is there too much traffic? Is it too busy? Is there a problem with air traffic control in some? Is there a problem with pilot training? I mean, I have a lot of questions.
Well, and I know this is a little bit off, but this is the main reason. We joke about we'd love to have flying cars.
Yeah.
This is why I think that's really going to be a thing that we may never see. Maybe, but because think about that, with all the planes, I mean, all the mechanical things required to keep it aloft. Like, let's imagine the Back to the Future car. If that thing gives out, then it just becomes a rock. At least planes have wings that can try to glide down. But just that to me is why the more congested the skies get. I mean, look at all the problems we have on the ground.
Right.
I know that's a little bit off, but watching all the near misses of these kinds of things.
It's hard to picture that.
Yeah. I mean, the skies are crowded already. We don't even have everybody with their own plane.
Yeah, we'll keep asking questions for sure here on KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time 5:19. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s. Brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. We start the morning off in the Salt Lake Valley without any crashes, weather not bothering anybody, and so road work may affect you. It's been a little bit slow for traffic going south into the construction around 134th South in Riverton on Banketer Highway. But the rest of the Salt Lake Valley looking good, and Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons are open without restriction. Heather?
Well, if you want to get into Hill Air Force Base without delay, this morning is the time to do it, especially right now. No problems at the south or west gates. The Roy Gate looks a little busier of all three, but no huge delays in that area either. Things are looking good coming out of Utah County, northbound I-15 between Spanish Fork and the Point of the Mountain. That's about 22 minutes. It's very quiet coming out of Eagle Mountain, so no problems there. And Tooele County drivers are going to be free sailing on SR 36 and I-80. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. We've got high pressure moving in. How about sunshine today with a high of 52, less wind? 35, blue skies on your Friday. How about 57, mostly sunny skies on Saturday? Sunday, 62. That'll be the warmest of the next 7. It'll be breezy out of the south Sunday with partly cloudy skies. 47, rain, snow showers on Monday. Tuesday, more rain, snow showers and a high of 45. We'll rise back to 50, partly cloudy by Wednesday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 28 degrees, and the 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. BYU gets another win in Arizona.
They did. They beat the Sun Devils last night by 10, and now they get to come back home for a game on Saturday night in the Marriott Center that we'll carry here on KSL News Radio.
That is, like you were talking about, how wouldn't it be great if we get another win down there, and they pulled it off.
They swept Arizona. They don't want to see BYU trudging through their deserts for another year.
But Utah State lost last night, I heard.
And they lost by a bunch.
Really?
Yeah,
everybody has an off
State.
night.
Boise State's pretty good, though. I mean, we think about them for football, but they've actually been coming on better as a basketball school as well.
Wow. We'll continue to follow this, and of course, we'll have Saturday's game against West Virginia here live on our air Saturday night while you're out and about. The pregame starts at 7 o'clock, the tip-off at 8 o'clock this Saturday here on KSL News Radio.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Next time somebody says, "I'm absolutely sure," watch what happens. The speaker just claimed all of the right in the room. You can agree or disagree, but you can't modify or clarify. The late Senator Frank Church of Idaho once told me that you will always gain more support if you allow others the privilege of amending your truth. In other words, don't announce truth, build truth together. I'm sure that will work better. At least pretty sure of it. Learn more about persuasive leadership with an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com for more information. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Will you get your fair share of benefits from Social Security? You know, the new Social Security Fairness Act could impact thousands of Utah families. For personal guidance on how it could impact your Social Security filing decision, get a free Social Security analysis from Boss Retirement Solutions. If you've saved more than $200,000 and have not filed for Social Security, schedule your free analysis now by calling 801-896-9622. Filing for Social Security could be one of the biggest financial decisions of your life because the difference between your best and worst case scenarios could literally be hundreds of thousands of dollars. You only get one chance to get this right. So get your free customized analysis now by calling 801-896-9622. 801-896-9622. Boss Retirement Solutions is not affiliated with the Social Security Administration.
The Salt Lake Chamber is Utah's voice for business. Okay, that sounds great, but what does it really mean? Well, as Utah's largest and longest-standing business association, they support and champion community prosperity throughout the state. And if you're in business, well, that's a very good thing for you. Be sure to listen to the Chamber's Speaking on Business, weekdays at 7:20, 11:55, and 5:20 p.m. on KSL News Radio.
Watching Utah's Money brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. The Trump administration plans to invest $1 billion more to prevent the spread of bird flu. That's on top of the $2 billion already spent since the outbreak began in 2022.
Advance Auto Parts is closing 700 locations this year. The company says it's part of a restructuring plan. The company hopes to improve business performance by focusing on what it calls core retail improvements.
Americans do love they shopping. The parent company of TJ Maxx, Marshalls, and Home Goods says earnings easily beat expectations during the holiday quarter. Sales grew 4% in the full fiscal year.
Let's get a look at where we closed yesterday on the markets. The Dow closed down 188. That was 0.4%. S&P closed up a fraction. Nasdaq closed up 48. But where are we this morning? The futures are up right now. Dow futures up 96. That's about 0.2%. The S&P futures are up 38, which is 0.6, and the Nasdaq futures up 168, which is about 0.8%.
Well, we're still crash-free between Ogden, Salt Lake, and Provo, and our road conditions are off to a nice start. We'll check traffic and weather coming up next.
I'm Andrew Saul, Commissioner of Social Security. I'm here to warn you about telephone scammers pretending to be government employees. Some of these scammers may say threatening things like you will be arrested if you don't make payments or provide personal information. Do not fall for these tricks. These calls are not from us. Real Social Security employees will never threaten you for information or money. If you receive a call like this, hang up. Never give the caller your personal information, like your Social Security number or bank account, or send money in any form, cash, gift cards, wire transfers, or prepaid debit cards. Report the call to our law enforcement arm, the Office of the Inspector General, at oig.ssa.gov. Share this information with your friends and family.
How does a soccer club born in an unlikely place,
Utah? You sure you want to do that in Utah?
built with players no one else wanted,
We knew no one believed in us.
reach the league's highest heights?
We finally did it. It was like just this feeling of getting to the top of the mountain.
How does that same team find a way to shatter expectations in the midst of a fight for its own survival?
Our club is burning to the ground as we speak.
I'm Amy Donaldson, and in a new podcast, Making of a Moment, the RSL Story, we take a closer look at one of those iconic sports moments.
Soccer is a crazy game, and we saw it firsthand tonight.
And unravel how knowing the truth of these moments can transform what they mean.
I just kind of got chills right now thinking about it.
Making of a Moment, the RSL Story, is available now. Follow us at makingamomentpod.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Over the years, you've brought opioids into your home. They helped when you were in pain, and you held on to them just in case. But holding on to opioids puts your family at risk. Learn more at www.fda.gov/drug disposal.
Join KSL in the movie show this Friday from 10 to 1 at Fat Cats in Bluffdale, 13901 South Redwood Road, fatcatsfun.com. KSL News Time now, 5:29. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s is brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. If you're up and about this early, you should be able to get where you're going in Salt Lake County about as quickly as possible, with only a little bit of heavy traffic on Banker Highway at 41 and 3500 south right now, but no extra backups. It even looks like it's a little bit better heading south into the construction in Riverton around 12600 south. No I-15 delays at all so far in Salt Lake County. Heather?
Still pretty light traffic in Utah County as well. No problems coming out of Eagle Mountain on SR 73 or 2100 north. And I-15 is at speed with very few cars heading northbound to the point of the mountain. Pretty much the same story up north. Maybe a little bit of extra traffic around the gates of Hill Air Force Base, but there's no delays this morning getting in at any of the three. And you're going to have a good commute if you're trying to get to and from Park City on I-80 through Parley's Canyon or using US 40. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Today is going to be another beautiful day, a little bit warmer. In fact, 52 for a high, 55 tomorrow. Nothing but sunshine today and tomorrow. We get a few clouds on Saturday, 57 degrees for a high. Our warmest of the next 7 is Sunday. We have clouds and 62 degrees on Sunday. But then we drop back down to the mid-40s Monday and Tuesday with a chance of rain and snow in the mountains. So maybe we'll get some snow overnight in the valley, but primarily in the mountains, and rain in the valleys Monday and Tuesday. And that starts to clear out on Wednesday of next week. It's cold this morning, though, even though it's going to warm up significantly later on. Right now we have fair skies and 28 degrees downtown.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News
with Andy Farnsworth and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time, 5:30. KSL's top story this hour.
A bill requiring schools to teach gun safety classes is now just one vote from reaching the governor's desk.
A new version of the bill would also provide a way for parents to opt out if they choose. KSL News Radio's Adam Small begins our team coverage. Eye on the Hill 2025. Adam?
Andy, the bill requires schools statewide to provide gun safety instruction to kids from kindergarten to high school. Bill sponsor Representative Rex Shipp says the whole purpose of this is to teach kids how to be safe when they eventually come in contact with guns.
Kids get exposed to them, and even if though they may not have any in their own homes, they're going to go to a friend's house, they're going to come in contact, and this is just a way of teaching them.
Now, while the instruction would be mandatory for schools to come up with an offer, the bill has now been tweaked. It would allow parents to opt out if they don't want their kids in the class. Now, the bill was passed in a Senate committee yesterday, now only needs to clear the full Senate to reach the governor's desk. Live Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
A bill that would limit officials from using public funds for promotions has been introduced. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis continues our team coverage, Eye on the Hill 2025. Brianna?
Amanda, this bill would mean officials can't use public funds to put up billboards or send out mailers less than 60 days before any election. Bill sponsor Representative Jason Kyle tells Deseret News he wants funds to be going more towards transparency or other things in government and less towards self-promotion. The bill would allow some exceptions like sending out news releases or communication with another official. Reporting live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
Doulas who help women and families during pregnancies could be eligible for reimbursement from Medicaid under a bill that's made its way through the Utah Senate.
Sponsor Luz Escamilla says women who use doulas during their pregnancy and after they give birth have better outcomes.
To have them be able to, be reimbursed for their services for Medicaid patients, which is a large portion of our moms that are delivering babies are delivered through Medicaid. So we know it's a service that could benefit not only those families, but also our state.
Senator Escamilla says one national study of Medicaid beneficiaries finds women using doulas saved more than $58 million because of fewer complications like C-sections and preterm births. Don Brinkerhoff, KSL News Radio.
We are hearing from the mother of an autistic teenager who was shot and killed by a police officer running away from a group home a year ago.
All of the employees got together to get their story straight before they even made the call to police to report him missing.
Autumn Portwood spoke to KSL TV. The group home is now being investigated by the Utah Attorney General's office.
KSL's top national stories this hour. President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky will meet face-to-face in Washington this week to sign a mineral rights agreement and a possible path to the end of the war. ABC's Martha Raddatz.
President Trump, who has refused to say that Russia was the aggressor in this war and has baselessly called Zelensky a dictator, called Vladimir Putin very smart and very cunning, although he did say Putin would have to make concessions in any peace deal.
The mineral rights agreement would establish a reconstruction investment fund calling for Ukraine to share its mineral wealth as a payback for past U.S. aid.
A school-aged child has died from the measles after being hospitalized in Lubbock, Texas. This marks the first death from the disease in the United States in a decade.
More than 120 people have been infected with measles in West Texas, largely spreading among rural Mennonite communities. A vast majority are unvaccinated patients under the age of 18. Dr. Johnson is a pediatrician in Lubbock.
I didn't expect to ever take care of measles patients in my career in any meaningful way. It seems like something from the past, but if we don't continue to vaccinate and do the things that we did in order to make these illnesses of the past, then they'll be illnesses of the present.
Several measles cases have also been reported in New Mexico.
ABC's Perry Ransom reporting.
First look traffic now. Let's check in with Heather Kelly.
Everything's still moving along at freeway speeds, especially if you're on a freeway like I-15, the east and west side belt routes, 201 freeway. And city streets are pretty quiet as well, although we're seeing a bit more traffic starting to fill in Weber and Davis counties. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Utah Tech University has officially announced their new leader. Shane Smead will serve as the 19th president of the university. The Utah Board of Higher Education approved Smead in a special event this week. In his acceptance speech, he said, "I will lead with great integrity."
Tens of thousands of spring breakers prepare to hit the beach over the next several weeks. Law enforcement in popular destinations like Florida say they're ready for the crowds with added security measures to keep the crowds safe. ABC's Andrea Fujii.
Police in South Florida now warning college students headed to the beaches to be prepared for triple the amount of police than usual, including officers on horseback. The extra security measures in response to a violent spring break 2 years ago, which saw nearly 500 arrests and 2 deadly shootings. Some areas now set to enforce curfews and road closures.
It's not even spring yet, but some people have said they've already seen mosquitoes. KSL News Radio's Candice Ilale went to ask the experts if that's true.
Mosquitoes are coming out with the warmer weather, but the ones that we're seeing probably won't stick around for long. They'll either die when the temperatures drop or starve from a lack of food. Education specialist at the Salt Lake City Mosquito Abatement District, Michelle Rabine, says mosquito season doesn't fully start until mid to late May. But if the warm weather stays, they may start trapping mosquitoes earlier than usual to collect data.
The Mosquito Abatement District wants to remind all of us you'll see fewer mosquitoes if you remove standing water from around your home and wear bug spray when needed to avoid bites.
The Intuitive Machines lunar lander lifted off from Kennedy Space Center aboard a SpaceX rocket.
3, 2, 1, ignition, and liftoff. Go Falcon, go Intuitive Machines.
The lander, built by a private company, is carrying NASA equipment and commercial payloads to the moon's south pole. The lander is expected to arrive on the moon in about 8 days.
Anything going on out there, Andy?
So far, it's been pretty quiet. The only crash that's even been reported this morning is way, way up north, almost by Idaho. So closer to Salt Lake, our drive has been pretty good on the freeways. We'll check all our trouble spots that normally pop up when we check traffic and weather together next.
Someone asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? It's way more than I thought. I actually went home and counted my connected devices, more than a dozen, all to keep me connected to the good stuff, streaming, my gaming, interneting, you name it. Xfinity knows the number of connected devices you have is growing by the year. That's why they engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds, for real. Now through March 18th, get Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add an unlimited mobile line, and ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to switch today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Getting help with plumbing repairs is easier than you think.
All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Over 3/4 of Americans will experience foot pain, and most will just live with that pain every day. But Foot Solutions in Orem is here to change that. Here's Amanda from Provo.
I am an active woman, ex-Division I basketball player at BYU. By trade, I'm a PE teacher. Over the last 2 years is when my feet really started hurting.
And that's when Amanda's life changed with a visit to Foot Solutions in Orem.
My experience at Foot Solutions was so unique to any other experience I've had. Over an hour they spent with me, really going over my specific pain points.
After discovering so many solutions and custom in-house made orthotics, what does Amanda want you to know?
Invest in your health. Don't be cheap to your feet. Living a pain-free, active life again has been worth every cent.
Just search for Foot Solutions in Orem and find out more at footsolutions.com.
I'm Amanda from Provo. I'm 47 years old, and Foot Solutions has given me back a pain-free, active lifestyle.
There is a bill that would require schools to teach gun safety classes. They're considering that on Utah's Capitol Hill, and we're following it for you here on KSL.
KSL News Time now 5:39. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s. Brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. Most of our streets in Salt Lake County are all off to nice starts. I don't see any extra delays yet on Mountain View, Bangerter, or Redwood Road at the moment going through Salt Lake County. I-15, a 20-minute commute from Point of the Mountain to downtown, which is as good as it gets. Heather?
Pretty much the same up north. You've got good speeds on I-15 Legacy Parkway in the West Side Belt. We are starting to get a bit more traffic trying to get into Hill Air Force Base, but so far not the huge delays that we've had the rest of the work week. But you will start seeing traffic back up a bit, especially at the intersections. Otherwise, you're going to have a good drive in Utah County as well, whether you're coming out of Eagle Mountain or from Spanish Fork, northbound I-15 to the Point of the Mountain. If you're out in Tooele County, so far we haven't had a whole lot of traffic. SR 36 is filling in, though, seeing just a couple of brake lights as you try to merge onto I-80. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
We're looking at a nice spring-like warm-up over the next few days. It starts with a 52 this afternoon and blue skies. Tomorrow, 55, sunshine, rising to 57 and mostly sunny. By your Saturday, Sunday, we're breezy out of the south. That'll bump temperatures to 62 degrees. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now it's 28 degrees downtown. We're going to speak with our crime expert, Brad Garrett, coming up next. There are some modern-day Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kids. Train robbers in 2025, yes. We'll explain just ahead on KSL News Radio.
They're still putting stuff worth robbing on trains?
Yeah.
Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Dave and Debbie.
It's impossible to digest and consume all of the news that's now coming at us through either social media or through web pages or through the radio. Pick what is most impactful in your life and focus on that. And that's what Dave and I do every single morning. We pick those issues that are most important to our listeners and we boil it down so it's digestible. It's simple to understand.
I think we're trying to find the essence of the story. You know, you can't be an expert on all things, but that doesn't mean you can't be curious and really find out more and educate yourself and learn the complexities of an issue. But I think all of us start at ground zero on everything. Ask questions, show that curiosity.
And then if you need more research, You can always go to KSLNewsRadio.com and learn more.
Listen for Dave and Dujanovic 9 to noon on KSL News Radio.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel you attract people who tend to be compulsive or abusive?
Do you have money problems because of someone else's drinking?
Are you afraid or embarrassed to bring your friends home?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
More than half of all adults have a family history of alcoholism.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
911, what's your emergency? Someone on the other line said they kidnapped my son.
On September 12, 1995, McKay Everett disappeared from his home in Conroe, Texas.
There was no sign of forced entry. It was just as if McKay had walked out of his own free will.
And to this day, McKay's mother, Paulette, feels that justice was never truly served. Ransom is available now. Listen at ransompodcast.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
KSL News Time, 5:44. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
a bill requiring Utah schools to teach gun safety classes is now just one vote away from reaching the governor's desk. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, state lawmakers have introduced a resolution that would recognize loneliness as a public health priority.
Third, traffic and weather together.
Things are getting pretty busy now at all three gates of Hill Air Force Base. You might start seeing a bit of backup on the west gate, especially exiting I-15. But all the major freeways are running at speed with pretty light traffic flow. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Looks like high pressure is going to run the show with 50s, maybe even some 60s in store. I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now it's 29 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Two-time Oscar winner Jean Hackman is dead. The Santa Fe County, New Mexico sheriff says they conducted a welfare check at Hackman's home Wednesday and found the 95-year-old along with his wife, Betsy Arakawa, and their dog. The office says foul play is not suspected. A Trump administration plan to hold off foreign aid is still ongoing, says ABC's Nicole D'Antonio.
At issue, nearly $2 billion in foreign aid payments the administration has frozen. A lower court judge ordered the government to unfreeze those payments by midnight last night. But an order from Chief Justice John Roberts has now pushed back the deadline so the justices can consider the case.
A new White House memo directs federal agencies to prepare for large-scale reductions in staff. President Trump plans to meet with Ukrainian President Zelensky in Washington tomorrow to sign a minerals deal, giving the U.S. access to Ukrainian resources. This is ABC News.
Modern-day train robbers are hitting the deserts of California and Arizona.
ABC News crime and terrorism analyst Brad Garrett joins us live. I had no idea, Brad, that this was still happening.
Think about this, that the estimates are, according to some of the major railway carriers, is that there were 65,000 either heists or attempts in the last year. We're talking over $100 million in items stolen. And these folks, some of them have gotten so good, they can figure out which cars, like if they want to steal Nikes, which is a big thing to steal, they can figure out sometimes by the numbers, the logos, the type of locks that are used. And think about this. If a train leaves in some part of Los Angeles or let's say Long Beach, and it works its way out into the countryside and into the desert, you're going to have to track that train, and you're also going to have to track which car you're going to break into. At some point, they get close to the car when it maybe slows down at a crossing or whatever. But while the train's moving, they jump on it, and they cut an air hose. And once you cut an air hose, it shuts the train down. They quickly break into the car. They know what they're looking for. They toss it out. Their comrades grab it up, stick it in whatever vehicle or truck they have, and off they go. I mean, I can tell you in one Nike heist recently, they got $500,000, and another one they got $2 million in Nike shoes. So it's big business.
Yeah, that was my first thought when I heard that there are train robbers. I thought, well, what is even being transported on trains that's worth robbing anymore? It's not like they're sending big shipments of gold like you imagine from watching all these movies.
Yeah, well, but think about everything that shipped on rails, from appliances to fill in the blank. And one thing apparently Nike has done is put trackers in their containers. And what happened is recently the railroad detectives, along with LAPD and probably the FBI and DHS, tracked them to where they took the shoes. And they ended up searching a warehouse that was stacked to the ceiling with stolen property.
So are they catching?
And it was
are they catching these guys?
1 out of 10. Because if you can't track them immediately, it's very difficult. You're in the middle of nowhere. There's no CCTV, and I think they get lucky if they can track them to a particular, or maybe a source tells them. But you've got to get from the theft to a fence, get paid, and then leave at that point. So I think they've had some limited success figuring out the fences, but this is 65,000 attempts or actual robberies is really a disturbing number.
Is this likely to have an impact on, people using rail to ship? Is it going to have an impact on the bottom line for customers? I mean, Air Jordans are already really expensive. If you got to start factoring in a bunch of them getting stolen before they make it to market, is that going to affect the consumer?
Yeah, I know. I don't think they're going to slow down using rail because I think it's more efficient and less expensive maybe than using trucks. I'm not exactly sure about that, but I know it's a popular way to ship stuff from many manufacturers, and don't expect that to slow down. I mean, there's always that cost of doing business. Just like a CVS down the street from me, the manager told me a week ago that $5,000 a month is stolen out of there. Wow. And so just to give you an idea, it's sort of cranked into what they do.
Wow, Brad, fascinating. Thank you. Brad Garrett with us on the In-Depth at 15 and 45.
Time for a check of traffic and weather together, brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. The freeway drive through Salt Lake County is still rolling at the full speed limit. We've got traffic on Bangerter still in good shape. You'll slow a little bit as you merge out of the lanes from 3 to 2 going south in Riverton, but no northbound backups yet all the way to the airport. Heather?
We're looking pretty good through Weber and Davis County, especially southbound I-15 from Ogden to Salt Lake. That's less than 30 minutes, but you do have delays now trying to get into Hill Air Force Base. They're not excessive, but definitely allow a good 5 to 10 extra minutes no matter which gate you're getting into. You've got good speeds northbound I-15 from Spanish Fork to Point of the Mountain, and a pretty good drive, although traffic's getting a bit heavy now on SR-36 coming out of Stansbury Park, heading north trying to get onto I-80. Advanced Window Products, factory direct affordable windows. Call today, they're on their way. Financing available, save now, pay later. AdvancedWindows.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast starts out quiet and dry, I dare say spring-like. 52 today, sunny skies, will go 55 tomorrow, rising to 57 by Saturday. Sunday, it gets even better, folks. 62, partly cloudy skies, and a slight breeze out of the south. We'll cool it to 47 and a chance for rain, snow showers by Monday. Tuesday, more wet weather possible, 45. We'll then bump it to 50 with partly cloudy skies on Wednesday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, clear skies and 29 degrees downtown. And the 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. We'll check money news and Cougar tracks after a big win against Arizona State. That's all coming up on KSL News Radio.
Hi, Susan. We haven't seen or heard from you.
Cold.
We would like to locate Joyce.
The mysteries that made podcast history.
Cherie Warren disappeared.
Are now together for free at kslpodcasts.com.
I'm Dave Cawley, the host of Cold. Join me for Season 1, The Susan Powell Case Files. Season 2, Justice for Joyce. And Season 3, The Search for Cherie. Listen anytime for free at kslpodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Healthcare with human kindness is here. It's at Common Spirit Health. Hospitals, clinics, and caregivers all connected to advance healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Together, we have a common purpose, partnering with you in health and healing using powerful medicine, powerful technology, and the greatest power of all, human kindness. You'll know it when you see it, because human kindness is in every care site and in every caregiver. Common Spirit Health. Hello, human kindness.
Question: what will you find on all over-the-counter or OTC medicine packages to help you choose the right drug and use it safely? The answer: the Drug Facts label. This label lists the medicine's active ingredients and purpose, how much to take, and warnings you should know before using it. Remember, even OTC medicines you buy without a prescription can cause side effects you don't want. So follow the information listed on the Drug Facts label. For more information, visit fda.gov/Drug Facts label. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
In 2024, dating is a disaster. We've been ghosted, breadcrumbed, stuck in situationships. Hi, I'm Debbie. I'm Caitlin. Welcome to our new podcast, Dating at Her Age. Dating has been so dicey for us, we asked KSL, can we launch an all-new podcast about it?
People use these dating apps. You're not really dating when you're on the dating app.
Dating at Her Age, brought to you by Mountain Home Services. A new episode drops every Thursday on KSLNewsRadio.com.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Americans are tired of being fed cost-cutting tips. Really? A 2025 Wells Fargo Money study found that 44% of consumers are getting tired of being told to get a side hustle and eat at home instead of ordering out. USA Today reports some respondents say it's just too preachy.
First world problems, right?
Stop telling me to save money.
Yeah. Warner Brothers Discovery expects their streaming platform Max to be more popular than ever by 2026. The entertainment company says it will have at least 150 million users by then, powered by a push for global expansion and stronger than expected subscriber gains in recent quarters.
Britain's Rolls-Royce shares are up 15%. The super luxury car has increased midterm targets to reflect its confidence in future profit growth after a plan to improve engines and cut costs.
Let's get a look at your money at this moment, and the futures markets are all up at this hour. The Dow futures up 135, that's about 0.3%. S&P futures up 41, that is 0.7%. And the NASDAQ futures right now are up 187, that's 0.9%.
It's time for Cougar Tracks. Here's BYU insider Mitch Harper.
BYU basketball extends its winning streak to 5 games after knocking off Arizona State 91-81 in Tempe. The Cougars defeated a Sun Devil team that was down to 5 scholarship players due to injuries and suspensions. The challenge of facing a shorthanded team reminded BYU's Kevin Young of some of his past stops in basketball.
It took me back in time when I was in the coaching in the minor leagues, and the team's 2 or 3 best players get called up or something right before the game, and now all of a sudden they got 6 or 7 guys, and no one's looking over their shoulder to come out of the game. Guys are playing free. So we tried to get ahead of that the best we could with our team. And games like that are hard. They're hard games. And so for us to come in and just, especially being on the road as long as we have, I'm just happy we came in and handled things the right way.
BYU is now 20-8 overall in the season and in a tie for 4th place in the Big 12 at 11-6. For more, go to KSLSports.com. With Cougar Tracks, I'm Mitch Harper on your legacy home of the BYU Cougars, KSL News Radio.
Over 3/4 of Americans will experience foot pain, and most will just live with that pain every day. But Foot Solutions in Orem is here to change that. Here's Amanda from Provo.
I am an active woman, ex-Division I basketball player at BYU. By trade, I'm a PE teacher. Over the last 2 years is when my feet really started hurting.
And that's when Amanda's life changed with a visit to Foot Solutions in Orem.
My experience at Foot Solutions was so unique to any other experience I've had. Over an hour they spent with me, really going over my specific pain points.
After discovering so many solutions and custom in-house made orthotics, what does Amanda want you to know?
Invest in your health. Don't be cheap to your feet. Living a pain-free, active life again has been worth every cent.
Just search for Foot Solutions in Orem and find out more at footsolutions.com.
I'm Amanda from Provo. I'm 47 years old, and Foot Solutions has given me back a pain-free, active lifestyle.
Jeff Kaplan. I'm energized by breaking news. First of all, because it's right now, and second of all, because in many cases, the audience needs to know. There's no more important service that we can provide, and I find it critically important to get more details to the audience as quickly as possible. There's nothing more energizing than that for me. Not at all. The most important thing we do is breaking news. I am gratified that so many people listen to me every afternoon on KSL, but what they don't know is that there are so many people behind the scenes making it happen, checking on the traffic, answering the phones, making the calls, talking to the newsmakers. They're out in the street, into the field to get the raw information, and then putting it all together so that I can sit in front of a microphone and be a source of information every afternoon. But there are so many people who make it happen. That's what you don't know.
Ride Home with Jeff Kaplan, weekdays 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time 5:59. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s. Brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. It's a clean drive through the valley on I-15, 215, and so far on the 21st South Freeway. It's been a little bit heavy at a couple of intersections now on Mountain View, 62 and 5400 South at the moment. The West Valley portion still in good shape. No extra slowing yet for Bangerter Highway, or if you're going up the east side of Salt Lake on Foothill. Heather?
The busiest area outside of the Salt Lake Valley is going to be up in Weber and Davis counties, trying to get into Hill Air Force Base. That happens pretty much every morning, but we don't have excessive delays today like we have earlier in the week. But you're still going to wait at a lot of the traffic lights, especially the west gate of Hill Air Force Base. Down in Utah County, you've got good speeds on I-15, as well as coming out of Eagle Mountain on SR 73, and no accidents reported on city streets anywhere. Looking for Saturday morning fun for your kids? Try Utah Symphony's family concerts at Abravanel Hall. Kids' tickets start at $6. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Let's get a look at that weather forecast. Beautiful day in store today. Sunshine and 52 for a high. More of the same tomorrow. Sunshine and 55. We get up to 62 by Sunday with some clouds moving in, and then we do have rain and snow in the mountains Monday and Tuesday of next week. Right now, clear skies and 29 degrees downtown.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good Thursday morning to you. KSL News Time 6 o'clock. This is Utah's Morning News. I'm Andy Farnsworth.
And I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story this hour.
We have breaking news overnight from West Jordan, where police tell us a 15-year-old was rushed to the hospital after being found with a gunshot wound.
This happened near 3400 West and Speedskate Circle at about 11:30. And investigators say this was possibly a drive-by, but it appears to be isolated.
We will continue to follow this story and be sure to pass along any new details as we get them on the air and on our website, kslnewsradio.com.
Officials with the Granite School District say they received threats after Doge accused them of misusing COVID relief funds.
The district is defending how they used the money and say some reports have been misleading. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with the details. Adam?
Andy, this started after Doge posted on social media recently saying schools around the country have spent billions of dollars of COVID relief money with, quote, little oversight or impact on students. They included around $86,000 spent by the Granite School District for hotel costs in Las Vegas, and that post was then amplified by a Fox News article. A district spokesperson told the Salt Lake Tribune they then found themselves fielding angry phone calls, emails, and social media posts, some of which included threats. But the district says they used the money to bring more than 120 educators to a 3-day convention, which was an approved use of that money, where they paid standard government room rates, all of which was also approved by the State Board of Education. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. The Trump administration is doubling down on layoff efforts as Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency charges ahead. ABC's Nicole D'Antonio has more.
At Trump's cabinet meeting yesterday, Elon Musk defending his efforts to cut thousands of government workers. A new memo directs federal agencies to promptly prepare for large-scale reductions in staff and to submit those plans by March 13th. Trump suggesting the EPA could see a 65% cut, but he also vowed to be more surgical with layoffs.
President Trump says the Environmental Protection Agency could see 65% of its workforce cut. In Illinois, we're hearing from former VA employees speaking out after being laid off by Doge.
I hope to get my job back. I really do. I don't know how long it will take.
I don't believe it's correct in any facet that a federal worker working for the government should have to live in fear to save their jobs.
Around 75,000 workers have already accepted the deferred resignation offer that went out earlier this year.
A bill that would have removed the lieutenant governor's election duties to an independent elections office has undergone some major changes.
Representative Ryan Wilcox says his principal concern is lieutenant governor's oversight on their own race. His newly modified bill would have an appointed officer take over the lieutenant governor's election duties for any race that poses a conflict of interest with them or the governor. This officer cannot be an elected official or employed by the state. Utah County Clerk Aaron Davidson says this could make it difficult to find the right person for the job.
So somehow you have to find somebody that is familiar with everything that we do, but can't be doing what we're doing.
The bill has passed through committee with unanimous support. Claire Scott, KSL News Radio.
The bill would also create an election oversight committee. That committee would make recommendations to improve elections and review election processes.
A bill to include participating in a rodeo as a valid excuse for missing high school classes is one step closer to becoming law. In the Senate hearing, bill sponsor Michael McKell says this bill has lots of student support.
We've got an excuse list with schools, and we are now adding kids that participate in high school, compete in high school rodeo. So they've kind of felt like they've been excluded from that too long, and this bill changes that.
The bill passed through the Senate with little to no discussion aside from favorable recommendations. It will now be heard on the House floor.
A resolution that would formally recognize loneliness as a problem in the state and designate a day for community connection has been sent to the House Rules Committee. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis joins us live. Eye on the Hill 2025. Brianna?
Amanda, this resolution would designate the last day of April as Utah Community Health Day.
This encourages people to get out, get in their community, love one another, celebrate one another, and communicate with one another, and that is the substance of this.
Bill sponsor Brady Brammer says more and more people are isolating and choosing not to interact with others. The resolution says the health risks associated with loneliness are comparable to smoking 15 cigarettes per day. Reporting live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
First look traffic now in the 6 o'clock hour. Here's Heather Kelly.
Well, traffic's starting to fill in just a bit on the I-15 corridor, both directions getting into downtown Salt Lake, but no slowdowns yet, no brake lights. You do have a bit of backup, though, at all three gates of Hill Air Force Base, but they're not excessive delays yet. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Two-time Academy Award winner Jean Hackman and his wife were found dead inside their New Mexico home. ABC's Jim Ryan says the cause of their deaths has not been disclosed.
In a brief emailed statement, the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office says that foul play is not suspected in the deaths of the 95-year-old Hackman and the 64-year-old Arakawa. A dog also was found dead in the home. The couple has lived quietly in Santa Fe since 1991, except an incident in 2012 when Hackman slapped a homeless man who had insulted his wife.
We will update this story as more information is released.
Cleanup for the California wildfires continues. ABC's Tony Cabrera is there in Los Angeles.
The EPA says it removed over 300 million tons of hazardous materials. The agency says it was able to do so quickly because it ramped up its efforts, bringing in about 4 times more teams than they normally would in a fire cleanup. That's about 1,700 workers on site.
Scientists have reached a critical step in developing a new treatment designed to keep man's best friend around longer. ABC's Perry Ransom has more.
A new anti-aging drug for dogs has cleared a major hurdle with regulators. The FDA says the daily pill shows reasonable effectiveness in extending the lifespan of dogs. The drug targets dogs 10 years and older and weigh at least 14 pounds, and the hope is that vets can start prescribing it by the year's end.
Wow, we just, my son's girlfriend just had to put down her dog this week. Such a tragic.
Yeah, we had to do that last year.
Oh.
And that was our first dog.
Oh, really?
So it was really, really tough.
Wow. We'll follow up on that story, of course, here on KSL News Radio.
Well, taking a look at the roads right now, we've got good speeds on the freeways. We'll check to see if there's any crashes or minor things going on city streets when we check traffic and weather together.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
Join Mike Stevens of Capital Wealth Advisors for Retire Right Radio, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m. That's Retire Right Radio with Mike Stevens, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m.
Something amazing is happening in education. Students are inspired and engaged. That's because school districts consulted with CDW, who designed modern classroom solutions with pre-configured HP devices, making learning more accessible, secure, and immersive. Now when students study topics like elephants, it feels like elephants are there with them. HP and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/HPPSG.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, because this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
If you're just joining us this morning, we do have some breaking news overnight from West Jordan. Police tell us a 15-year-old was rushed to the hospital after being found with a gunshot wound. We are attempting to learn more about what happened there, and we'll share it with you as soon as we do here on KSL.
KSL News Time is now 6:09. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s. Brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. It's been pretty quiet as we start things off for drivers in Salt Lake County this morning. I-15, yet to see any delays. In fact, you'll see heavier traffic on State Street in Sandy and Midvale than you will on I-15. And so far, it's been pretty good on Mountain View and Bangerter. All the way through West Valley, we haven't seen any extra delays yet. Heather?
Well, the backups to the west gate of Hill Air Force Base are extending a little bit onto Main Street, both northbound and southbound, trying to then get onto 650 North, which is backed up all the way to James Street into the base. That's your biggest delay right now, especially up in Weber and Davis County. You still have good speeds on the freeways, I-15, Legacy Parkway, US 89. If you are coming out of Tooele County, you may see a few brake lights on SR 36 as you try to hook on to I-80 right near Lake Point. And down in Utah County, we're still delay-free. No accidents reported on city streets or freeways. Mark your calendars for the 10th Annual Salt Lake Off-Road and Outdoor Expo to be held at Mountain America Expo Center February 28th through March 1st. For tickets and information, visit slorex.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Calling for early spring-like conditions, folks. I got sunny skies today with a high of 52, normals 49. Bumping up to 55 with more sunshine on Friday, blue skies and a couple of high clouds, and a high of 57 by Saturday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now it's 29 degrees downtown. Coming up in a moment, it's such a tragedy to learn that a child in Texas died from the measles. And there are more cases reported. We're going to learn the latest from Jim Ryan just ahead on KSL.
Streaming live at kslnewsradio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
The system is rigged against you. There's a lot of money to be made keeping you overweight and unhealthy.
At Soda Weight Loss, we have one goal, and that's to help you let go of the weight for good, without shots, without drugs, without hunger.
So I lost 25 pounds. I was never hungry. It was very, very easy. I couldn't believe how fast the weight came off.
With Soda Weight Loss, you get real results that will last your whole life.
I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks. Feels great. I fit into my clothes again.
Soda Weight Loss is the #1 weight loss center in America for client satisfaction and results, and we have the proof at sodaweightloss.com.
Right now, for a limited time, 2 people can start with soda for the price of 1 for new clients only.
Double the reward, double the motivation, half the cost.
Get healthy. Beat the system. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-292-7788. 800-292-7788.
Hi, it's Tori DeVito. In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
KSL News Time 6:14. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
officials with the Granite School District say they received threats following a DOE's report accusing them of misusing COVID relief funds. The district says the state school board approved how they used the money. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, a 15-year-old was rushed to the hospital overnight after being found with a gunshot wound in West Jordan.
Third, traffic and weather together.
We're looking pretty good all across the Wasatch Front. No accidents reported, but traffic definitely getting busy on I-15, both directions heading into Salt Lake City. And you'll see a bit more traffic coming out of Tooele County on SR 36. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
The sunshine sticks around and the temperatures get warmer. I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 29 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Two-time Oscar winner Jean Hackman is dead. The 95-year-old was found in his home along with his wife and their dog, says ABC's Jim Ryan.
Santa Fe County Sheriff's deputies were sent to Hackman's mountainside home Wednesday afternoon to check on the welfare of the 95-year-old and his 64-year-old wife. At around 1:45 p.m., deputies found the couple dead, along with a dog. The cause of the couple's death has not been disclosed.
The Supreme Court delayed a midnight deadline that would have required the federal government to pay out foreign aid. The court now asking aid groups to respond by noon tomorrow. ABC's Mary Bruce is outside the Supreme Court.
It comes, of course, after the president attempted to freeze all foreign aid when he took office last month. And just hours before the Supreme Court weighed in here, Elon Musk on social media blasted a lower court judge who had ruled they must resume the funding, saying he should be impeached and investigated.
Musk was front and center at the president's first cabinet meeting Wednesday, discussing the role of the Department of Government Efficiency and the potential for looming federal layoffs. More from ABC's Nicole D'Antonio.
Musk also defended his recent email, which demands federal workers list their recent accomplishments or risk being fired.
We think there are a number of people on the government payroll who are dead, which is probably why they can't respond. And some people who are not real people.
Several cabinet secretaries objected to Musk's email.
Health Secretary Robert Kennedy facing a public health crisis as the measles outbreak in West Texas is now deadly. ABC's Ariel Reshef says there are more than 120 cases.
The severe outbreak in Texas has now turned deadly, claiming the life of a school-aged child. Health officials confirming the young patient was not vaccinated. Doctors in Texas say they've admitted more than 20 kids to Covenant Children's Hospital in Lubbock.
You're listening to ABC News.
Let's go in depth now. A Texas school-aged child has died after contracting measles. There are around 124 reported cases in the state.
ABC News correspondent Jim Ryan joins us live. What happened with this child who died, Jim?
Well, we don't know a lot about what happened with the child. We do know that that child was not vaccinated. That's the one thing that health officials have told us, that the kid died yesterday at Lubbock's main hospital there, where so many of the patients are being treated. Beyond that, we don't know much because of patient privacy laws. We don't even know the gender of that child or the age, but this was a school-age child, and this would fit with the profile, I think, Amanda. If you look at the statistics that we've had from the 124 cases in West Texas during this current outbreak, 62 have involved people who are between 5 and 17 years old. Only 18 of the cases involve people who are adults or above 18 years old. So, there are cases still being investigated right now, but this does remain a childhood illness, but one that's very serious.
Jim, is measles itself deadly, or does it do the thing where it shuts down other organs? Is that
Well, it can cause pneumonia, can lead to that, can lead to brain swelling. So, but these things are all a part of what measles does. The initial thing that people think about, Andy, is the red rash. But, I mean, if it progresses beyond that, you end up with a very high fever. After that, you get the potential for encephalitis, brain swelling, blindness, and in at least one case in the last decade, death.
Do we know of those 124 cases, how many, if any, were vaccinated?
Only 5 were vaccinated. So, yes, the rest, the other 119, involved people who had not been vaccinated. Now, Texas law, and I assume Utah law likewise, requires parents to have their kids vaccinated before those kids enter school, unless they don't want them to be. So they can sign forms saying that for whatever reason, religious reasons, reasons of conscience, they don't want their children to be vaccinated. And unfortunately, a lot of kids out there, about 20% in Gaines County, where the outbreak is centered, are not vaccinated.
And is it spreading through a specific community or just like neighborhoods?
Well, it began with the Mennonite community. Mennonites, by their religious tradition, don't have their kids vaccinated. But it has spread well beyond that now to other people and families whose kids are not vaccinated. We've had a few cases over in New Mexico. We don't know if those are associated with this outbreak. But this has grown. This has sort of exploded in just the last month. A month ago, there were no cases. Now there are 124.
Thank you for your reporting, Jim. We'll follow it with your help. ABC News correspondent Jim Ryan with us on the In-Depth at 15:45.
KSL News Time now 6:19. Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. It's been pretty good this morning. Road conditions have been outstanding. Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons are open without restriction, and so far, the busiest traffic I've seen is actually people waiting at lights on State Street, where you might back up just a little bit. Mountain View and Bangor have been moving excellently so far. Heather?
Things are looking pretty good going through Parley's Canyon to and from Park City, and no problems on the opposite side of the Salt Lake Valley if you're coming out of Tooele County on SR 36 or I-80 there. And most of our traffic right now is up north, Weber-Davis County. You're seeing quite a bit more traffic southbound I-15 from Ogden to Salt Lake. That's still under a 30-minute commute. And you've got the congestion trying to get into Hill Air Force Base at all 3 gates. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. We've got high pressure moving in. How about sunshine today with a high of 52, less wind? 35, blue skies on your Friday. How about 57, mostly sunny skies on Saturday? Sunday, 62, that'll be the warmest of the next 7. It'll be breezy out of the south Sunday with partly cloudy skies. 47, rain, snow showers on Monday. Tuesday, more rain, snow showers and a high of 45. We'll rise back to 50, partly cloudy by Wednesday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, it's 29 degrees downtown. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. You and I, Andy, will have some jazz tickets to give away this week.
Yes, tomorrow night's game, I believe it's against the Minnesota Timberwolves,
Yeah.
so we'll get to see Rudy Gobert and Mike Conley back in town, and you'll have a chance to sit lower bowl and watch it.
That's going to be fun for sure. So here's how you get in on this contest. You can text anytime the word jazz. That's it, just J-A-Z-Z to 57500. But then tomorrow morning at 8:45.
And tomorrow morning at 8:45, we'll give you another keyword which will double your chances to win if you're listening at 8:45 on Utah's Morning News. But text jazz right now and just get in on it early.
Yeah.
And make sure you spell it right. every single time we get some spelling errors. Just double check before you hit send that you've only sent the word J-A-Z-Z.
Right, or some people put like an exclamation point or
Yeah.
go Jazz, and I think, oh no, you're not going to get in. So we'll do that today, anytime today, and of course tomorrow with the additional word for that game tomorrow night. We do have BYU basketball on our air Saturday as well. Just a reminder, West Virginia, and that's at the Marriott Center, right?
Yep, tip-off at 8. Pre-game begins at 7 here on your legacy home of the BYU Cougars.
Will you get your fair share of benefits from Social Security? You know, the new Social Security Fairness Act could impact thousands of Utah families. For personal guidance on how it could impact your Social Security filing decision, get a free Social Security analysis from Boss Retirement Solutions. If you've saved more than $200,000 and have not filed for Social Security, schedule your free analysis now by calling 801-896-9622. Filing for Social Security could be one of the biggest financial decisions of your life because the difference between your best and worst case scenarios could literally be hundreds of thousands of dollars. You only get one chance to get this right. So get your free customized analysis now by calling 801-896-9622. 801-896-9622. Boss Retirement Solutions is not affiliated with the Social Security Administration.
It's game time, and you're in the locker room ready to take the field. Suddenly, you notice a player you don't recognize. He's wearing your team's jersey, and he even knows your name, but you've never seen him before until now. Would you trust this stranger with your team's playbook? Because that's exactly how phishing scams work. The first quarter of 2022 saw the highest volume of phishing attacks ever recorded. Protect your business with the Les Olson Security Suite from Les Olson IT. Learn more about it at lesolson.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Xbox is already talking about releasing a new console. Amanda, boys better get their money. Oh, they're PlayStation guys,
That's right. Well, no, they do computer games now.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Well, Microsoft is reportedly working on a new console just 5 years after the Xbox Series XS were launched. Gaming website, including one called Gaming Bible, reports the company says the earlier launch possibility could be 2027.
They did play Xbox when they were little. I remember having them, apportioned out. You get it for 1 hour, and you get it for 1 hour.
Did they do the full thing with the mouse and the keyboard and
Oh,
everything?
yeah.
Okay,
Ethan,
because
not so
I
much
just
anymore, but
I have
Aiden
an
does.
Xbox controller plugged into my PC when I game on that. But
Yeah, Aiden loves using the computer. Shares for Bath & Body Works fell 4% in pre-market trading. Stocks started to fall after the company said they're expecting sales below expectations after low demand for fragrance and scented candles.
low demand for scented candles, that's not anybody I know. NVIDIA reported solid fourth quarter profits thanks to demand for their Blackwell chips used to power AI systems. Revenue was up 12% from the previous quarter and 78% from 1 year ago.
Let's get a look now at your money at this moment. The Dow futures are up 106, that's 0.25%. S&P futures up 36, that's 0.6%. And the Nasdaq futures also up. They're up 169, which is 0.8%.
Well, we're still crash-free on our roadways, but volumes are definitely filling in some areas. We'll check that with traffic and weather together coming up next.
Discover the timeless value at Duke's Jewelers, a local treasure since 1948. Whether you're searching for a unique engagement ring or need expert watch repair, Duke's has been serving the community for over 75 years. It's the perfect time to visit and explore the wide selection of custom designs and quality gemstones. The skilled designers at Dukes can bring your dream piece to life, while experienced jewelers handle repairs and modifications in-house. Dukes Jewelers takes pride in value pricing, ensuring you receive the best prices every day. Need an appraisal? The Dukes Jewelers AGS certified gemologist is here to help. Whether it's hand or machine engraving, or redesigning old favorites into something new, get personalized service for every occasion. Visit Dukes Jewelers and experience the difference of locally operated expertise and dedication. Dukes Jewelers in Springfield, Utah.
Email from school about the incident today.
Scary.
Tell me about it. Did you have any idea that was going on?
None. I mean, you saw Derek at the game last night, too. Did you have a clue?
No, but you know, teachers like me, parents, we don't always know as much as you guys do. Kids hear first about what's going on with other kids.
Half the time, it's rumors.
It can be hard to tell sometimes, but if you're ever concerned about a friend who's having trouble with alcohol, prescription drugs, bullying, violence, anything, you need to tell an adult. Mom or me, a teacher, coach, school counselor, someone you know and trust.
Dad, no kid is gonna tell an adult about that kind of stuff.
I get it, but if we don't know, we can't help. Speaking up about a problem, that's what helping a friend is all about.
For more information, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Before a disaster turns your family's world upside down, it's up to you to be ready. Get a kit, make a plan, be informed. Learn how at www.ready.gov. Brought to you by the Federal Emergency Management Agency and the Ad Council.
KSL News Time 6:29. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s. Brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. Traffic is still great on I-15 in the Salt Lake Valley, although volumes have increased a bit more between Draper and the South Interchange, but you're still maintaining the speed limit. No extra delay through West Valley this morning on either Bangerter or Mountain View corridor. And taking a look up at Foothill, it does look like some people are starting to wait just a little bit around 21st South at that intersection. Heather?
We also have a little bit of waiting on SR 36 now as you head northbound through Lake Point, trying to get onto I-80. Haven't heard of any crashes in the area, but it's typical to see that amount of traffic this time of the morning. You're also going to have that increased volume of traffic southbound I-15 between Clearfield and Centerville, and you've got a little bit of wait still trying to get into the 3 gates of Hill Air Force Base. For Utah County drivers, things are picking up as well as you come out of Eagle Mountain on SR 73 and 2100 north trying to get over to I-15. But once you're on I-15, no problems north or south between Springville and the point of the mountain. Lagoon is hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and electricians with journeyman or apprentice level experience. Apply online at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 years of age or older to apply. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
All right, let's look at that weather forecast. We're going to have another beautiful day today and tomorrow. 52 for a high with sunshine. Tomorrow, 55. 57 on Saturday. The warmest of the next 7 is Sunday with 62, and that's before another storm moves in Monday and Tuesday. Rain in the valley, snow in the mountains. Right now, downtown fair skies, 31 degrees.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News
with Andy Farnsworth and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time 6:30. KSL's top story this hour.
Mandatory gun safety training in Utah schools is getting closer to a reality as a bill continues to advance.
It's now just one vote from reaching the governor's desk. KSL News Radio's Adam Small begins our live team coverage. Eye on the Hill 2025. Adam?
Andy, the bill would require schools to teach kids as young as 5 years old gun safety and will probably be in the form of an instructional video a few times over the course of their academic lives. Bill sponsor Representative Rex Shipp says the whole point of this bill is teaching kids how to be safe.
It's politically neutral. It's not anti-gun. It's not pro-gun. It's safety as to protect our kids.
The bill has been tweaked a few times since it was originally introduced. It would now provide parents the option to opt their kids out of the courses if they want. A Senate committee passed the bill, and it now only needs approval from the full Senate by the end of next week to reach the governor's desk. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
There's a push to make sure public officials are not using public funds to put up billboards and other advertisements about themselves right before an election. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis continues our team coverage. Eye on the Hill 2025. Brianna?
Amanda, the restriction is limited to 60 days before any election, caucus, or political convention. In addition to billboards, mailers would also be included in the ban. Bill sponsor Representative Jason Kyle tells Deseret News he wants to see public funds going towards things taxpayers would approve of, like more transparency. The bill was introduced on Tuesday, which is pretty late in the session, so he says if it doesn't go through this year, he'll bring it back next. Reporting live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
Doulas in the state who help women during pregnancies would be eligible for Medicaid reimbursements under a Senate bill now headed to the Utah House.
Senator Luz Escamilla says there are several benefits for families using doulas for a woman's prenatal and postnatal care.
So doulas are helping and educating in terms of when they need a C-section or not, pain management. They result also in shorter labors because they know what to expect. They're training them on breathing, and also they decrease risk of major maternal complications.
Under the bill, if a woman using a doula is on Medicaid and the doula is registered, the woman would be able to use her Medicaid benefit to pay for those services. Don Brinkerhoff, KSL News Radio.
The mother of an autistic teenager who was shot and killed by police in Sandy after her son ran away from a group home and stole an army van is now speaking out about what happened. Autumn Portwood tells KSL TV exclusively she thinks the staff made up a story about her son going missing at a library. She says she realized what really happened when she saw the news reports about a teenager being shot.
And I didn't get to pray for him that day because they lied and they took that opportunity away from me.
Unsealed search warrants show the Utah Attorney General's office is investigating the future Rising group home for patient abuse and providing false information to police.
The guilt that they've placed on our shoulders will never go away.
Portwood hopes speaking out will help protect other kids in similar situations.
KSL's top national stories this hour. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky is preparing to visit the White House. Details from ABC's Martha Raddatz.
President Trump announcing that he and Ukraine's President Zelensky will meet face-to-face on Friday to sign what he called a very big agreement. The outline of the agreement establishing a reconstruction investment fund, which would call for Ukraine to share its mineral wealth as a payback for past U.S. aid.
President Trump will also host the UK Prime Minister today.
A child in West Texas has died after being diagnosed with measles. It is the first measles death in the country in a decade. ABC's Perry Ransom has more.
More than 120 people have been infected with measles in West Texas, largely spreading among rural Mennonite communities. Several measles cases have also been reported in New Mexico. Officials say there is no apparent link between the outbreaks, but experts are warning cases will likely spread beyond unvaccinated religious communities. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. insists the outbreak is not unusual, despite turning deadly.
Overnight, a case of measles in an adult man was also reported in Kentucky.
First look traffic now. Here's Heather Kelly.
Well, traffic is definitely filling in if you're coming out of Tooele County on SR 36 trying to get onto I-80. And if you transition onto the 201 freeway, you're going to see some brake lights now between Mountain View Corridor and Bangerter Highway. But I-15 is still running at speed both directions, getting into Salt Lake. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Utah Tech University has a new president. Shane Smead was named the 19th president of the university after getting approval from the Utah Board of Higher Education. Smead says he will lead the university with great integrity.
Tens of thousands of spring breakers will be visiting beaches over the next month, and police in Florida say they're going to be out in force.
Police in South Florida now warning college students headed to the beaches to be prepared for triple the amount of police than usual, including officers on horseback. Some areas now set to enforce curfews and road closures, while banning alcohol and coolers on the sand, as well as electric scooters, tents, tables, and loud music.
ABC's Andrea Fujii reporting.
Have you started to hear buzzing when you step outside? The warmer weather has brought out some early mosquitoes in February. KSL News Radio's Candy Zilale has more.
Mosquito season doesn't start until mid to late May, but there have been early sightings of the pests that probably won't be sticking around for long.
They're here just for a little bit, and then they'll start to disappear as the season gets going.
Salt Lake City mosquito abatement education specialist Michelle Rabine says the mosquitoes people are seeing will die when it gets cold again or if they can't find food. And a lot of those bugs flying around aren't even mosquitoes. In some cases, Rabine says people are actually seeing non-biting midges that look similar to mosquitoes. Candy Zilale, KSL News Radio.
The Intuitive Machines lunar lander lifted off from Kennedy Space Center aboard a SpaceX rocket.
2, 1, ignition.
ignition, and liftoff. Go Falcon, go intuitive machine.
The lander, built by a private company, is carrying NASA equipment and commercial payloads to the moon's south pole. The lander is expected to arrive on the moon in about 8 days.
Do we have any early problems out there, Andy?
Well, we haven't had any crashes pop up just yet, but been keeping an eye on some heavier traffic starting to show up as you head towards Salt Lake City. A little bit of slowdown maybe now on the 201 freeway going between Mountain View and Bangerter Highway. We'll check traffic and weather together next.
At JCW's, we think tipping might be getting a little out of hand. Like when you're asked to tip at the register before you've even been served. Or when you're at the yogurt shop and find yourself serving yourself. And don't even get us started on frosted tips making a comeback. That's why at JCW's, when you pay for a 3rd-pound ranch bacon cheeseburger, that's what you pay. And no one at the register is going to stare longingly at you while you awkwardly maneuver through the tip screen for food you don't even have yet. Honestly, we're just happy to see you at any of our 5 locations in Provo, South Jordan, Lehigh, Harriman, and American Fork. So come on in and enjoy some quality time and great food with family and friends. And we promise, we won't be pushing you for a tip.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's, and we just want to say thank you, and especially to our loyal customers. We want you to know that at JCW's, your business is all the tip we need. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
I'm Rod with the Save Right team at Realty Path. I also own Save Right Mortgage. When building this new and disruptive business model, my attorney said, quote, "You'll rock the boat and make your competitors mad. There's no way they can compete with the value Save Right offers home buyers." She's right. Other real estate agents and mortgage lenders can't compete with Save Right. However, Utah home buyers love Save Right. Save Right home buyers get bankbuster loans with below market interest rates. Save Right clients buy bigger, nicer homes. Their monthly payments are hundreds less. Bankbuster loans save home buyers hundreds of thousands in interest. Start with a rate in the 2s. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Start with a rate in the 2s. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
If you're just joining us this morning, we may see mandatory gun safety training coming to Utah schools. We're reporting on that Eye on the Hill 2025 this morning on KSL.
KSL News Time 6:39. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s. Brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. Got some delays on the 21st South Freeway. Looks like we may have a crash there between 56th West and Bangerter Highway. The slowing is actually extending a little bit past 56 West towards the Mountain View on-ramp, or the Mountain View on-ramp. And then we've got a crash in a similar area, but a little bit further north, 5600 West at 700 South, right now causing a little bit of delay on 56 West just south of I-80. Heather?
No major slowdowns yet on the I-15 corridor, north or south, getting into Salt Lake City from Utah County or Weber and Davis counties. But you definitely have some heavier pockets of traffic in all the typical areas. If you're coming out of Tooele County, you are going to see the slowdowns on SR 36 trying to merge onto I-80. Now, I haven't heard of a crash in that area, but the delays are backing up a little more than they should be this time of the morning, so something may have happened there. And if you're trying to get to and from Park City, you've got good speeds right now through Parley's Canyon on I-80. Whipple Service Champions, your cooling, heating, plumbing, drains, and electrical specialists. Whipple that away. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
The center of a high-pressure system has now camped out over the Great Basin. That puts us into the low 50s along the Wasatch Front with sunny skies. Overnight dropping off to 31. By tomorrow, 55. We rise to 57 by Saturday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now it's 31 degrees downtown. Coming up in just a moment, it looks like the fight over the federal budget is underway. We'll try and lay out the issues for you coming up in a moment on KSL.
Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station. Time for Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, brought to you by Any Hour Services, electrical, plumbing, heating, and air, anyhourservices.com.
I've been seeing this Facebook meme forever. An old picture of kids in the 1970s. It says, back in the day, we didn't have bike helmets, and we turned out just fine. Of course, the kids who suffered brain injuries on their bikes aren't in the picture, but you get the argument. Kids are coddled these days. There's no such thing as going out to play anymore. Everything's structured. Kids are too protected. But it's different in Europe, specifically the Netherlands, where every summer parents practice a tradition called dropping. Moms and dads, you're going to have a seizure when you hear this. Parents drive their kids into the forest, oftentimes blindfolded. They let the kids out of the car and say, "See ya." The kids are supposed to find their way back. Did I mention? This all happens late at night. That is dropping, as in dropping them off in the middle of nowhere. These preteens, 12-year-olds, stagger back at 2 or 3 in the morning, hungry, tired, disoriented. If a cop sees kids meandering in the middle of the night in the Netherlands and they say, "We're on a dropping," the police say, "Oh, have a good evening." These kids are on their own in the woods in the middle of the night. Good times. Days I'll always treasure. Dutch culture teaches kids to solve their own problems. And by the way, in the Netherlands, they still don't wear bike helmets. Just like the, well, good old days.
Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, only on KSL News Radio.
If you've ever set New Year's resolutions before, you know how difficult it is to follow through because you have to wait to see the results. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and in honor of your New Year, New You resolutions, Any Hour Services is having our New Year, New System sale. From now until the end of February, Any Hour Services will give you $2,025 off a new furnace and air conditioner. And you don't have to wait to save the money. You get $2,025 off at the time of purchase. The only thing you have to do to qualify for our New Year, New System sale is call Any Hour Services and schedule a free estimate. When you call, there's no obligation to buy. Just schedule a time to meet that works best for you. Let me say that again. From now until the end of February, when you have Any Hour Services install a new furnace and air conditioner, we'll give you $2,025 off. Call Any Hour Services right now and schedule a free estimate. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
KSL News Time is 6:43. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
officials with the Granite School District say they received threats following a DOE's report accusing them of misusing COVID relief funds. The district says the state school board approved how they used the money. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, there's a push to make sure public officials are not using public funds to put up billboards and other advertisements about themselves right before an election.
Third, traffic and weather together.
We may have a crash on the 201 freeway eastbound after you pass the 5600 West on-ramp, but before you get to Bangor Highway. Not sure what's causing the delays, but you definitely have those backups to Mountain View Corridor. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Looks like high pressure is going to run the show with 50s, maybe even some 60s in store. I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, though, 31 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. After an appellate court ruled the federal government must make foreign aid payments, the Supreme Court has paused that for now. ABC's Mary Bruce has details from outside of the court.
Overnight, Chief Justice John Roberts handing President Trump a win here at the court, at least temporarily, delaying a midnight deadline for the Trump administration to pay out nearly $2 billion in foreign aid. Roberts is now asking for a response from the aid groups by noon tomorrow, after which time the court will decide what comes next.
The Trump administration's directing all federal agencies to submit plans for large-scale layoffs and restructuring by March 13th. Two-time Oscar winner Jean Hackman is dead. The 95-year-old was found along with his wife and their dog dead in their New Mexico home. The local sheriff did not announce a cause. The measles outbreak in West Texas is now deadly. A school-age girl is the nation's first measles death since 2015. This is ABC News.
The fight over the federal budget is just getting started.
America in the Morning's Clayton Neville has the latest from Washington.
The budget blueprint that passed the House late Tuesday night is not the actual budget. Instead, it's a blueprint that outlines proposed spending and cuts that eventually would be taken up in committee.
This is the first important step in opening up the reconciliation process.
House Speaker Mike Johnson, after the 217 to 215 vote in favor of the so-called Big Beautiful Bill.
We have a lot of hard work ahead of us, but we are going to deliver the America First agenda. We're going to deliver all of it, not just parts of it, and this was the first step in that process.
Republicans say the proposals would cut taxes, boost military spending, also address energy and immigration policy. They say it would raise the debt ceiling. And Kentucky Republican Representative Thomas Massie was the only member of the GOP to vote no on the measure. He pointed to concerns surrounding its effect on the federal deficit and national debt. Congressman Andy Barr told Fox News that he disagrees with his colleagues.
The budget resolution is deficit reduction, both because it cuts spending, but also because it unleashes massive economic growth, which is critical to get our debt under control.
President Trump was asked by reporters about accusations that cuts will be made to Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security under the measure.
We're not going to touch it. Now, we are going to look for fraud. I'm sure you're okay with that, like people that shouldn't be on. People that are illegal aliens and others.
Concerns from Democrats are about steep cuts to mandatory spending. Both chambers will have to adopt the same budget resolution to move forward. The measure now heads to the Senate. I'm Clayton Neville.
We'll check traffic and weather in just a second, but I know at 8:45, coming up about 2 hours from now, Andy, you're going to talk with us a little bit about all of the movies Jean Hackman was in. I was just looking. I had no idea he was in so many incredible movies.
I was going to say, if you haven't thought about Jean Hackman in a while, and you probably haven't because he's been retired from acting since 2004.
Oh, wow. That was the last time he did a movie.
That was the last time he did a movie. I mean, he was in the Superman, the Christopher Reeve story, but only as like an appearance because of the documentary.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, the last movie he acted in was Mooseport in 2004 with Ray Romano, back when Ray Romano still had a show on television.
Oh, wow.
So that's how long. In fact, my siblings and I were just talking a couple of weeks ago. We didn't know if he was still alive.
Oh, wow. But he was in his 90s.
He is. He's
By the way,
95.
he passed away last night, in case you hadn't heard that story.
Yes, and so we'll talk about that. He's got a filmography. You haven't thought about him in a while. You're going to be like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
I think of The Firm when I think of him.
That's
or
interesting.
Hoosiers, maybe.
Hoosiers is probably first, but Superman is quickly second on my list because that was where I first discovered him. Was in Superman 1 and 2 because that was right as I was coming in. But boy, he was in a lot of things, including Crimson Tide.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that, though.
He was in Bonnie and Clyde, for crying out loud.
Exactly. And The French Connection was one of the first. Him and Michael Caine. He was in Young Frankenstein. Do you remember him from that?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
All right.
So we'll do that in a couple hours here on KSL.
KSL News Time 6:49. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s. Brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. Looking at backups along the 21st South Freeway right now. Starting out just before Mountain View Corridor and going not quite over to Bangerter Highway. The delays break up maybe a half mile past 5600 West. We've got some delay on Mountain View now at 3500 South in West Valley. And it looks like they've cleaned up a portion of the crash at 5600 West and 700 South, if not the whole thing. Heather?
We've got pretty good speeds if you're in Utah County, northbound I-15 from Spanish Fork up to the point of the mountain. But once you get into the Salt Lake Valley, you are going to see the brake lights starting around 106 South in Sandy up to the South Interchange where I-15 meets I-215. No slowdowns yet. Southbound I-15 through Weber and Davis County, but you definitely have some heavier pockets of traffic between Clearfield and Centerville. If you're coming out of Tooele County, the earlier delays we had on SR-36 and our I-80 have cleared out a little bit, but still a few brake lights showing up. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast starts out quiet and dry, I dare say spring-like. 52 today. Sunny skies will go 55 tomorrow, rising to 57 by Saturday. Sunday, it gets even better, folks. 62. Partly cloudy skies and a slight breeze out of the south. We'll cool it to 47 and a chance for rain, snow showers by Monday. Tuesday, more wet weather possible, 45. We'll then bump it to 50 with partly cloudy skies on Wednesday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now it's 31 degrees downtown, and the 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Great win for the Cougars last night in Arizona.
10-point win at Arizona State. They swept the Arizona road trip. So the Cougars come back home on Saturday to take on West Virginia with tip-off at 8 and pregame at 7 o'clock.
Looking forward to that. Plus, we'll have the BYU Coaches Show, of course, on our air tonight.
All right.
At 9 o'clock. And then tomorrow night, we'll have the Jazz game, Jazz versus Minnesota.
At 7:30. And if you don't want to listen to it, why don't you just go to the game?
Yeah.
Because we're going to give away 2 free lower bowl tickets to lucky listener
to watch the Jazz take on Rudy Gobert and the Minnesota Timberwolves.
That's going to be a great game. You can get in on that giveaway by texting the word Jazz, all by itself, just Jazz, to 57500. Then tomorrow morning at 8:45, we'll give you a second word to give you a second chance to win those seats.
So just text Jazz right now. That's the only word, J-A-Z-Z, and you'll be entered to win.
We'll check money news coming up next.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Hi, Grandma. What's for dinner?
Hey, honey, I'm making stew tonight.
Ooh, can Nina come over?
I'm not sure about our new friend. I wonder if there's been any drinking going on. Alcohol at her age can lead to so many bad things. I've been meaning to ask you, what would happen if someone offered you a drink?
Grandma?
This is hard. She's so young, but I know I need to talk to her about it now before someone tries to give her alcohol. If anyone ever does offer you a drink, I want you to say no. I have too much respect for my family, and I don't want to get in trouble.
Okay.
Really?
I promise, Grandma. I love you too.
Okay, how about tasting this stew and telling me what you think?
Some children may try alcohol as young as 9 years old. It's not too early to talk about drinking. For tips on how to begin the conversation, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov. That's underagedrinking.samhsa.gov. This message brought to you by SAMHSA and this station.
Jeff Kaplan. When you're online, that's sometimes a source of fourth-hand information. Somebody does the reporting. Another website Googles, they find it, they rewrite it, and by the time you read it, you know the old game telephone. But KSL is a source of primary information. We have reporters on the street. They're out in the field finding out the details. And the difference between online and KSL News Radio, night and day.
Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News, 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
If you're struggling with your mortgage, there's a free government program that offers expert one-on-one advice about your mortgage options. Call 1-888-995-HOPE or visit makinghomeaffordable.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Treasury, HUD, and the Ad Council.
Watching Utah's Money brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. The Trump administration plans to invest $1 billion more to prevent the spread of bird flu. That's on top of the $2 billion already spent since the outbreak began in 2022.
Advance Auto Parts is closing 700 locations this year. The company says it's part of a restructuring plan. The company hopes to improve business performance by focusing on what it calls core retail improvements.
Americans do love their shopping. The parent company of TJ Maxx, Marshalls, and Home Goods says earnings easily beat expectations during the holiday quarter. Sales grew 4% in the full fiscal year.
All right, let's get a look at your money at this moment and see what the futures markets are doing. The Dow futures up 95 now. That's about 0.2%. S&P futures are also up 36 points at 0.6%. The NASDAQ futures up 172. That's 0.8%. But look at this, Andy. Crude oil is up 76 cents, but crude oil is selling below $70 a barrel.
That's low, right?
Wow.
For those of us who are kind of...
Yeah. I mean, if you're from an oil town in Texas, you'll see a real drop-off. I was talking with an expert about this, and he said anything below $74 a barrel will cause a real difficulty for oil towns.
Oh, so like boom towns go bust.
Yeah, right.
Oh, wow.
So we're at $69.43 a barrel right now. We'll stay on top of that.
Well, right now we've got a new crash on the collector ramp from I-15 to 215. We've got some backups in West Valley on the 21st South Freeway. We'll check traffic and weather together coming up next.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Jeff Kaplan. When I was a kid, my parents got me a subscription to Newsweek magazine. I would devour every page into the night. And to this day, I sit on my iPad looking for stories for my Minute of News, flesh out our coverage, and I get to share the news with you.
Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News, 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
Over the years, you've brought them into your home. You were prescribed opioids after the C-section, when Dad injured his back, when your basketball star tore his ACL. Opioids helped with the pain, and you held on to them just in case. But did you know holding on to unused opioids puts your family at risk? Opioids are powerful pain-reducing prescription medicines, but most people who are prescribed opioids don't finish their prescriptions. So millions of unused opioids are sitting in homes across the country. And tragically, more than 100 Americans die every day from overdoses involving opioids. What can you do to protect your family? Remove the risk of unused opioids from your home. Pills, patches, or syrups in drawers, purses, and cabinets, anywhere they might be hiding. To find out how to dispose of them properly, visit www.fda.gov/drug disposal.
Don't be worried, be ready.
KSL News Radio has partnered with Be Ready Utah to provide the plans your family needs for an emergency, the tools and supplies to keep on hand, and the knowledge on how to keep a cool head.
It's Be Ready Utah. Listen to our show, Dave and Dujanovic, for Be Ready tips and tools.
Or you can always find the latest preparation info at BeReadyUtah.gov.
Be Ready Utah with KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time 6:59. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s. Brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. We've got a couple of vehicles, or there's a crash on the transition from I-15 to 215 that's split into 2 spots, but they blocked off the left lane of that 2-lane collector, and so traffic is quickly backing up. This is close to 7200 South, but the collector ramp's backed all the way to the I-15 split near 90th, so there's also some slowing on the main flow as well now between 106th and 90th South. And we've got backups on the 201 freeway right now through West Valley, starting a little bit after 7200 West, and going past what a listener says is just a traffic stop halfway between Mountain View and Bangerter. Heather?
We're looking pretty good in Utah County. Northbound I-15 still at speed from Spanish Fork to Point of the Mountain, but you do have congestion trying to get out of either Eagle Mountain or Saratoga Springs on SR 73, Pioneer Crossing, and 2100 North. You're also going to see very heavy traffic southbound I-15 in Davis County between Clearfield and Centerville, and traffic's filling in on Legacy Parkway in the West Side Belt as well. But no real problems getting out of Tooele County so far this morning. Common Spirit hospitals, clinics, and caregivers all connected to advanced healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Healthcare with Human Kindness is here. Hello, Human Kindness. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Let's get a look at that weather forecast. Beautiful day in store. Lots of sunshine, 52 for a high, 55 tomorrow, 62 on Sunday with some rain coming in on Monday. Right now, fair skies and 31 degrees downtown.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 7 o'clock on Utah's Morning News. I'm Andy Farnsworth.
And I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story on the 7 o'clock report.
We have breaking news out of West Jordan overnight where police tell us a 15-year-old was found with a gunshot wound near 3400 West and Speed Skate Circle. We're told they rushed the teenager to the hospital, but we haven't been given an update on his condition.
Investigators say this was possibly a drive-by shooting, but it appears to be isolated and there is not any further threat. We will be sure to pass along any new details as we get them.
Officials with the Granite School District say they received threats after Doge accused them of misusing COVID relief funds.
The district says some of the reports have been misleading and are defending their use of the money. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with the details. Adam?
Amanda, this started after Doge posted on social media about schools that have spent COVID relief money with, quote, little oversight or impact on students. They and eventually Fox News called out the Granite School District specifically for spending $86,000 on hotel costs for a conference in Las Vegas. Granite School District spokesperson Andrea Stringham tells me this led to them receiving a lot of angry phone calls, emails, and other messages, some of which included threats.
It was, completely false information. It was an intentionally misleading social media post, and it did a lot of damage.
She says they have never been under any state or federal investigation for how they used this money, and it was approved in advance by the State Board of Education. Reporting live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. President Trump continues to praise Elon Musk and Doge, but the president is also scaling back the size of his proposed federal workforce cuts.
Amid more lawsuits and protests against Musk,
no billionaires in our free. Elon Musk has got to go.
Moving forward, President Trump is scaling back his goal for Musk, originally promising $2 trillion in spending cuts. He's now reduced that goal to $1 trillion.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio reporting.
The president says the Environmental Protection Agency could be the next to see major layoffs, and we're hearing from more former workers at the VA who were taken by surprise when they were fired.
The way that I was terminated was completely indiscriminate, haphazard, and short-sighted because I was a high performer.
ABC reports around 75,000 workers have accepted the deferred resignation offer that went out earlier this year.
A proposal that would have taken oversight of elections away from the lieutenant governor's office has been changed.
Representative Ryan Wilcox says his bill would create the role of an officer who oversees any race that poses a conflict of interest with the governor or lieutenant governor.
They have all the authority that the lieutenant governor has outside of that race.
This officer cannot be an elected official or employed by the state. In the original version of House Bill 369, all of the lieutenant governor's election responsibilities would have been transferred to an independent elections office managed by an appointed director. Weber County Clerk Auditor Ricky Hatch says while he had a problem with the original bill,
I don't see any issues with this bill the way it's currently subbed.
The bill has passed through committee with unanimous support. Claire Scott, KSL News Radio.
This bill would also create an election oversight committee to review elections and make recommendations to improve the process.
A bill that would make participating in a rodeo a valid excuse for missing high school classes easily passed through the Utah Senate this week. There was little to no discussion about the bill aside from favorable recommendations, including one from Senator Darren Owens.
The things that these young people learn, though, taking care of their animals and performing in this sport, I love seeing this bill.
This does not excuse students to watch a rodeo. It only applies to those participating in competitions sanctioned by organizations like the High School Rodeo Athletic Association. It will now be heard on the House floor.
Another Utah bill would cap medical malpractice damages at $1 million. It would also limit when healthcare facilities can be held liable.
A resolution introduced by Utah lawmakers would recognize loneliness as a public health priority. It would also make the last day of April a Community Health Day. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis joins us live. Brianna?
Amanda, Senator Brady Brammer introduced the resolution. He says the day would encourage people to get out and meet others in the community.
We have more and more people that are self-isolating, that are not having enough opportunities to interact with people.
The resolution states there are major health risks associated with loneliness, including an increased risk of cardiovascular disease, depression, and anxiety. In 2023, the Surgeon General formally identified loneliness and social isolation as an urgent health issue. Reporting live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
Salt Lake City is launching a study to find solutions to get rid of East-West Divide. The East-West Divide, because for decades, the railroad tracks and I-15 have caused a cultural and economic split between the east and west sides of the city. The study is being funded by the U.S. Department of Transportation Reconnecting Communities pilot program. I actually had somebody, when I bought my first house in West Valley, tell me, I'd rather rent on the east side than live on the west side. I mean, that's a real thing.
First look traffic now on the 7 o'clock report, and here is Heather Kelly.
Well, the collector ramp of northbound I-15 through Sandy and Midvale is almost at a standstill. It's due to a multi-vehicle crash just before you'd get onto I-215's south belt in Midvale. The left lane and shoulder are blocked, so you only have one right lane available, and that's what's causing all the delays. You may be better off staying on main flow I-15 and getting off at 53rd South and Murray and then working your way back if you need to. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
New overnight, legendary actor Jean Hackman and his wife were found dead in their New Mexico home. ABC's Jim Ryan is following the story.
Jean Hackman and his wife, classical pianist Betsy Arakawa, moved to Santa Fe, New Mexico in 1991 and were often seen at the city's cultural events. Early this morning, Santa Fe County Sheriff Adan Mendoza confirmed that the 95-year-old Hackman, his 64-year-old wife, and their dog were all found dead in their home. Despite that, Mendoza says no foul play is suspected.
You brought him on my boat. Our man is down behind enemy lines.
In an acting career that spanned 4 decades, Jean Hackman won a trophy case filled with awards, including 2 Oscars. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
2 dogs died and 1 person was taken to the hospital because of a house fire in West Jordan. Cherise Savoca lives in the neighborhood where the fire broke out and spoke with KSL TV.
I look out my window and I just see flames coming out of the first window over there, and it's like huge flames, crazy.
Firefighters have declared the home unlivable, and they're still investigating the cause.
New developments this morning in a cold case murder from 1977. The man accused of killing a 16-year-old girl in Hawaii has agreed to be extradited from Utah. He was recently linked to the crime through DNA.
We are learning about another commercial jet that had to abort its landing.
Arriving at Reagan Airport in Washington Tuesday discontinues its landing to avoid a departing plane, according to the FAA. Here's air traffic control from liveatc.net.
American 2246, just go around, turn right, heading up 250, climb maintain 3000.
This came the same morning a Southwest plane at Midway Airport in Chicago had to abort a landing in a near miss with a flex jet crossing an active runway after being told to hold.
Exit 560, your instructions are to hold short of runway 31 center.
Again, audio from Live ATC. In January, one of the nation's worst air disasters, an Army Black Hawk helicopter collided with an American Airlines flight above Reagan Airport, killing all 67 aboard both aircraft. I'm Julie Walker.
We were talking earlier this morning about, is it that there are more near misses at airports, or are we reporting on them more in light of the tragedy of January? And a listener texted us and said that NTSB reported 62 accidents in January of 2025, down from 80 in 2024. So there were fewer.
Interesting.
Even though it certainly feels like more.
Well, guys, I mean, we started the year talking about drones in the sky over everything.
Yeah,
then we had the big air disaster, so it's definitely on our minds. Well, the future of James Bond now lies in the hands of Amazon.
Bond, James Bond.
The name's Bond, James Bond.
The name's Bond, James Bond.
Based on the novels by Ian Fleming, James Bond made his theatrical debut in 1962 with Dr. No. 25 films later, it's one of the most successful franchises in history. Some say its quality is the result of the Broccoli's family control. For example, about 5 years ago, Christopher Nolan wanted to direct a Bond film, but Barbara Broccoli would not grant him final cut. Now that obstacle is gone. Fans have expressed concern that Amazon's business model will dilute the franchise. Already this week, the Daily Mail published an unconfirmed report that Florence Pugh would star in a Moneypenny TV series. The deal is pending, but is expected to close this year. After that, the sky falls the limit. I'm Kevin Carr.
The only thing that will dilute the franchise is poor writing, because that's what it is. I mean, there's talented people who can play Bond.
Yeah.
Florence Pugh playing Moneypenny in her own series, that could be awesome.
Yeah.
If it's well written.
Right, yeah.
Okay, KSL News Time 7:09. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s, brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. I've been watching that crash on the collector from I-15 to go to 215. We've still got quite a bit of slowing running from the 90th South turnoff, because remember, that's where the exit ramp begins. Then it runs for that 2-mile stretch up till you get to 215. The crash is just before you get to the ramps that take you onto 215. The main flow, though, only a little bit slow prior to that exit as people debate whether or not they want to wait in the right lane and wait on that backup. We also, on the west side, still seeing some heavy traffic, 21st South Freeway between Mountain View and Bangerter. Heather?
We're looking pretty good everywhere else across the Wasatch Front, but you are going to see a few brake lights if you are coming out of Utah County on 2100 North and Pioneer Crossing heading over to I-15. Once you're on I-15, there's no problems north or south between Spanish Fork and Point of the Mountain. If you're coming out of Tooele County, you from time to time will slow down, trying to merge from SR 36 onto I-80. And now the construction zone near Stansbury Park is starting to slow everybody down, especially southbound. If you're coming out of Weber and Davis counties, no accidents reported, but you're going to see a bit of congestion now on US 89 near Harrison Boulevard in Ogden. Transform your outdated kitchen with half-price granite. Granite, quartz, marble, and quartzite starting at $25 per square foot installed. Visit halfpricegranite.com. Affordable luxury. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL hourly forecast. Temperatures in the upper 20s by 7 a.m. with clear skies. Into the afternoon, how about 45 at the lunch hour, sunshine. By this afternoon, topping at 52 degrees and blue skies up above. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, let's see what our current temperature is downtown. We're at 31 degrees. Coming up in a moment, we'll speak with Peter Haralambous. They have a plan to try and reduce egg prices. We'll tell you more about it with Peter just ahead.
The BYU men's basketball team racking up the wins and likely solidifying a spot in the NCAA tournament as they head into the final week of the season. The Cougars got a 10-point win at Arizona State last night after the team hit 17 three-pointers.
Top of the key three. Wow. Dallin the answer. Dallin Hall tells the ASU crowd to quiet down. The BYU crowd plenty loud.
The Cougars have won 10 of their last 13 games. They'll host West Virginia Saturday night at the Marriott Center at 8. Our pregame coverage starts at 7.
It was a rough night for many of our other college teams. Utah State had a big matchup in Boise, but they had a poor second half and lost to the Broncos by 17 points. The Utes were at Arizona, where they also lost by 17 points.
Real Salt Lake's run in the Champions Cup came to an abrupt end last night. RSL lost at home to CS Herediano from Costa Rica.
You could soon have the chance to watch the Utah Hockey Club in an outdoor stadium. ESPN's Holly Robe posted a picture of how Ohio Stadium has been transformed for an upcoming NHL Stadium series and asked Utah owner Ryan Smith on X if we could see something like this happen at Rice Eccles or LaVell Edwards Stadium. Smith replied, quote, "In motion."
Oh.
Wow.
Well, number 8 ranked Michigan State's men's basketball team going viral today after beating number 16 Maryland with this shot at the buzzer.
Goal or no? Holloman looks the clock. Half court for the win. Oh! Oh my goodness! Holloman from half court to win it on the road.
That's how it sounded on the Big Ten Network. Trey Holloman drilled the game-winning shot from beyond the half-court logo. Michigan State will now head back home to take on number 11, Wisconsin. Wow. It was funny, too. The team missed a shot. This wasn't like a timeout, run a play.
Yeah.
A team missed a shot, and he just grabbed it, took a couple steps, flung it, boom.
Boom. Wow, that gave me goosebumps. Egg prices are reaching record numbers, and there are some stores that no longer sell eggs by the dozen. Instead, you can buy one egg at a time. KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla.
A lot of Americans don't specifically need 12 eggs, so some bodegas in New York City are selling them Lucy cigarette style, one egg for $1. And people are buying. A report from Fortune says it allows customers to buy only what they need and nothing more. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
Here in Utah, we're looking at about $6 per dozen at Walmart, Smith's, and Target, but Costco has an 18 count for $7.
Trending this hour on the 7 o'clock report, a cartoon family shared some big news on Good Morning Britain. That's the...
Peppa Pig. I remember Peppa Pig.
Mummy Pig joined live to announce that Peppa and George will be having another sibling.
Oh, we're having another baby. I'm due in the summer, and we're all so excited.
The animated pig family has been on TV for 2 decades. It's available in more than 180 territories and is broadcast in over 40 languages.
Wow.
I have nieces who live in Britain, and they all have British accents. One of them sounded exactly like Peppa Pig. Exactly. She's 15 now, and she doesn't anymore. But when she was younger,
oh wow,
exactly like
That's
Peppa
funny.
Pig.
KSL News Time, 7:15.
The three things you need to know this hour. First,
a bill that would include participating in a rodeo as a valid excuse for a student to miss school is one step closer to becoming a new state law. I'm KSL News Radio's Alessandra Gurr.
Second, a 15-year-old was found shot in West Jordan overnight. Police say it appears to be an isolated incident and the teenager is in the hospital.
Third, traffic and weather together.
Well, a multi-vehicle crash is still blocking the left lane of the collector ramp of northbound I-15 just before you'd go either east or west onto I-215 South Interchange. That has traffic backed up all the way to where you get on that collector at 90th South and Sandy. That's 2 miles of pretty much stop traffic. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
The sunshine sticks around and the temperatures get warmer. I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now it's 28 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. New jobless filings at their highest level in 3 months, up 22,000 to 242,000. Still a normal range, but more job cuts could be on the way, focused on the federal government. ABC's Rachel Scott has details from Washington.
The Trump administration directing all federal agencies to submit plans for large-scale layoffs and restructuring by March 13th.
We're cutting down government. We're cutting down the size of government. We have to. We're bloated. We're sloppy.
Thousands of probationary workers have already been fired. The president saying the Environmental Protection Agency could cut 65% from its workforce.
A win at the Supreme Court for the Trump administration in its goal to freeze foreign aid payments. The court paused an order that required those payments to be made at midnight for more than $2 billion, giving the aid recipients until tomorrow to respond. Soaring egg prices have drawn attention from the federal government. The Secretary of Agriculture says the U.S. is going to import between 70 and 100 million eggs.
That is still a relatively small number compared to the nearly 8 billion eggs the U.S. produced in just the month of January. The plan's meant to address the impact of the bird flu, and it also calls for a $500 million investment in biosecurity, $400 million in financial relief for impacted farmers, and $100 million in research and development of vaccines.
That's ABC's Rebecca Jarvis. The measles outbreak in West Texas is now deadly. A school-age girl has died as the number of cases grows. And ABC contributor Dr. John Brownstein says,
while we did eliminate measles in 2000, these steadily declining vaccination rates are fueling outbreaks. And now we have a first death since 2015.
He says it's not under control. Legendary actor Jean Hackman has died. The 95-year-old was found dead in his New Mexico home along with his wife and their dog. Sheriff said there were no signs of foul play. You're listening to ABC News.
Let's go in depth now on this story we've been talking about with the egg prices. The Trump administration says they have a plan to reduce egg prices, but is it too late?
ABC News investigative reporter Peter Haralambous joins us live. Peter, where would this money come from? I guess I'm worried about all the federal agencies that are seeing big cuts, and this would mean more money for a federal agency, right?
That's exactly right. They're planning to invest another $1 billion from the Department of Agriculture, though they are touting that they have been able to save money elsewhere through DOGE. The hope is ultimately that, is by investing $1 billion more in things like biosecurity measures, importing eggs from overseas, that they could hopefully stem these costs. The USDA, though, at this point estimates that from its already high point right now, we could see a 40% surge over the coming year.
Peter, if this is market forces at work, is it not? The government interfering, isn't that kind of against what the Trump campaign has campaigned on?
Yeah, I mean, it is an example very clearly of the government trying to step in to reduce the cost that consumers have when they go to the grocery store or when they head out to go to breakfast. Given, though, how much this is a staple item, it's a cheap protein, it is healthy, it is a priority for the Trump administration that Americans be able to go to a diner or a grocery store and affordably purchase eggs. Unfortunately, though, with the state of avian flu really wrecking the United States agricultural system, at this point, consumers are going to the grocery store and seeing price tags ranging from $8 to $12 for a carton of eggs, even if the national average is closer to around $5.
So how will they combat it?
So the hope is kind of a multi-pronged approach. There's one angle that's simply just bringing more eggs into the system, importing from countries like Turkey or Germany more eggs to kind of fix the supply problem. They're investing money to make sure that avian flu doesn't spread as severely here in the United States. So that includes having epidemiologists who would be sent to farms to contain outbreaks, vaccines for chickens, and just having better containment measures in place. The hope is that all of this stuff, at the end of the day, when it's implemented, would be enough to stem the tide, though a lot of folks I've spoken to are concerned this might be too little too late.
Thank you, Peter. We'll follow up with your help. Peter Haralambous with us on the In-Depth at 15:45.
KSL News Time, 7:19. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9's, brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. I-15 traffic is still slow, coming up on 106th, and now some additional slowdowns going up, crossing 215 into Murray. A lot of backups on the collector. That splits off at 90th South and then runs parallel to the freeway to get you to 215. That's because of a crash that crews are still working on with the left lane blocked right before you get to this 215 ramps. Heather?
We do have a bit of delay on US 89 up in Weber and Davis counties. That is between I-84 and the Harrison Boulevard turnoff in South Ogden. That's really the only slowdown I see right now on the major roadways up north. If you're down in Utah County, per usual, you're just going to see your biggest delays coming out of Eagle Mountain on SR 73 and then connecting over either to 2100 North or Pioneer Crossing. If you're coming out of Tooele County, you've got slowdowns in the construction zone by Stansbury Park on SR 36, as well as slowdowns trying to get onto I-80 heading eastbound. Performance Automotive in Bountiful, endless possibilities with 3 locations. Performance Ford Lincoln, Performance Honda, and Performance Toyota, where excellence is standard. Start your search at performancebountiful.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. We've got high pressure moving in. How about sunshine today with a high of 52, less wind? 35, blue skies on your Friday. How about 57, mostly sunny skies on Saturday? Sunday, 62, that'll be the warmest of the next 7. It'll be breezy out of the south Sunday with partly cloudy skies. 47, rain, snow showers on Monday. Tuesday, more rain, snow showers and a high of 45. We'll rise back to 50, partly cloudy by Wednesday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And this morning, fair skies and 30 degrees downtown. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. We'll get one more check of the markets before the opening bell at 7:30. That's just ahead on KSL News Radio.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. Founded in 1967, Big D Construction has grown into one of the nation's leading construction firms, driven by a mission to be the most sought-after group of construction companies in the industry, delivering innovative commercial, industrial, and residential projects. Concrete Operations Coordinator Lucio Gallegos joins us with more.
At Big D, we do more than build structures. We build communities. Our self-performed concrete team is shaping the future by providing student internship programs across the Jordan and Granite school districts and Salt Lake Community College. We also offer summer camp for students, creating hands-on learning experiences and innovative career pathways to introduce the next generation to the construction industry. Beyond developing, we are committed to fostering kindness and well-being. Through partnerships with the American Heart Association and One Kind Act Today initiative, we support efforts that promote healthier, more connected communities. Our dedication extends beyond job sites as we invest time, donations, and pro bono services to make a lasting impact and inspire positive change. Whether we're monitoring future builders or advocating for stronger, healthier communities, Big D is proud to play a role in shaping a brighter tomorrow. Learn more at BigD.com.
Big D Construction is committed to more than just building structures. They're dedicated to supporting people and communities. Through educational programs, charitable initiatives, and industry mentorship, they create opportunities and make a lasting impact wherever they build. I'm Derek Miller with the Salt Lake Chamber, speaking on business.
The system is rigged against you. There's a lot of money to be made keeping you overweight and unhealthy.
At Soda Weight Loss, we have one goal, and that's to help you let go of the weight for good, without shots, without drugs, without hunger.
So I lost 25 pounds. I was never hungry. It was very, very easy. I couldn't believe how fast the weight came off.
With Soda Weight Loss, you get real results that will last your whole life.
I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks. Feels great. I fit into my clothes again.
Soda Weight Loss is the #1 weight loss center in America for client satisfaction and results, and we have the proof at sodaweightloss.com.
Right now, for a limited time, 2 people can start with soda for the price of 1 for new clients only.
Double the reward, double the motivation, half the cost.
Get healthy. Beat the system. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Today on the Dave and Dujanovic Show in the 10 o'clock hour, our live coverage of the federal fallout continues. Workers out of a job. What to do if you have a mortgage payment that's due, a rent payment that you need to make, and a family you need to feed. We're going to have experts live on the air with us to walk us through solutions, starting at 10.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Americans are tired of being fed cost-cutting tips. A 2025 Wells Fargo Money study found that 44% of consumers are tired of being told to get a side hustle, eat at home instead of ordering out. USA Today reports some respondents say it's just too preachy.
Or maybe they know what they need to do.
Right. Don't remind me of this thing I already know.
Yeah. Warner Brothers Discovery expects their streaming platform Max to be more popular than ever by 2026. The entertainment company says it will have at least 150 million users by then, powered by a push for global expansion and stronger than expected subscriber gains in recent quarters.
Britain's Rolls-Royce shares are up 15%. The super luxury cars increased midterm targets to reflect its confidence in future profit growth after a plan to improve engines and cut costs.
3 minutes before the opening bell, the Dow futures up 23, S&P futures up 28, the Nasdaq futures up 174.
Well, we've got more than the usual slowing middle of the valley, both on I-15 and the 215 collector. So going through Sandy to Midvale, there's a crash on the collector that might be keeping more traffic on the main flow than usual. We'll check it all coming up with traffic and weather together next.
If your spouse has been pestering you saying, we need to get that sink fixed, that sink is not draining, we need to get the dishwasher, drain fixed, or we need to get.
You know what's the worst? Is
What?
when your bathtub takes like 30 minutes to drain.
Yeah. Or something's going on with the furnace or the air conditioner, and you've been thinking, man, I've been putting this off. Why not just call Superior Water and Air today and have them come take a look at it?
Superior's great because they can handle anything from plumbing to HVAC to emergency needs to just plan needs. I mean, we're in tax return season. Now you're thinking, okay, what investment can we make in our home? This might be a great chance to get a tankless water heater.
I love my tankless water.
Or to get soft water because we
Soft
live in a
water.
hard water town.
Oh, yeah. That'll make sense. If you don't have soft water right now, and I know you've probably heard people say.
I don't have soft water.
Oh, my gosh, Andy. I was slow to the game, too, though. After I moved here, I didn't understand. But people, and then I got a water softener, and I went, holy cow. I had, you just don't know. You don't know until you know. But
I don't know what I don't know yet.
Yeah, wait, that tax return, soft water.
I like the sound of that.
Oh, it feels so good.
But you know what? Even if we didn't have the tax return, the great thing about Superior is they can work with my financial situation. Say, okay, well, what can you do?
Yeah.
And work out a financing plan that way because, that's great for a plan ahead, but what about when something breaks and you don't have any time to plan ahead?
It's like your water heater or a plumbing issue. It's Superior Water and Air. We've used them for years. Here's the number, 801-872-8483.
Or go to superiorwaterandair.com.
People think saving money is hard, but really, it's easy. It's as simple as changing a few spending habits. For free tips on how to save the easy way, check out feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org. This message brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
KSL News Time 7:29. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s. Brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. It's the collector from I-15. So around 90 is south. If you want to grab 215, you got to follow the freeway for those miles. That's backed up almost the entire way to 215 because of a crash just after where you cross over 7200 south. That also seems to keep a little bit more traffic on the main flow, both near 90th and then again further up between 7200 and 5300 south. Plus, we've got traffic beginning to back up as you go on the Bangor Highway overpass over 5400 south in Taylorsville suddenly. Heather?
Well, no big delays anywhere else across the Wasatch Front, but we do have slowdowns for people trying to get from SR 36 at Lake Point onto eastbound I-80. About a mile after you get on the roadway, we do have a UHP with flashing lights on the right shoulder, and that's slowing everybody down as they try to move over into the left lane, which is causing some of those backups. You'll see a few brake lights southbound I-15 coming out of Weber and Davis County through Kaysville and Farmington, and again closer to downtown. No real issues in Utah County, no accidents reported. It's just the typical congestion trying to get out of either Eagle Mountain or Saratoga Springs. Mark your calendars for the 10th Annual Salt Lake Off-Road and Outdoor Expo to be held at Mountain America Expo Center, February 28th through March 1st. For tickets and information, visit slorex.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Today is a beautiful day. We'll get up to 52 degrees, lots of sunshine, 55 tomorrow, 62 by Sunday. Right now, fair skies and 30 degrees downtown.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News
with Andy Farnsworth and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time is 7:30. KSL's top story this hour.
Utah schools could soon be required to teach gun safety classes, as a bill is now just one vote from reaching the governor's desk.
A new version of the bill would also provide a way for parents to opt out if they chose. KSL News Radio's Adam Small begins our team coverage, Eye on the Hill 2025. Adam?
Andy, the bill requires schools statewide to provide gun safety instruction for kids from kindergarten all the way through high school. Bill sponsor Representative Rex Shipp said in a committee hearing yesterday the whole purpose of this is to teach kids how to be safe when they eventually come in contact with guns.
Kids get exposed to them, and even if though they may not have any in their own homes, they're going to go to a friend's house, they're going to come in contact, and this is just a way of teaching them.
Now, the bill's been tweaked a couple of times since it's been introduced. It now provides parents an opt-out option if they choose, if they don't want their kids taking these courses. The bill now only needs to clear the full Senate to reach the governor's desk. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
A bill that would limit officials from using public funds for promotions has been introduced. This would affect public funds being used in the last 60 days before an election. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis continues our team coverage, Eye on the Hill 2025. Brianna?
Amanda, this bill would mean officials can't use public funds to put up billboards or send out mailers less than 60 days before any election. Bill sponsor Representative Jason Kyle tells Deseret News he wants funds to be going more towards transparency or other things in government and less towards self-promotion. The bill would allow some exceptions, like sending out news releases or communication with another official. Reporting live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
Doulas who help women and families during pregnancies could be eligible for reimbursement from Medicaid under a bill that's made it through the Utah Senate.
Sponsor Luz Escamilla says women who use doulas during their pregnancy and after they give birth have better outcomes.
To have them be able to, be reimbursed for their services for Medicaid patients, which is a large portion of our moms that are delivering babies are delivered through Medicaid. So we know it's a service that could benefit not only those families, but also our state.
Senator Escamilla says one national study of Medicaid beneficiaries finds women using doulas saved more than $58 million because of fewer complications like C-sections and preterm births. Don Brinkerhoff, KSL News Radio.
We are hearing from the mother of an autistic teenager who was shot and killed by police after running away from a group home, stealing an army van about a year ago, which led to a chase. She says the group home tried to hide what happened.
All of the employees got together to get their story straight before they even made the call to police to report him missing.
Autumn Portwood spoke exclusively to KSL TV, saying the group home told her family her son had gone missing at the library. The Utah Attorney General's office launched an investigation, and a warrant says they are looking into allegations of patient neglect and providing false information to police.
KSL's top national stories this hour. President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky will meet face-to-face in Washington this week to sign a mineral rights agreement and a possible path to the end of the war. ABC's Martha Raddatz.
President Trump, who has refused to say that Russia was the aggressor in this war and has baselessly called Zelensky a dictator, called Vladimir Putin very smart and very cunning, although he did say Putin would have to make concessions in any peace deal.
The mineral rights agreement would establish a reconstruction investment fund, calling for Ukraine to share its mineral wealth as a payback for past U.S. aid.
A school-aged child has died from the measles after being hospitalized in Lubbock, Texas. This marks the first death from the disease in the U.S. in a decade.
More than 120 people have been infected with measles in West Texas, largely spreading among rural Mennonite communities. A vast majority are unvaccinated patients under the age of 18. Dr. Johnson is a pediatrician in Lubbock.
I didn't expect to ever take care of measles patients in my career in any meaningful way. It seems like something from the past, but if we don't continue to vaccinate and do the things that we did in order to make these illnesses of the past, then there'll be illnesses of the present.
Several measles cases have also been reported in New Mexico.
ABC's Perry Ransom reporting.
First look traffic now. Here's Heather Kelly.
Well, the biggest delays are northbound I-15, both on main flow and the collector between 90th South and Sandy and the I-215 South interchange. It's due to a crash on that collector right before I-215 blocking the left lane. But we have new crash southbound 15 in Centerville. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Utah Tech University has officially announced their new leader. Shane Smead will serve as the 19th president of the university. The Utah Board of Higher Education approved Smead in a meeting this week. In his acceptance speech, Smead said he will lead the university with great integrity.
Tens of thousands of spring breakers will be hitting the beaches over the next month or so, and law enforcement officials in Florida say they're going to be out in force to make sure the celebrations don't get out of hand.
Police in South Florida now warning college students headed to the beaches to be prepared for triple the amount of police than usual, including officers on horseback. The extra security measures in response to a violent spring break 2 years ago, which saw nearly 500 arrests and 2 deadly shootings. Some areas now set to enforce curfews and road closures.
ABC's Andrea Fujii reporting, Amanda, my daughter's going to the beaches of Lake Michigan.
Oh, wow.
For spring break.
Oh, wow. Any beach. Well, it's not even spring yet, but some people have said they've already seen mosquitoes. KSL News Radio's Candy Zilale went to ask the experts if that's true.
Mosquitoes are coming out with the warmer weather, but the ones that we're seeing probably won't stick around for long. They'll either die when the temperatures drop or starve from a lack of food. Education specialist at the Salt Lake City Mosquito Abatement District, Michelle Rabine, says mosquito season doesn't fully start until mid to late May. But if the warm weather stays, they may start trapping mosquitoes earlier than usual to collect data.
The Mosquito Abatement District wants to remind all of us you'll see fewer mosquitoes if you remove standing water from around your home and to wear bug spray when needed to avoid bites.
The Intuitive Machines lunar lander lifted off from Kennedy Space Center aboard a SpaceX rocket.
3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff. Go Falcon, go Intuitive Machines.
The lander, built by a private company, is carrying NASA equipment and commercial payloads to the moon's south pole. The lander's expected to arrive on the moon in about 8 days.
Where are the slowdowns out there, Andy?
Well, they've been mostly stuck around the 215 interchange in Midvale because of a crash on the collector ramp, which looks like is still affecting drivers. But we're seeing increased delays now coming out of Tooele County, through the usual city streets in West Valley, and even some now in Davis County. We'll check traffic and weather together coming up next.
The KSL News Radio Movie Show comes to Fat Cats in Bluffdale this Friday from 10 to 1. If you love movies, you'll love Fat Cat Cinemas. Relax in their all-luxury recliner theaters, and movies are always better with plenty of popcorn. Treat yourself to a delicious movie theater popcorn for just $2. That's right, popcorn is just $2 at select locations. Or you can order a handmade pizza, burger, or salad from the Fat Cats Grill, and they'll deliver it right to your seat at no extra charge. Entertain the whole family at a great value with $5 movie tickets every Monday and Tuesday with your Gold Cat membership. Fat Cats always makes it a premium movie experience at a price families can afford. Fat Cat Cinemas in Clinton, Bluffdale, and Saratoga Springs. Learn more about a Fat Cats experience at fatcatsfun.com.
911, what's your emergency?
They kidnapped my son.
What would you do if your child disappeared and someone you trusted was responsible?
We thought he cared for McKay, when in fact he didn't care for anyone.
Listen to Ransom now at ransompodcast.com.
If you're just joining us this morning, we are following breaking news. There was a teenager shot in West Jordan overnight. He's in the hospital. Police say there is no threat to the public at present, and we'll try to get more information about that for you on KSL.
KSL News Time 7:39. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s. Brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. I-15 slowdowns now kind of solidified between the Bluffdale and Sandy stretch. It's heavy and slow almost the whole stretch, but then if you're splitting off to go to 215, that collector's backed up all the way almost to 215 itself because of a crash just after you cross over 7200 south. Again, that's on the collector, not the main flow of I-15. And we've also got traffic backing up on Bangerter Highway through Taylorsville because of construction, especially starting at 6200 south. Heather?
You're going to have to add about 5 or 10 extra minutes on your commute coming out of Tooele County this morning. There's not a crash on eastbound I-80. It looks like just UHP has pulled somebody over, but they're on the right shoulder about half a mile or so after you merge on from SR 36 onto eastbound I-80, and that has traffic backed up on both roadways, so just allow extra time there. If you are southbound I-15 out of Davis County, we've got a crash right at Parish Lane in Centerville. It's minor. It's on the right shoulder. UHP has not shown up yet, but it is causing just a little bit of slowing as you go through that area. And then northbound I-15 out of Utah County, we still have really good speeds between Spanish Fork and the point of the mountain. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
We're looking at a nice spring-like warm-up over the next few days. It starts with a 52 this afternoon and blue skies. Tomorrow, 55, sunshine, rising to 57 and mostly sunny. By your Saturday, Sunday, we're breezy out of the south. That'll bump temperatures to 62 degrees. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, sunny and 30 degrees downtown. Coming up, we're going to share with you some comments that we got from the Granite School District this morning. They've received threats after Doge accused them of misusing public money. We'll explain more in just a moment here on KSL.
Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station. Time for Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, brought to you by Any Hour Services, electrical, plumbing, heating, and air, anyhourservices.com.
We're surrounded by majestic, snow-covered mountains, but till yesterday I had no idea that snow can explode. It's never happened here on the Wasatch Front, to the best of my knowledge, but in Italy, on the Isle of Sicily, their big volcano has erupted again. Mount Etna rises 11,000 feet from the sea, snow-capped and shooting clouds of volcanic ash toward the sky. Lava thrashes and bubbles and oozes down the mountain. If you want to picture it, Etna looks like the kind of volcano you made in fourth grade with flour and baking soda. And I did mention it's snow-capped, right? With this latest eruption, people are trudging up Etna with skis and snowboards to experience a run for the bucket list. Fire and ice. Imagine slaloming down a powdery slope with a shower of lava alongside. The ultimate ski run for anybody with a selfie stick. And they're flocking to Mount Etna by the thousands. The government's trying to keep people away for their own safety, but closer and closer they go, for few can resist the irresistible. Skiing down a rumbling volcano and getting that picture. Sicily's Civil Protection Office warns the eruption can kill you because at the moment the lava touches snow, the release of thermal energy can be so powerful it can send rocks flying toward your head. They're now demanding everyone stay 500 yards away, but who are we kidding? Exploding snow only adds to the allure.
Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, only on KSL News Radio.
If you've ever experienced running out of hot water before your shower was done, or hard water spots on dishes and fixtures, I've got a deal you might be interested in. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you probably already know that a tankless water heater and a water softener solve both issues. If you've ever thought about looking into getting a tankless water heater, here's the deal I was talking about. Through the end of February, we're including a free water softener with every new tankless water heater we install. The best part of this deal might be that you never have to worry about being the last one to the shower again, or that you don't have to waste the money keeping 40 to 50 gallons of water hot 24/7. To take advantage of this deal, call Any Hour Services before the end of February. The visit's free and there's no obligation to buy. If you decide to have us install a new tankless water heater, we'll throw in the water softener for free. That's right, a free water softener when you purchase a tankless water heater. Pick up the phone and call Any Hour Services right now for all the details. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Dave and Dujanovic.
If you're driving to work or you're driving the kids to a soccer game, we're your in-car companions.
People will come up to me and say, "Oh, I talk to you every day. You don't realize it because I'm talking at the radio, but I talk to you every day."
Listen for Dave and Dujanovic 9 to noon on KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time, 7:44. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
a bill requiring Utah schools to teach gun safety classes is now just one vote away from reaching the governor's desk. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, state lawmakers have introduced a resolution that would recognize loneliness as a public health priority.
Third, traffic and weather together.
Well, we may have debris on the roadway, I-15 in Centerville, both northbound where we've got a couple of vehicles off on the right shoulder fixing tires, and southbound I-15 at Parish Lane in Centerville, also over on the right shoulder, causing a bit of slowing. And then you've got huge delays northbound I-15 from Sandy to Midvale due to a crash. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Looks like high pressure is going to run the show with 50s, maybe even some 60s in store. I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 30 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. The number of weekly jobless claims in the U.S. up by 22,000 to 242,000. That's the highest number in 3 months. And more job cuts could be coming to the federal workforce as the Trump administration's directed all federal agencies to submit plans for large-scale layoffs and restructuring by March 13th. ABC's Rachel Scott says the process has seen reversals.
One day after the Department of Veterans Affairs cut $2 billion in contracts, the department reversing some cancellations that may have affected medical care and benefits for veterans, including safety inspections at VA medical facilities and supporting cancer programs.
On social media, President Trump says tariffs will go into effect on Canada and Mexico March 4th. The West Texas measles outbreak still growing, now blamed for the death of a school-aged girl. Legendary actor Jean Hackman found dead in his New Mexico home along with his wife and their dog. Authorities say there were no signs of foul play. This is ABC News.
We spoke with Granite School District officials this morning because they say they received threats after DOJ accused them of misusing COVID relief dollars, and then Fox News published a story on them.
The allegations refer to $86,000 the district spent at Caesars Palace in Las Vegas in 2022. District spokesperson Andrea Stringham says they've received angry phone calls, emails, and other messages, some of which were threatening.
A lot of accusations, a lot of saying that we were wasting government taxpayer money, that we were doing financial fraud, we belonged in jail, we should get off the streets, just a lot of different things like that.
Stringham says they had to involve the police with one threat. She says the threat was eventually determined to be unfounded, but it was still a frustrating situation.
I mean, the damage has kind of already been done when stories like these are shared, when the social media posts that are lacking any sort of context are put out there. It just continues and contributes to the erosion of trust in public education. That's hard to quantify. That's hard to put an exact number on it, but it's really mostly about, the misinformation that was out there. We were never contacted by the major outlets to get any of this sort of information verified. And we've never have been and are currently still not under any investigation for the use of these funds. So it was, completely false information. It was an intentionally misleading social media post, and it did a lot of damage.
Stringham says the money they spent in Las Vegas was to house more than 120 district employees for a 3-day educational conference. And she says the conference and the money was approved in advance by the State Board of Education. Wow. The power of being able to point a finger at someone and make an accusation when you have millions and millions of followers is just a power that we hope is not abused.
Yeah, and it's easy to abuse.
Mm-hmm. That's the In-Depth at 15 and 45.
Well, KSL News Time coming up on 7:49. Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. Right now, what we're seeing is a lot of slowing on I-15 from Point of the Mountain all the way to Murray. Now, it's not bumper to bumper like if there was a major crash on the freeway, but it is increasing your travel time to about double. So right now, you're looking at least 30 minutes from Point of the Mountain all the way to downtown. There's also some brake lights as you come up on 3300 South. Keeping an eye on Bangerter Highway. You've got a little bit of slowing down in South Jordan right after 104th South as you go from 3 lanes down to 2. And then you've got the usual, what's becoming the usual delay from West Jordan, 6200 South in Bangerter, all the way up to the construction at 4700 South. Heather?
We've got delays coming out of Tooele County. SR 36 backed up for a couple of miles from Center Street heading up onto I-80. It's actually due to UHP on the right shoulder, about half a mile up eastbound I-80 just after you merge on from SR 36, and that's causing delays on I-80 as well. Then once you transition onto the 201 freeway, you've got stop-and-go traffic coming out of Magna, almost over to Bangerter Highway. Southbound I-15 in Davis County, we've had several vehicles over on the right shoulder. This was heading southbound right near Parish Lane and Centerville, but northbounders also had 2 or 3 vehicles over on the right shoulder, so there may have been some debris scattered on the roadway there causing flat tires. And then you just have typical slowdowns in Utah County in the Provo area as well as coming out of Eagle Mountain. Advanced Window Products offer Graber window coverings, high-end quality with the best warranty. Save 30% off when you mention KSL. AdvancedWindows.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Matt Johnson, another beautiful morning out there.
Yes, it is, and we're teeing it up for a beautiful afternoon. I got a high of 52 with blue skies. High pressure continues to strengthen. We'll go 55 tomorrow, sunshine. Mostly sunny, 57 on Saturday. Sunday, partly cloudy, and 62 with a south breeze. It'll feel rather spring-like. But it all drops out the bottom. Monday, 47 chance for rain and snow. We'll do it again on Tuesday. Wednesday could dry out, 50 degrees, partly cloudy.
All right. Well, enjoy this beautiful day, Matt. You too.
All right.
Right now, it's 30 degrees downtown. We have the BYU Coaches Show on our air tonight at 9 o'clock. Just want to say congratulations to you, Andy, and all the Cougar fans.
Well,
great.
I did a lot last night. You know, my moral support was definitely the reason they hit 17 three-pointers.
But isn't that awesome? Another great win in Arizona.
And it took 17 threes to win by 10 on the road. But another thing, BYU put up 91 points on the road. That's a lot in college basketball. They've scored over 90 in their last 2 games, both road wins, one against a ranked team and one against Arizona State. This is a good BYU team.
They're on a roll, baby.
All the doubts we had earlier this season, I feel much, much better now.
And we've got another game on our air Saturday night. BYU's back at home at the Marriott Center. West Virginia is in town. And that is a 7 o'clock pregame tip-off at 8 o'clock. But you and I, Andy, we have some tickets to give away to a Jazz game.
Yeah, there's pro basketball here in Utah, too, you believe it or not. The Jazz take on the Timberwolves tomorrow night at 7:30, and it'll be heard here on KSL News Radio. But we want to send 2 of our listeners to the game and sit in the lower bowl and watch the Jazz take on Rudy Gobert.
Wouldn't that be a fun Friday night date?
So here's all you got to do. Text the word Jazz to 57500 right now. That'll enter you in once. And then listen again tomorrow morning at 8:45, where we will give you another keyword, and you text that word in, you'll be entered a second time.
Good luck, everybody. We'll check money news coming up next.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
I'm Maria Chaleos. With the help of Salt Lake City Fat Loss, I have lost more than 40 pounds, and it's not too late for you to save $200 on this great all-natural program. Go to slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or 2. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
On the surface, it seemed like just another Cinderella story.
A team that was predicted to finish dead last
is now waiting to play the first round of the playoffs.
But Real Salt Lake's 2021 playoff run was so much more than what happened on the pitch.
Our club is burning to the ground.
This is the tip of the iceberg. Making of a Moment, the RSL Story, is available now.
I just kind of got chills right now thinking about it.
Follow us at makingamomentpod.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Xbox is already talking about releasing a new console. Microsoft is reportedly working on it just 5 years after the Xbox Series XS were launched. Gaming websites, including one called Gaming Bible, report the company says the earliest launch possible could be 2027.
Shares for Bath & Body Works fell 4% in pre-market trading. Stocks started to fall after the company said they're expecting sales below expectations after low demand for fragrance and scented candles.
NVIDIA reported solid fourth-quarter profits thanks to demand for their Blackwell chips used to power AI systems. Revenue was up 12% from the previous quarter and 78% from 1 year ago.
The markets are headed up this morning in early trading. The Dow's up 197. That's almost 0.5%. We're at 43,699. S&P's up 10. That's about 0.2%. The Nasdaq up just a fraction, up 4.5.
It's time for Cougar Tracks. Here's BYU insider Mitch Harper.
BYU basketball extends its winning streak to 5 games after knocking off Arizona State 91-81 in Tempe. The Cougars defeated a Sun Devil team that was down to 5 scholarship players due to injuries and suspensions. The challenge of facing a shorthanded team reminded BYU's Kevin Young of some of his past stops in basketball.
It took me back in time when I was in the coaching in the minor leagues, and the team's 2 or 3 best players get called up or something right before the game, and now all of a sudden they got 6 or 7 guys, and no one's looking over their shoulder to come out of the game. Guys are playing free. So we tried to get ahead of that the best we could with our team. And games like that are hard. They're hard games. And so for us to come in and just, especially being on the road as long as we have, I'm just happy we came in and handled things the right way.
BYU is now 20-8 overall in the season and in a tie for 4th place in the Big 12 at 11-6. For more, go to KSLSports.com. With Cougar Tracks, I'm Mitch Harper on your legacy home of the BYU Cougars, KSL News Radio.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys! I love this song! I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Let me ask you a question. You have a best friend? How big would it shock you if somebody told you that your best friend just killed somebody?
911, what's your emergency?
Someone on the other line said they kidnapped my son, and they're demanding $500,000.
On September 12th, 1995, 12-year-old McKay Everett disappeared from his home in Conroe, Texas. It was a crime that shocked the community because the suspect was so unlikely, so unexpected.
Former high-ranking police official, he'd run for sheriff at one point.
Law enforcement personnel were pretty much split down the middle over whether or not he actually did this.
And to this day, McKay's mother, Paulette, still feels that justice was never truly served.
I've asked myself so many times, what in the world happened?
Ransom is available now. Listen at ransompodcast.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Traffic and weather together on KSL News Radio, brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. We've got more reasons for the slowdowns on I-15 as you head through the valley. First of all, you've got a gravel truck that's sitting on the right shoulder at the Gore area where the Bangerter Highway splits off from I-15. And we've got some slowing from that stretching back up the hill to the Bluffdale exit, but you've also got brake lights between 12300 South and 3300 South. And, of course, we've been backed up for a while now on the collector between 215 and I-15 that runs parallel to the freeway because of an earlier crash that looks like is still being cleaned up near 7200 South. Heather?
We've got delays trying to get out of Tooele County this morning, both on SR 36 as you come out of Stansbury Park all the way up to I-80, and then eastbound I-80 also has a mile of delay. It's due to police activity over on the right shoulder just after you pass SR 36. And if you're trying to get out of up north in Weber and Davis County, southbound I-15, you're going to see slowdowns from Farmington into Centerville. That's due to several vehicles over on the left shoulder right before Parish Lane in Centerville. And also northbound, we've got a stalled vehicle just after Parish Lane on-ramp in Centerville. That is blocking the HOV lane with a couple of more cars on the right shoulder in the same area with some flat tires. So we've got some issues down there. Advanced Window Products offer Graber window coverings, high-end quality with the best warranty. Save 30% off when you mention KSL. AdvancedWindows.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Today is just going to be a beautiful day. So is tomorrow. Today, sunny and 52. Tomorrow, sunny and 55. Up to 62 on Sunday before a storm comes in on Monday. This morning, we've got sunshine and 30 degrees downtown.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good morning. KSL News Time, 8 o'clock. This is Utah's Morning News. I'm Andy Farnsworth.
And I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story this hour.
We have breaking news overnight from West Jordan, where police tell us a 15-year-old was rushed to the hospital after being found with a gunshot wound.
This happened near 3400 West and Speedskate Circle at about 11:30. And investigators say this was possibly a drive-by, but it appears to be isolated.
We'll continue to follow this story and be sure to pass along any new details as we get them on the air and on our website, kslnewsradio.com.
Officials with the Granite School District say they received threats after Doge accused them of misusing COVID relief funds.
The district is defending how they used the money and say some reports have been misleading. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with the details. Adam.
Andy, this started after Doge posted on social media saying schools around the country have spent billions of dollars of COVID relief money with, quote, little oversight or impact on students. And they included $86,000 spent by the Granite School District for hotel costs at Caesars Palace in Las Vegas in 2022. The post was then amplified by a Fox News article. District spokesperson Andrea Stringham tells me those reports were misleading. This led to a lot of angry phone calls and messages, some of which were threatening.
A lot of accusations, a lot of saying that we were wasting government taxpayer money, that we were doing financial fraud, we belonged in jail, we should get off the streets.
She says they used the money to bring more than 120 educators to a 3-day convention where they paid standard government room rates, all of which was approved by the State Board of Education. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. The Trump administration is doubling down on layoff efforts as Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency charges ahead. ABC's Nicole D'Antonio has more.
At Trump's cabinet meeting yesterday, Elon Musk defending his efforts to cut thousands of government workers. A new memo directs federal agencies to promptly prepare for large-scale reductions in staff and to submit those plans by March 13th. Trump suggesting the EPA could see a 65% cut, but he also vowed to be more surgical with layoffs.
President Trump says the Environmental Protection Agency could see 65% of its workforce cut. In Illinois, we're hearing from former VA employees speaking out after being laid off by Doge.
I hope to get my job back. I really do. I don't know how long it will take.
I don't believe it's correct in any facet that a federal worker working for the government should have to live in fear to save their jobs.
Around 75,000 workers have already accepted the deferred resignation offer that went out earlier this year.
A bill that would have removed the lieutenant governor's election duties to an independent elections office has undergone some major changes.
Representative Ryan Wilcox says his principal concern is lieutenant governor's oversight on their own race. His newly modified bill would have an appointed officer take over the lieutenant governor's election duties for any race that poses a conflict of interest with them or the governor. This officer cannot be an elected official or employed by the state. Utah County Clerk Aaron Davidson says this could make it difficult to find the right person for the job.
So somehow you have to find somebody
that is familiar with everything that we do, but can't be doing what we're doing.
The bill has passed through committee with unanimous support. Claire Scott, KSL News Radio.
The bill would also create an election oversight committee. That committee would make recommendations to improve elections and review election processes.
A bill to include participating in a rodeo as a valid excuse for missing high school classes is one step closer to becoming law. In the Senate hearing, bill sponsor Senator Michael McKell says this bill has a lot of student support.
We've got an excuse list with schools, and we are now adding kids that participate in high school, compete in high school rodeo. So they've kind of felt like they've been excluded from that too long, and this bill changes that.
The bill passed through the Senate with little to no discussion aside from favorable recommendations. It will now be heard on the House floor.
A resolution that would formally recognize loneliness as a problem in the state and designate a day for community connection has been sent to the House Rules Committee. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis joins us live. Eye on the Hill 2025. Brianna?
Amanda, this resolution would designate the last day of April as Utah Community Health Day.
This encourages people to get out, get in their community, love one another, celebrate one another, and communicate with one another, and that is the substance of this.
Bill sponsor Brady Brammer says more and more people are choosing not to interact with others. The resolution says the health risks associated with loneliness are comparable to smoking 15 cigarettes per day. Reporting live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
First look traffic. Here's Heather Kelly.
Slowest traffic right now is coming out of Tooele County on SR 36 from Stansbury Park all the way up to eastbound I-80. But your longest stretch of delays is northbound I-15 from Lehigh all the way into South Salt Lake, part of that due to an earlier crash, which is now cleared. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Two-time Academy Award winner Jean Hackman and his wife were found dead inside their New Mexico home. ABC's Jim Ryan says the cause of their deaths has not been disclosed.
In a brief emailed statement, the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office says that foul play is not suspected in the deaths of the 95-year-old Hackman and the 64-year-old Arakawa. A dog also was found dead in the home. The couple has lived quietly in Santa Fe since 1991, except an incident in 2012 when Hackman slapped a homeless man who had insulted his wife.
We will update this story as more information is released.
Cleanup for the California wildfires continues. ABC's Tony Cabrera is there in Los Angeles.
The EPA says it removed over 300 million tons of hazardous materials. The agency says it was able to do so quickly because it ramped up its efforts, bringing in about 4 times more teams than they normally would in a fire cleanup. That's about 1,700 workers on site.
County supervisors also announced a new household relief grant program that will give up to $18,000 for qualified households.
Scientists have reached a critical step in developing a new treatment designed to keep man's best friend around longer. ABC's Perry Ransom has more.
A new anti-aging drug for dogs has cleared a major hurdle with regulators. The FDA says the daily pill shows reasonable effectiveness in extending the lifespan of dogs. The drug targets dogs 10 years and older and weigh at least 14 pounds, and the hope is that vets can start prescribing it by the year's end.
Any problems out there right now, Andy?
Yeah, we still got slow spots all along I-15 through the valley from Draper to downtown, plus some coming out of Davis County now, both in Centerville and North Salt Lake. And a big delay just to get on I-80 in Tooele County. We'll check traffic and weather together coming up next.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ooh, got a dash light on? The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can read your check engine, ABS, and other warning lights to help you find the fix. You'll get an easy-to-read report with clear next steps. And we can recommend a trusted local shop if you need one. It's the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes. The free Fix Finder service with shop referral. Only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC now recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Most of us like to be out in the sun. That's why sunscreen and other safety measures are key to protecting your skin from aging and cancer. The FDA recommends using a sunscreen with an SPF of 15 or higher. Also, look for broad spectrum on the label. That means both harmful ultraviolet A and B rays are blocked. Remember, SPF plus broad spectrum equal healthy fun in the sun. Visit www.fda.gov/sunscreen for more information. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
If you're just joining us this morning, you might not have heard the breaking news from West Jordan that we've been reporting on. Police tell us a 15-year-old was rushed to the hospital after being found with a gunshot wound. We're trying to learn more about that, and we'll share it with you when we get it here on KSL.
KSL News Time 8:09. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s. Brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. Slowdowns on I-15 right now to get from Draper to Salt Lake. There's no crashes on the main flow, although there's a gravel truck that was apparently in the Gore area near the Bangalore exit that's got traffic slow back to Point of the Mountain. But even after you pass that, it's only a few blocks before you get back into reduced speeds again, and that'll continue all the way up to basically I-80 in South Salt Lake. So you drive through the valley 30 to 35 minutes right now. Plus, you've got delays on Bangalore and Mountain View in your usual spots going through Taylorsville and West Valley. Heather?
Traffic is at a crawl right now through Tooele County on SR 36 northbound as you come up from Mills Junction all the way over to eastbound I-80. That is all due to police activity on I-80 about half a mile or so after you merge on from SR 36. And then if you transition onto the 201 freeway, you're going to be slower than normal for right now as you come up from Magna 7200 West all the way over to the West Side Belt. We've had some slowdowns as usual coming out of Utah County on Pioneer Crossing and 2100 North. And the delays we had southbound I-15 in Davis County, they are easing up a little bit between Farmington and Centerville. The Murdoch Auto Team is celebrating 100 years of winter journeys at Murdoch Chevrolet. Right now, take up to $6,250 off a new 2024 Equinox. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Calling for early spring-like conditions, folks. I got sunny skies today with a high of 52, normals 49. Bumping up to 55 with more sunshine on Friday. Blue skies and a couple of high clouds and a high of 57 by Saturday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Sunny and 30 degrees downtown. Coming up in just a moment, we're going to talk with Dave Noriega more about the federal government's plan to try and help bring down egg prices. That's coming up next on KSL News Radio.
Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
You need a little extra cash? We have a way that you can get cash back for transferring a car loan or a high-interest credit card loan. Just transfer it over to UCCU.
Yeah, it's so simple. I did this for my own self. I had a car loan that had 2 loans on the same car with 2 different interest rates. I didn't love it, but that's what I had to do to get the car.
Yeah.
Well, when I saw that UCCU offered a chance for me to transfer that to one low rate, and they were going to pay me 1% of my loan back, up to $210, I said, sign me up.
Yeah.
Took me an hour or 2 online. I had to upload some documents. Within a week, it was paid. And here I am now with just one payment. And then there was an extra bonus that I didn't even foresee. I had a month where I didn't have to make a payment.
Yeah.
And that was like money right back in my pocket.
Right.
So they paid me, and I kept my own money. Can't lose.
And you get a much lower interest rate, so you save who knows how many thousands over the life of the loan. So if you're carrying any kind of a balance on your credit cards, just go online to uccu.com and find out how you can transfer that loan over and get the cash back and save on that interest rate.
Because at UCCU, you're going to love where you bank.
Discover the timeless value at Duke's Jewelers, a local treasure since 1948. Whether you're searching for a unique engagement ring or need expert watch repair, Duke's has been serving the community for over 75 years. It's the perfect time to visit and explore the wide selection of custom designs and quality gemstones. The skilled designers at Duke's can bring your dream piece to life, while experienced jewelers handle repairs and modifications in-house. Duke's Jewelers takes pride in value pricing, ensuring you receive the best prices every day. Need an appraisal? The Duke's Jewelers AGS certified gemologist is here to help. Whether it's hand or machine engraving, or redesigning old favorites into something new, get personalized service for every occasion. Visit Duke's Jewelers and experience the difference of locally operated expertise and dedication. Duke's Jewelers in Springfield, Utah.
How does a soccer club born in an unlikely place,
Utah? You sure you want to do that in Utah?
built with players no one else wanted,
We knew no one believed in us.
reach the league's highest heights?
We finally did it. It was like just this feeling of getting to the top of the mountain.
How does that same team find a way to shatter expectations in the midst of a fight for its own survival.
Our club is burning to the ground as we speak.
I'm Amy Donaldson, and in a new podcast, Making of a Moment, the RSL Story, we take a closer look at one of those iconic sports moments.
Soccer is a crazy game, and we saw it firsthand tonight.
And unravel how knowing the truth of these moments can transform what they mean.
I just kind of got chills right now thinking about it.
Making of a Moment, the RSL Story, is available now. Follow us at makingamomentpod.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
KSL News Time, 8:14. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
officials with the Granite School District say they received threats following a DOE's report accusing them of misusing COVID relief funds. The district says the state school board approved how they used the money. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, a 15-year-old was rushed to the hospital overnight after being found with a gunshot wound in West Jordan.
Third, traffic and weather together.
We've got a new crash in Layton. This is on Hillfield Road at Main Street. It's mostly affecting drivers southbound on Main Street, but a little bit eastbound on Hillfield Road as well. And then you still have huge delays getting out of Twilla County on SR 36, trying to get to I-80. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
The sunshine sticks around and the temperatures get warmer. I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now it's 30 degrees downtown.
KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. President Trump continues his tariff threats, saying on social media that he'll impose tariffs on goods from Canada and Mexico beginning Tuesday and double the 10% tariff on all Chinese imports. He says those countries need to do more to stop the U.S. All of this could lead to higher prices, as Amazon CEO Andy Jassy tells ABC it is an uncertain time.
What's uncertain right now, there are a number of things floating around the ether about whether there's going to be tariffs or what that would do to inflation that could have impact on prices.
And in the U.S., weekly jobless claims are at their 3-month high, 242,000, and more job cuts could be coming, says ABC's Nicole D'Antonio.
At Trump's cabinet meeting yesterday, Elon Musk defending his efforts to cut thousands of government workers. A new memo directs federal agencies to promptly prepare for large-scale reductions in staff and to submit those plans by March 13th. Trump suggesting the EPA could see a 65% cut, but he also vowed to be more surgical with layoffs.
For the first time since 2015, there's been a recorded measles death in the U.S.
Most people who come down with measles recover without complications, but the death of an unvaccinated school-aged child in Lubbock is a harsh reminder.
It really underscores that this is not a mild illness. It can be deadly.
ABC News contributor and epidemiologist Dr. John Brownstein says he expects the current 124 measles cases in West Texas to rise, along with hospitalizations. In short,
this virus is not under control.
Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
Legendary actor Jean Hackman was found dead along with his wife and their dog in their New Mexico home. Santa Fe County Sheriff said they were responding to a welfare check and there were no signs of foul play. Hackman in 2003 summed up his legendary career saying he fulfilled a lot of his dreams. Jean Hackman was a 2-time Best Actor Oscar winner. You're listening to ABC News.
Empty egg shelves are everywhere these days. The bird flu's got the best of our flock, and it seems like there's a solution coming out of D.C., and it has to do with a $1 billion investment. Dave, what do you know?
Okay, so $1 billion is going to go toward disease prevention. About half of that is going toward disease prevention. $400 million is going to go to the farmers themselves, and then another $100 million in research. But the real thing you got to pay attention to is we're going to start, get ready for this, importing eggs.
Yeah.
We import all our iPhones. Like, we import so many things. We import virtually no eggs in this country. We produce all of them here. In fact, we will export 344 million dozen eggs.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, the billions of
We will
eggs.
or we did?
We do.
Okay.
We're probably not sending out
I
a
was
lot
gonna
of
say, yeah.
We're
Maybe we
probably
come back
hoarding
on
our
that.
eggs. But I also wonder, have we reached the point, because we've done this. We talk about eggs. We hand wring over eggs. It's still only 50 cents an egg.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
This just feels like such a first world problem.
it is such a, isn't it though?
Yeah.
I mean, literally, $6 for a dozen eggs. That's a lot for eggs. We're used to paying $1
but it's
for.
$6.
But it's still 50 cents
Like,
an
really,
egg.
people pay for that for a cup of coffee at Starbucks.
Oh, my goodness. We totally do. And I was just thinking, I grabbed a sausage biscuit without the egg. That was $2.50. That's 5 eggs. That's the equivalent of 5 eggs.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I wonder some of the hand wringing, like, are they really? They're more expensive than we're used to. But think of all the food we buy. all the protein we buy.
And I understand they go into, for businesses, it would be a challenge because they go into baked goods and all of that.
Yes.
And I'm sure they should treat the flocks and see whether they can't curb it. But having said that, first
Still
world
50
problems.
cents an egg.
Yeah, right.
Well, you could do it like the bodegas in New York, selling for $1 an egg by themselves.
Going individually. Yeah, making some big profit there. $1 an egg.
More coming up on David Dujanovic, 9 o'clock here on KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time 8:19. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s. Brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. No big slowdowns on I-15. It's just kind of one continuous reduced speed, meaning there's no one big area that's coming to a stop. But from Point of the Mountain all the way to I-80, you're going to be in most of that just a little bit under the speed limit or occasionally coming to a stop, especially near on-ramps where people are merging on. Heather?
Tooele County has the worst delays right now on SR 36 as you come out of Stansbury Park all the way up to the merge onto eastbound I-80. It's due to police activity on eastbound I-80 about half a mile past the SR 36 merge. And then if you are up in Weber and Davis counties, we've got a crash up in Layton. This is right in the intersection of Hillfield Road at Main Street. It's mostly affecting southbound and eastbound travel lanes, and that is causing some pretty big backups in the area. But the freeways themselves are at good speed. If you're in Utah County, no major issues to report, although it looks like we may have a new crash that just popped up southbound I-15 right near Pioneer Crossing in American Fork, just causing a little bit of slowing as you try to merge onto the freeway. Utah Symphony performs the greatest classical hits from the 1700s to today at Abravanel Hall. Don't miss Mahler, Mozart, and more. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. We've got high pressure moving in. How about sunshine today with a high of 52, less wind? 35, blue skies on your Friday. How about 57, mostly sunny skies on Saturday? Sunday, 62, that'll be the warmest of the next 7. It'll be breezy out of the south Sunday with partly cloudy skies. 47, rain, snow showers on Monday. Tuesday, more rain, snow showers and a high of 45. We'll rise back to 50, partly cloudy by Wednesday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
That is a beautiful morning out there, Andy. Right now it's 30 degrees, and the 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive, Bountiful.
We've had so many of those days where it's cloudy the whole day, so you don't feel the sunrise. At 9 a.m., it feels the same as 3 p.m. because it's,
Maybe that's why I'm feeling it more, is that it's just a joy to have the sun coming through the window. And I get to do a little walking every day. And when I get outside, it feels so good. This cool, crisp air and sun. I'm grateful for it because in the summertime, man, I can't go out in that kind of heat.
How great that we get 4 seasons in Utah.
Yeah.
Really, I know sometimes fall and spring have kind of been shorter, but we get 4 seasons, so we really get to appreciate each part of the year.
And the newness of it. I lived in South Florida for a while, and it was hard down there to never the chilliest you'd ever get.
It was hard to be warm all the time.
Well, it was hard to not have that refreshing feeling.
It would feel. I was in Brazil for a couple Christmases, and that's the summer down there, and so having a Christmas where it's like 100 degrees outside, and you're like, this feels weird.
Yeah, going to the beach on Christmas. We're going to take another look at money news just ahead on KSL News Radio.
The system is rigged against you. There's a lot of money to be made keeping you overweight and unhealthy.
At Soda Weight Loss, we have one goal, and that's to help you let go of the weight for good, without shots, without drugs, without hunger.
So I lost 25 pounds. I was never hungry. It was very, very easy. I couldn't believe how fast the weight came off.
With Soda Weight Loss, you get real results that will last your whole life.
I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks. Feels great. I fit into my clothes again.
Soda Weight Loss is the #1 weight loss center in America for client satisfaction and results, and we have the proof at sodaweightloss.com.
Right now, for a limited time, 2 people can start with soda for the price of 1. For new clients only.
Double the reward, double the motivation, half the cost.
Get healthy. Beat the system. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
Any Hour Services can help you make sure your furnace keeps you warm this winter. Whether you need a tune-up, a repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Hi, I'm Miley O'Keefe. In competitive gymnastics, flexibility and precision are crucial, and Les Olson IT knows how important flexibility and precision are to your business. It's why they deliver the very best IT security, office equipment, collaborative technology, and so much more. Let Les Olson IT's Perfect 10 service empower your business at lesolsonit.com.
Les Olson IT.
All the talks we've had over the years, including what you've told me about not using alcohol and other drugs, they stick with me. And believe it or not, they really do make a difference, especially at times that matter most.
Hey, want a drink?
No thanks, I'm good. So thank you, Dad, for talking and preparing me for what's ahead.
Thank you for talking.
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Today on the Dave and Dujanovic Show in the 10 o'clock hour, our live coverage of the federal fallout continues. Workers out of a job. What to do if you have a mortgage payment that's due, a rent payment that you need to make, and a family you need to feed. We're going to have experts live on the air with us to walk us through solutions, starting at 10.
Watching Utah's Money brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. The Trump administration plans to invest $1 billion more to prevent the spread of bird flu. That's on top of the $2 billion already spent since the outbreak began in 2022.
Advance Auto Parts is closing 700 locations this year. The company says it's part of a restructuring plan. The company hopes to improve business performance by focusing on what it calls core retail improvements.
Americans do love their shopping. The parent company of TJ Maxx, Marshalls, and HomeGoods says earnings easily beat expectations during the holiday quarter. Sales grew 4% in the full fiscal year.
Let's get a look now at your money at this moment, and the markets are mixed now. The Dow is still up. It's up 228. That's 0.5%. We're at 43,734. The S&P is down just slightly, down 3.5. But the NASDAQ is down 120 now. That's about 0.5%.
It's been a frustrating drive out of Tooele County this morning because of big delays on SR 36 to I-80. And now we've got a crash on the ramp from Pioneer Crossing in American Fork to I-15. We'll check traffic and weather together coming up next.
Can we talk about something difficult to discuss? Are you going through a difficult financial time? You have equity in your home, but nobody can help? American Home Loans has created the Bridge Loan Program to use your equity regardless of your credit at this time. The Bridge Loan can be used to pay debts, collections, IRS liens, divorce settlements, or home improvements. Call at 801-262-2221. That's 262-2221. This loan creates a bridge between now and a much brighter future. After COVID, one of their clients had over $85,000 in credit cards. Their scores were too low to borrow on their home. American Home Loans was able to save them $2,000 a month. And after 8 months, they qualified for a conventional loan and lowered their payments. The consultation is free and confidential. Please call them and see what they can do for you. The number is 801-262-2221. It's 262-2221, or go to AmericanHomeLoans.com. AmericanHomeLoans.com. NMLS 245422, Equal Housing Lender.
Dave and Debbie.
It's impossible to digest and consume all of the news that's now coming at us through either social media or through web pages or through the radio. Pick what is most impactful in your life and focus on that. And that's what Dave and I do every single morning. We pick those issues that are most important to our listeners and we boil it down so it's digestible. It's simple to understand.
I think we're trying to find the essence of the story. You know, you can't be an expert on all things, but that doesn't mean you can't be curious and really find out more and educate yourself and learn the complexities of an issue. But I think all of us start at ground zero on everything. Ask questions, show that curiosity.
And then if you need more research, you can always go to KSLNewsRadio.com and learn more.
Listen for Dave and Dujanovic 9 to noon on KSL News Radio.
COVID-19, brought to you by CDC and the Ad Council.
Managing today's uncertainty can be overwhelming. We crave security, and it's uncomfortable when we sense a lack of control over our lives. Develop a routine for a more balanced lifestyle with healthy habits and fun. Focus on what you can control. even if it's little things, like a before bedtime ritual.
Find more self-care and coping tips at coping-19.org.
Jeff Kaplan. When I was a kid, my parents got me a subscription to Newsweek magazine. I would devour every page into the night. And to this day, I sit on my iPad looking for stories for my Minute of News, flesh out our coverage, and I get to share the news with you.
Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News, 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time 8:29. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s. Brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. All right, here's what you got. I-15 over 30 minutes, probably 35, close to 40 if you're starting in Lehigh right now. It might take you as much as 40 minutes to get to Salt Lake City because of heavy and slow traffic running almost the length of the valley. We've also got delays on SR 201, but only around Redwood Road right now, heading over towards I-15. Earlier backups that were out in West Valley seem to have thinned out on 21st South. Heather?
Well, it is a crawl right now on SR 36 just after you pass Pole Canyon Road, that's Mills Junction, and continue all the way on to eastbound I-80. That is due to police activity on the right shoulder eastbound I-80 just after you pass SR 36. That has delays on eastbound I-80 as well. And then if you are in Utah County, we've got a crash right at the top of the on-ramp from Pioneer Crossing and American Fork to go southbound I-15. Those vehicles are on the right shoulder, but you do have flashing lights in the area, and so that is slowing everybody down both on the ramp and main flow I-15. And then up north, you're going to see a couple of accidents that we've had on a southbound I-15 near Parish Lane and Centerville, but speeds are back to normal in that area. Come explore Logan, hit the slopes, or rent snowmobiles. See a live performance. Catch the Cache Valley Cowboy Rendezvous March 3rd through the 9th with Western music, cowboy poetry, and dances. ExploreLogan.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
And today we're going to see a high of 52 degrees with lots of sunshine, 55 tomorrow, 62 on Sunday before a storm moves in the first of next week with rain in the valley and snow in the mountains. This morning, sunshine and 30 degrees downtown.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News
with Andy Farnsworth and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time 8:30. KSL's top story this hour.
Mandatory gun safety training in Utah schools is getting closer to a reality as a bill continues to advance.
It's now just one vote from reaching the governor's desk. KSL News Radio's Adam Small begins our team coverage Eye on the Hill 2025.
The bill would require schools to teach kids as young as 5 years old gun safety, and what bill sponsor Representative Rex Shipp says will probably be in the form of instructional videos. He says the whole point of this bill is teaching kids how to be safe.
It's politically neutral. It's not anti-gun. It's not pro-gun. It's safety as to protect our kids.
The bill has been tweaked a few times since it was originally introduced and would now provide parents the option to opt their kids out of the courses. A Senate committee has passed the bill, and it now only needs approval from the full Senate by the end of next week. Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
There's a push to make sure public officials are not using public funds to put up billboards and other advertisements about themselves right before an election. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis continues our team coverage, Eye on the Hill 2025.
The restriction is limited to 60 days before any election, caucus, or political convention. In addition to billboards, mailers would also be included in the ban. Bill sponsor Representative Jason Kyle tells Deseret News he wants to see public funds going towards things taxpayers would approve of, like more transparency. The bill was introduced on Tuesday, which is pretty late in the session, so he says if it doesn't go through this year, he'll bring it back next. Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
Doulas in the state who help women during pregnancies would be eligible for Medicaid reimbursements under a Senate bill now headed to the Utah House.
Senator Luz Escamilla says there are several benefits for families using doulas for a woman's prenatal and postnatal care.
So doulas are helping and educating in terms of when they need a C-section or not, pain management. They result also in shorter labors because they know what to expect. They're training them on breathing, and also they decrease risk of major maternal complications.
Under the bill, if a woman using a doula is on Medicaid and the doula is registered, the woman would be able to use her Medicaid benefit to pay for those services. Don Brinkerhoff, KSL News Radio.
My wife wanted a doula when our twins were born, and I was like, But then it turns out when I was with the twins right after they were born, she went back to the room. The doula was with her. No doctors were in there. And my wife went into code. She coded.
Oh, my gosh, Andy.
And she was the first one to say, so you're not breathing very well. So she alerted the doctors. They came in. They called the code blue for a second, and then they were able to stabilize it. But if she hadn't been there.
Wow.
So
I'm totally unfamiliar with their role. So I'll have to learn more about that.
It's not like a midwife. It's they don't have the same medical training. They're just there to help them
To
on.
help.
That's literally all they're there
Yeah,
for.
yeah. The mother of an autistic teenager who was shot and killed by police in Sandy after her son ran away from a group home and stole an Army van is now speaking out about what happened. Autumn Portwood tells KSL TV exclusively she thinks the staff made up a story about her son going missing at a library. She says she realized what really happened when she saw the news reports about a teenager being shot.
And I didn't get to pray for him that day because they lied and they took that opportunity away from me.
Unsealed search warrants show the Utah Attorney General's office is investigating the future Rising group home for patient abuse and providing false information to police.
The guilt that they placed on our shoulders will never go away.
Portwood hopes speaking out will help protect other kids in similar situations.
KSL's top national stories this hour. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky is preparing to visit the White House. Details from ABC's Martha Raddatz.
President Trump announcing that he and Ukraine's President Zelensky will meet face-to-face on Friday to sign what he called a very big agreement. The outline of the agreement establishing a reconstruction investment fund, which would call for Ukraine to share its mineral wealth as a payback for past U.S. aid.
President Trump will also host the UK Prime Minister today.
A child in West Texas has died after being diagnosed with measles. It's the first measles death in the country in a decade. ABC's Perry Ransom has more.
More than 120 people have been infected with measles in West Texas, largely spreading among rural Mennonite communities. Several measles cases have also been reported in New Mexico. Officials say there is no apparent link between the outbreaks, but experts are warning cases will likely spread beyond unvaccinated religious communities. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. insists the outbreak is not unusual, despite turning deadly.
Overnight, a case of measles in an adult man was reported in Kentucky.
First look traffic now. Here's Heather Kelly.
We have got major issues in Utah County. A crash northbound I-15 just before University Avenue in Provo has 2 left lanes in the left shoulder blocked. As you continue northbound, another crash in Pleasant Grove has 3 right lanes blocked. And all of this is causing big delays in the area, along with a crash southbound 15 in American Fork. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Utah Tech University has a new president. Shane Smead was named the 19th president of the university after getting approval from the Utah Board of Higher Education. Smead says he will lead the university with great integrity.
Tens of thousands of spring breakers will be visiting beaches over the next month, and police in Florida say they're going to be out in force.
Police in South Florida now warning college students headed to the beaches to be prepared for triple the amount of police than usual, including officers on horseback. Some areas now set to enforce curfews and road closures, while banning alcohol and coolers on the sand, as well as electric scooters, tents, tables, and loud music.
ABC's Andrea Fujii reporting.
Have you started hearing buzzing when you step outside? The warmer weather has brought out some early mosquitoes. KSL News Radio's Candy Zilale has more.
Mosquito season doesn't start until mid to late May, but there have been early sightings of the pests that probably won't be sticking around for long.
They're here just for a little bit, and then they'll start to disappear as the season gets going.
Salt Lake City mosquito abatement education specialist Michelle Raybine says the mosquitoes people are seeing will die when it gets cold again or if they can't find food. And a lot of those bugs flying around aren't even mosquitoes. In some cases, Raybine says people are actually seeing non-biting midges that look similar to mosquitoes. Candy Zilale, KSL News Radio.
The Intuitive Machines lunar lander lifted off from Kennedy Space Center aboard a SpaceX rocket.
3, 2, 1, ignition, and liftoff. Go Falcon, go Intuitive Machines.
The lander, built by a private company, is carrying NASA equipment and commercial payloads to the moon's south pole. The lander's expected to arrive on the moon in about 8 days.
We've got a bunch of traffic problems all of a sudden.
Yeah, down in Utah County, pretty rough right now. We've got northbound delays going from Springville into Provo because of one crash, and then another crash looks like in Pleasant Grove beginning to back up northbound traffic. Plus, we still have huge delays getting out of Tooele County. Traffic and weather together coming up next.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
KSL News Time 8:39. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s. Brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. Utah County drivers, first of all, if you're trying to go north from Springville to Provo, we got a crash just before the University Avenue exit, and it's blocking left lanes and forcing people to the right, obviously, but the delays are going back past the North Springville exit, almost back to 400 South. Then, those of you who are heading from Orem towards American Fork, we got a crash just north of the Pleasant Grove exit. That one's over to the right, but it's blocking the 3 right lanes. It looks like the 2 right lanes, maybe one of the on-ramp lanes from Pleasant Grove that's going to end near where the crash is. But the delays from that, almost back to 1600 North in Orem, and still have big slowdowns along 2100 North Lehigh from Redwood over to the freeway. Heather?
If you try to get out of Utah County from Lehigh, you're going to hit the brakes right at the point of the mountain all the way to the I-80 East turnoff in South Salt Lake. And then you've got the big delays still coming out of Tooele County on SR 36. They start just after Mills Junction, that's Pole Creek Road, heading all the way up to eastbound I-80 where we've had police activity. Just a couple of UHP cars sitting on the right shoulder for a couple of hours now, and that's slowing down traffic eastbound I-80 as well. And then you've got slowdown southbound I-15 coming out of Davis County between Beck Street and downtown. Put your energy into the fight song, not fighting for parking. You win when you take UTA to the game. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
The center of a high-pressure system has now camped out over the Great Basin. That puts us into the low 50s along the Wasatch Front with sunny skies. Overnight dropping off to 31. By tomorrow, 55. We rise to 57 by Saturday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now it's 30 degrees downtown. Coming up in a moment, Andy, we're going to talk about your favorite Jean Hackman movies. We've had a few texts this morning. By the way, you're always welcome to text us and tell us what your favorite Jean Hackman movie is. 57500. One texter said Hoosiers, which is a big favorite.
Yeah.
One texter said Young Frankenstein.
See, I don't remember who he played in Young Frankenstein. I haven't seen it enough times to just know that off the top.
And one said, oh, The French Connection.
Well, he
that was his first Oscar.
For that one,
yeah.
So, yeah,
Anyway.
He's got a lot to choose from. That'll be, we'll talk about that coming up, streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less. Hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
KSL News Time, 8:44. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
officials with the Granite School District say they received threats following a DOE's report accusing them of misusing COVID relief funds. The district says the state school board approved how they used the money. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, there is a push to make sure public officials are not using public funds to put up billboards and other advertisements about themselves right before an election.
Third, traffic and weather together.
We've got emergency traffic in Utah County. Northbound I-15 is at a standstill from Springville up to University Avenue in Provo due to a crash blocking 2 left lanes. Then more stop traffic from Orem all the way into Pleasant Grove from another crash blocking 3 right lanes. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Looks like high pressure is going to run the show with 50s, maybe even some 60s in store. I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, sunshine and 30 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. President Trump says on social media tariffs will go into effect on imports from Canada and Mexico Tuesday, and the tariffs on all Chinese goods will double from the current 10% number. There are fears these tariffs will lead to higher prices for American consumers. ABC's Michael Strahan asked Amazon CEO Andy Jassy if prices will be going higher.
At the end of the day, if you're building a sustainable business, you can't lose money on everything you're doing.
Should they expect prices to go up across the board on all products?
I hope not.
Today, President Trump will meet with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, the two expected to discuss the war in Ukraine. The West Texas measles outbreaks resulted in the U.S.'s first measles death since 2015. A school-age girl has died. More than 120 people have been infected. This is ABC News.
Investigators in New Mexico plan to release more information today about the death of Oscar-winning actor Jean Hackman after he, his wife, and his dog were found dead in their New Mexico home.
ABC's Jim Ryan has the latest on the investigation.
So far, the only statement from the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office is a cryptic foul play is not suspected in the deaths of Jean Hackman and his wife, Betsy Arakawa. Sheriff Adon Mendoza noted in his email this morning that the couple's dog also was found dead in the home that Hackman and Arakawa had shared since the early 90s.
We've just been talking a lot about his movies this morning, and you have a bunch of favorites.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. So the first one I ever remember him in is maybe, for my generation, what was his first famous role, and that was of Lex Luthor.
You were great in your day, Superman. But it just stands to reason. When it came time to cash in your chips, this old, diseased maniac would be your banker.
You know, he actually refused to wear a bald cap or shave his head. That's why he had that, because Lex Luthor's most famous characteristic was being bald.
Yeah.
And Gene Hackman didn't want to do that.
Oh,
so he
wow.
did have it at the very, very end. But they just messed his hair up so that in each scene it would look like he was wearing a toupee. But that was something interesting. But here's the one that I asked Dave Noriega, and he quickly responded with Norman Dale, Coach Dale in Hoosiers.
If you put your effort and concentration into playing to your potential to be the best that you can be, I don't care what the scoreboard says at the end of the game, in my book, we're going to be winners.
And then the one that, for me, one of my favorites, has got to be when he played Captain Frank Ramsey in Crimson Tide.
This might be our Commander-in-Chief's Navy, but this is my boat. All I ask is that you keep up with me.
One of our listeners texted in Birdcage.
Oh,
that's right. He was the dad of
I believe it was Nathan
the bride.
Lane.
Nathan Lane and Robin Williams
were
the parents of the guy.
That's
But
right.
he was the dad of the girl. He was like a senator or something, right?
But yeah, as you look over his filmography, first of all, some people have said Young Frankenstein and thinking that we're confusing him with Gene Wilder. Gene Hackman did have a cameo in Young Frankenstein.
Yeah.
He played the blind man who befriends the monster. But, I mean, listen to some of the other movies that he was in that maybe you forgot about. First of all, he won an Oscar for The French Connection in 1971. The Poseidon Adventure is another one.
Oh, my gosh. I remember seeing that in theaters when I was a kid. That was a scary movie to a kid.
That was his follow-up to The French Connection.
Oh, wow.
They did a French Connection, too. Did you know that?
No.
He was in A Bridge Too Far. He was in a lot of different war movies. Under Fire, Uncommon Valor, Bat 21. But then, as you pointed out to me, I remember him in The Firm, but I forgot he was in The Chamber, and he was in Runaway Jury.
His role in The Firm, playing that sort of sleazy guy who winds up having a heart, one of the partners in the law firm. I forgot how great that movie was, and he was great in that. But, I remember him from a movie called No Way Out with
yes.
Kevin Costner. Kevin Costner played this, handsome Navy guy. And he went, well, I shouldn't spoil it in case you haven't seen it.
No, there's a big twist
There's
at
a
the
big
end of
twist
that
at
one.
the end, but Gene Hackman plays sort of a sleazy character in that, but he plays it well.
Yeah, and then, of course, he was also in Unforgiven when he won his other Oscar
right.
with Clint Eastwood. He was in Wyatt Earp, too, if you remember, the Kevin Costner version of Wyatt Earp. And then right after that, he was in The Quick and the Dead with Leonardo DiCaprio and Sharon Stone and Russell Crowe. That's a Western that's kind of an underrated one. But
yeah.
So many different things.
Oh, man.
He's in another sports movie, The Replacements.
We should have like a Gene Hackman-a-thon.
Well, and then the
Watch
Royal
a bunch of-
Tenenbaums.
The
That's
Royal
the last
Tenenbaums. Oh,
movie
that's
I've
right.
seen. The most recent movie I've seen with him in it was The Royal Tenenbaums.
Just fantastic. I'm sure you'll be talking more about it on the movie show
Yes,
tomorrow.
that's actually going to probably be our question of the week on the movie shows. Tell us what your favorite Gene
love it.
Hackman movie is. But yeah, a guy who did so many things. And
Oh, wow. A listener just said Behind Enemy Lines. Another listener liked Enemy of the State. That was
oh yes, that
a
was the
good
one with
too.
Will Smith, I think.
Yeah.
He could play a bad guy. He could play a good guy. He could play a coach. What a versatile.
Yeah.
He was also in Twilight, just not
that Twilight. Thanks for your text, everybody. We always appreciate it here on KSL News Radio.
That's the in-depth at 15 and 45. KSL News Time, 8:49. Traffic and weather together. Emergency traffic brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. We've been watching big delays in Utah County. 2 separate crashes causing it. The first one is just before you get to University Avenue in Provo, coming out of Springville. And that one is forcing everybody over into the, it looks like the right lanes, right after that North Springville on-ramp. Traffic backed up to 400 South. The other crash is just north of the Pleasant Grove exit. That has 2 right lanes blocked. It was initially further out into traffic, but they've opened up at least one of the lanes. That delay goes back to 1600 North in Orem. Heather?
And we still have slowdowns northbound I-15 as you come out of Sandy all the way up into the South Salt Lake area and a little bit into downtown as well. The delays still persist on SR 36. That is coming out of Stansbury Park just past Pole Canyon Road all the way up to eastbound I-80 where we still have police over on the right shoulder. They've been there for several hours this morning. No real problems up in Weber and Davis County anymore, but you might see a few brake lights between Beck Street and downtown. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast starts out quiet and dry, I dare say spring-like. 52 today, sunny skies will go 55 tomorrow, rising to 57 by Saturday. Sunday it gets even better, folks. 62, partly cloudy skies and a slight breeze out of the south. We'll cool it to 47 and a chance for rain snow showers by Monday. Tuesday, more wet weather possible, 45. We'll then bump it to 50 with partly cloudy skies on Wednesday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
It's sunny and cold this morning, 30 degrees downtown. And the 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Just about this time tomorrow, a little bit sooner, so at 8:45 tomorrow morning, Andy and I will give you a word that you can text in to 57500 to possibly win a pair of Lower Bowl Jazz tickets for tomorrow night.
Yeah, the Jazz take on the Minnesota Timberwolves at 7:30 here on KSL News Radio, but we'd rather you go in person if we can do that for you. So here's how you enter. Right now, text the word Jazz to 57500. Only the word Jazz. Can be uppercase or lowercase. Just spell it right and don't put anything else in. You're entered to win. And then if you're listening at 8:45 tomorrow morning, we'll give you one other keyword that will give you a second chance to win. So make sure you're listening here at this same time. Well, just a few minutes before this tomorrow.
Good luck, everybody. We got to see the Prince of Egypt at Hale Center Theater last weekend. I really hope that everyone will be able to take a moment and go. Take your family. Kids get in
half price
always at Hale Center Theater. But the Prince of Egypt, it's on the center stage in the main theater, and it is just it's an engineering feat, some of the things that they pull off. But the thing that I walked away from was just the performers. I mean, I love the chariot races, but the performers, the guy who plays Moses, who sang the role of Moses. That performance is going to stay with me for a while.
I was really impressed because in the writing of this particular play version, which is different than the movies, if you've seen the movie, you have not seen what you're going to see at Prince of Egypt at Hale Center Theater. Mm-hmm. Some of the female characters, the Pharaoh's wife and Ramses' wife and Moses' wife, all get more to say and have a greater role in the story. And boy, were the ladies who could sing.
Oh, it's magnificent. And then on the Jewel Box stage, Little Women. I love this book as a young woman, and I loved this musical as an adult woman. It was just wonderful.
What they can do in the Jewel Box stage is so impressive.
Yeah, it is.
And the again, Hale has got world-class performers here on our Utah stages.
And you can get season tickets to the rest of the season, plus because Finding Neverland is coming up, 12 Angry Men, Footloose, Sister Act, Frozen.
Yes, if you want to see Frozen, pick up those tickets soon.
Because I don't know if they'll have any single tickets available when that time of year rolls around. So getting the season tickets would be a good idea.
Shows sell out quick, so you want to act as soon as you can. All you got to do is call the box office at 801-984-9000 or get your tickets at hct.org.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. For over 3 decades, Cordell & Cordell has been on the front lines of family law. Divorce is more than just a legal process. It's a life-changing event that can impact your future, finances, and your relationship with your children. You've worked hard to build a life that you're proud of, and you deserve a legal partner who will work just as hard to protect it.
Offices in Midvale and Clearfield. 1412 South Legend Hills Drive, Suite 200, Clearfield, Utah, 84015. Online at CordellCordell.com.
Sometimes when our furnace stops working, it's something simple we can fix ourselves, if we only knew how. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the next time your furnace stops working, before you call a company out to fix it, try this first. Go shut the furnace down and make sure your air filter is clean. Go around the house and make sure the vents are open and there's nothing blocking the return air. If it's been a while since you've changed the batteries in your thermostat, go ahead and do that too. Then go turn the furnace back on, and if it stays on, you're probably good. If it stops working again, you're probably going to want a technician to check it out. If you don't know one, Any Hour Services has a special offer for any homeowners listening. One of our HVAC technicians will diagnose and troubleshoot your furnace for only $29. Then they'll explain what they found and present you with repair options. And don't worry, our technicians service all brands. Call Any Hour Services and let them know you heard about this $29 troubleshooting special on the radio. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Today on the Dave and Dujanovic Show in the 10 o'clock hour, our live coverage of the federal fallout continues. Workers out of a job. What to do if you have a mortgage payment that's due, a rent payment that you need to make, and a family you need to feed. We're going to have experts live on the air with us to walk us through solutions, starting at 10.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Amanda, Americans are apparently tired of being fed cost-cutting tips. A 2025 Wells Fargo Money study found that 44% of consumers are tired of being told to get a side hustle and eat at home instead of ordering out. USA Today reports some respondents say it's just too preachy.
Let's get a look at your money at this moment and see what the markets are doing. The Dow's up 357 right now. We're at 43,790. The S&P's down 4, but the Nasdaq's down 129.
We've been following emergency traffic with 2 crashes in Utah County, one in Springville, one in Pleasant Grove, plus other slow spots still affecting drivers. We'll check traffic and weather together one more time coming up next.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down.
get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
At KSL News Radio, we have a 30-year legacy of honoring Utah teachers, but we can't do it without your help. Please tell us about an important teacher in your life on the KSL Teacher Tribute Wall, presented by Cypress Credit Union. Each month, one lucky teacher wins a $500 gift card from Cypress Credit Union, a $250 gift card to Harmon's, plus season tickets to Hale Center Theater. Say thanks to your teacher today at kslnewsradio.com/teacher from Cypress Credit Union and KSL News Radio.
Emergency traffic on KSL News Radio, brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. If you're heading north through Utah County, there's 2 areas to avoid if you can. First of all, between Springville and University Avenue in Provo, because traffic's backed up the whole way from that 4th South Springville exit up to University Ave because of a crash that's forcing everybody to the right. The other stretch is from 800 North in Orem up to Pleasant Grove, a crash blocking a couple of the right lanes. Just after the Pleasant Grove on-ramp as you head towards American Fork, has that traffic again backed up to 800 North Orem. Heather?
And we have a listener texting in and telling us that there's a crash northbound I-15 in between 106 and 90th South, which we have been seeing slowdowns in that area most of the morning, so maybe somebody wasn't paying attention. But you still have delays from there all the way into downtown Salt Lake City, and you've got big delays on SR 36 as you try to get out of Stansbury Park, head north up onto eastbound I-80. Whipple Service Champions, your cooling, heating, plumbing, drains, and electrical specialists. Whipple that away. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Looks like today's going to be another beautiful day. Sunshine with a high of 52, 55 tomorrow, 62 on Sunday, and a storm brings some rain and snow on Monday. Right now it's 30 degrees downtown. Enjoy the sunshine today. We'll see you tomorrow morning on KSL.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
9 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story, a bill requiring schools to teach gun safety classes is now just one vote from reaching the governor's desk. The bill has been tweaked a few times and now would provide an opt-out option for parents if they don't want their kids taking these courses. The bill is now headed to the full Senate. A proposal that would have taken oversight of elections away from the lieutenant governor's office has been changed.
Representative Ryan Wilcox says his bill would create the role of an officer who oversees any race that poses a conflict of interest with the governor or lieutenant governor.
They have all the authority that the lieutenant governor has outside of that race.
This officer cannot be an elected official or employed by the state. In the original version of House Bill 369, all of the lieutenant governor's election responsibilities would have been transferred to an independent elections office managed by an appointed director. Weber County Clerk Auditor Ricky Hatch says while he had a problem with the original bill,
I don't see any any issues with this bill the way it's currently subbed.
The bill has passed through committee with unanimous support. Claire Scott, KSL News Radio.
This bill would also create an election oversight committee to review elections and make recommendations to improve the process. Our top national story this hour from ABC News, 242,000 unemployment claims were filed in the week leading up to February 22nd. That is 22,000 more than the week before and the highest count since October. Federal employees terminated by DOJ are not reflected in the weekly number, but Washington, D.C. did show a 26% jump in filings for jobless benefits. Your money at this moment, let's see where the markets are right now. The Dow is up 344 points. We're at 43,777. Coming up, a sunny, beautiful day in store. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 9:02. Mornings are for recharging.
And they're for starting your day right.
We volunteer to join you in the car. Get news and weather at 102.7 FM during the most important part of your day.
Andy and Amanda, each morning between 5 and 9 on KSL News Radio.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Next time somebody says, "I'm absolutely sure," watch what happens. The speaker just claimed all of the right in the room. You can agree or disagree, but you can't modify or clarify. The late Senator Frank Church of Idaho once told me that you will always gain more support if you allow others the privilege of amending your truth. In other words, don't announce truth, build truth together. I'm sure that will work better. At least pretty sure of it. Learn more about persuasive leadership with an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com for more information. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Salt Lake Community College doesn't just support students. We support the economy.
Partnership we have with Salt Lake Community College provides us with that skilled workforce that really allows us to grow. Stadler is in an explosive growth cycle. Salt Lake Community College is the pipeline to give us that workforce that will keep us stable and provide us with that economic security.
SLCC is invested in creating a strong workforce for a strong Utah. See our impact at slcc.edu/community.
Emergency traffic and weather together brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. And here's Heather Kelly.
We've got a new crash in the Salt Lake Valley. This is northbound I-15 just before you get to 90th South in Sandy. 4 right lanes of the freeway are blocked right now. You've got a vehicle on its top, on top of another car. So that is causing huge delays all the way back into the Draper area. Before you even get there in Utah County, you're going to have nearly stopped traffic from Orem all the way into American Fork due to another crash that had been blocking 3 right lanes of the freeway. It's now just blocking 1 right lane, but residual delays remain. Head to Logan for ice cream, honey, cookies, and cheese on our foodie track. Ski or rent snowmobiles, see a live performance. Cowboy poetry in March, baby animal days in April. Explore Logan.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Today will be sunny with highs in the low 50s. Tomorrow looks like more of the same. Right now it's 30 degrees. I'm Amanda Dixon from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories. On KSL News Radio, Dave and Dujanovic, special coverage of the top national story.
Well, the empty egg shelves seem to be everywhere these days because the bird flu. The bird flu's gotten the best of our flock, and there are some solutions coming out of D.C. that I just found unbelievable. I guess we're going to fly maybe over our borders to grab eggs from other countries to, at least for a short-term solution, to bring down the cost of eggs, which might be a good thing because I just looked at what the prediction is for the rising cost of eggs this year, and it just cracked my pocketbook, Dave.
So this revolutionary concept that the U.S. government has just let cross into their brain is we could import eggs. You think? You think we're the only people that produce eggs in this world? And just now, as we've been paying $5, $6, $7, $8, $9 a dozen.
If you can find them.
If you can find them, you think, oh, I wonder if there's any other country in the world that produces eggs. Maybe we should ask them if they have some extras. This is hilarious that this amazing idea is, hey, let's ask Canada if they have extra eggs.
Egg prices are reaching record numbers. I'm going to do the breakdown in just a moment. I was at the grocery store the other day, and here's how desperate I am to find the best deal on eggs. I left one store and went to another just to see if I could.
You made a special trip?
I did. I left one store and went to another.
You didn't go to your phone. You didn't Google search it. You got in your car, drove over.
What I don't want to see is what I saw this morning across my news feed. That the U.S. Department of Agriculture predicting in a new report that egg prices will soar 41% this year. Now, I went through my apps this morning after seeing that to see if I could do a little egg shopping online just to get an idea of where things are at. Because when I was at the store the other night, I was like, they can't all be this expensive, right? Well, so Harmon's cheapest price I found on the app was $4.49 a dozen. Smith's, $5.99 a dozen. Walmart, not far behind that, $5.97 a dozen. Sam's Club, my go-to for eggs. I did find 2 dozen eggs for $9.74 a dozen. Other options, totally out of stock. I went to my Costco app. There weren't any eggs that I could find on my Costco app. Now, I don't know where the status stands right now with their egg supply, but at least at my Costco down the street, there weren't any. I know there was a recall at Costco that kind of doubled down on the issue there, but here we are in the midst of a bird flu. Is it epidemic? Pandemic? I'm not sure what we're calling it, but egg prices already at $4.50 to $6 a dozen. 40% more? No, thank you. No, thank you. I feel like I am being continually priced out of eggs to the point where I'm looking up recipes, Dave, for egg substitutes, and I found out in one I can use like applesauce. That's how
cookies.
Desperate I am.
Yep.
What are you thinking about the price of eggs? Is it still bugging you as much as it did during the last administration?
Man, how loaded is that question?
Well,
okay, we have to remind ourselves.
You were speaking on the air about egg prices back then.
This is at least how I divvy it up in my brain. Eggs was just an example of overall inflation, right? Inflation, no question, has just stung us. This is not inflation. What's happening with eggs right now is bird flu shortage. They've had to cull, which is the nice way to say kill. We had to cull millions, tens of millions of egg-laying hens. So this has nothing to do with the government. This has nothing to do with anything other than we just had to kill all the sick hens and the ones that were potentially infected, and then we just have an egg shortage. So, okay, that being said, I am a little surprised at our hand-wringing over the cost of eggs because right now, they're $5, $6 a dozen, if you can find them. But I haven't had a terrible time finding them. But it's $5, $6. That's 50 cents an egg. How many eggs do you eat? In the morning, or lunch, if you eat eggs?
Two a day.
2 a day.
At least.
Okay, so $1. That's what your egg, even at a premium cost of what it is right now, it's costing you $1. I drove through McDonald's today. I got a biscuit, no egg, a biscuit sausage sandwich. It was $2.50. Like $1 worth of eggs, a couple eggs for $1, that is just not much. And when you look at all the other proteins out there, when we're paying $11, $12, $13 a pound for beef, and we're paying $4, $5, $6 for pork, I just look at eggs and I think, okay, maybe we've been a little too spoiled for eggs.
So suddenly, you're over the hand-wringing over the price of eggs. Suddenly. This is a shift for you. And I'm not going to pull up any old audio, Dave, reminding you of how you were complaining about the price of eggs, maybe a year ago or so. But I'm wondering if other listeners are over the hand-wringing of the price of eggs and they're just leaning into this $5.99 a dozen, 50 cents an egg. 801-575-TALK. 801-575-TALK. Are you with Dave on this? Let's get over the hand-wringing of eggs and just lean into the fact that there's $6 a dozen now. And that may actually be a pretty good deal for some. I've seen even higher price. I saw some eggs marked at $9 a dozen. Kind of, I guess, depending on
cage-free, fresh,
but it's
super white, whatever.
But if you go to like places like other parts of the country, according to KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla, they're no longer selling eggs by the dozen. Instead, you can buy one egg at a time.
A lot of Americans don't specifically need 12 eggs, so some bodegas in New York City are selling them Lucy cigarette style, one egg for $1, and people are buying. A report from Fortune says it allows customers to buy only what they need and nothing more. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
Who doesn't need a dozen eggs? I need a onesie and twosie this one. I need one egg for this recipe, and that's all I'm going to buy. Like, we are freaking out over the cheapest protein out there. It still is the cheapest protein out there, and we're still freaking out over it.
I want to get into the Trump administration's response plan. And this is actually a long-term problem. But according to the AP, they're going to invest an extra $1 billion on top of the already $2 billion already spent, I guess, since 2022. So there has been some movement in the bird flu situation. But $500 million to help farmers strengthen up those biosecurity measures. I would imagine that would be so they'd stop the spread of bird flu. $400 million to aid farmers whose flocks have been infected. I would imagine this has been really, really difficult on them as they're culling the birds. I say just putting them down. $100 million for research on vaccines and other therapeutics that can help deal with this bird flu disease. But then you caught the article in the New York Times, Dave, which goes in depth on the Trump administration's plan to go out of country to bring in eggs. 801-575-TALK. We're taking your live calls in just a moment. Maybe you're over it like Dave is, over the hand-wringing on the price of eggs. I'm not there yet, but maybe you are. Looking forward to your live calls.
Inflation bothers me. Kind of this once-in-a-generation sickness. That doesn't, right? Bad things happen, and sometimes we have to have the short-term sting of paying a premium for eggs. Now, if eggs were $6.50 for the rest of my life, and $6.50 and up, if they never come down, okay, then you'd hear some harsh criticism. So I have also never really understood, how do egg farmers make any money? When they were selling them to us, Debbie, at $1 or $1.50 per dozen, how are they making any money on this?
Well, don't look at me. I don't know the answer to that. But what you were looking into this morning is the short-term solution that the Trump administration is going to import eggs. Let's get into that right now.
Okay, part of what is so strange is that this is like the brand new, amazing idea. They never thought about this before. It's like, hey, you know what we ought to do? Let's ask Canada, or maybe ask Mexico if they have any extra eggs they can send us. But sure enough, that's exactly what they're doing. They're going to reach out to Canada. And oddly enough, Turkey and Canada are going to be two of the biggest exporters to us, where we can go get some eggs. Again, kind of crazy that Turkey has a massive supply of eggs that they can send us.
But you also found that they're not necessarily the biggest producers. Those countries aren't the biggest producers of eggs.
Two biggest producers, China and Japan. Together, they produce 10 times the eggs we do, and we are massive exporters of eggs. We export, according to Statista, we export 344 million dozen eggs. So 300, and that's, billions of eggs that we send out. 344 million dozen eggs is what we export. I was shocked. We only import 15 million dozen eggs. Like, it's just a small fraction. We have exported for a very, very long time. So yeah, when we have this bird flu hit, and it's affecting everybody. Now it's our time to tap into folks and say, hey, we need some of your eggs.
Okay, we'll get your live calls on the air in just a moment. 801-575-TALK. Are you over the hand ringing over the price of eggs? Or you just love to hear yourself complain about inflation? 801-575-TALK. I want to get you over to the traffic center right now where Heather Kelly is on standby with emergency traffic. Hi, Heather. What's going on?
Hey, we've got a vehicle on its top, upside down, sitting on top of another vehicle, northbound I-15, just before you get to 90th South in Sandy. Emergency crews have arrived on the scene. They are blocking 4 right lanes of the freeway, so only a couple left lanes are open, and that has traffic at a standstill, backed up all the way into Draper to almost to 126 South now. So it's going to take you a long time to get through northbound I-15. Avoid that. You can get on at 90th South to avoid all the delays. Okay. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Stay with us for just a second, Heather. The beginning of that sounded like a pretty wild accident out there on the freeway. Did you say one car was on top of another?
Yes, and the car that's on top is upside down.
And rescue crews are on the scene?
Yes, they are.
And can you see from the cameras, are they trying to get the victims out or extricating the victims at this point?
We did hear on the scanners that they do need to extricate, so I don't know if it's the car on the bottom that needs extrication or the top, but it's a mess on northbound I-15.
And from what you know so far, did this collision happen on the freeway itself, or did one car roll over off of an overpass or something? Do we know any of that?
There is not an overpass in that area, so we're not really sure how this accident happened. There are so many accidents I see, and I'm like, how did you do that? And this is one of them.
Well, certainly, our thoughts are with the people inside those cars, and keep us updated on that. But right now, traffic is stacking up, and Heather says get on the freeway after 90th South in order to avoid that crash. Returning now to our top national story.
Dave and Dujanovic, special coverage of the top national story.
We're getting lots of texts at 57500, people wanting to sound off on the price of eggs. I think this has been one of the biggest bugs for me, shopping. And I do all of the shopping for my house, and I always have. And so I remember the days when you got lucky, you walk in the grocery store and you found eggs, 2 dozen for $1. You know, on the woohoo rack at Smith's. And I'd be like, woohoo, we're eating eggs every day for the next 7 days, kids. 801-575-TALK, the number to call. 57500 is the text line. But Dave was just walking through what the Trump administration's short-term plan is to reduce the price of eggs, hopefully, or at least the shortage that we're experiencing of eggs right now in the grocery store, which is to go out of country. And I do remember on the campaign trail, the president making that promise that on day one, we'd see price reductions. Well, when it comes to the egg section of the grocery store, obviously there's the bird flu. It's been going on for a while. I've been waiting for that price reduction because I love me some eggs in the morning.
Now they're going to import them. This revolutionary idea that maybe somebody else has more than we do, and we're going to borrow some of them and purchase them. So Canada, Turkey, apparently they're going to step up. One of our texters said, I wonder if tariffs are going to come back to bite us on this, because President Trump has obviously either threatened tariffs on a lot of our neighbors, and is this going to affect the costs of eggs? Are they going to gouge us now for eggs? Right now, they're about $6 for a dozen. And as one texter points out, a dozen large eggs weighs about 1.5 pounds. That's still less than $5 per pound for protein. Have we forgotten what beef costs, or what pork costs, or what fish costs? Like, we pay a lot of money for protein, and we've been spoiled because eggs have been cheap protein for a very, 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 very long time. At times, under $1 per pound. So it's still cheap. It's still affordable. Boy, I feel like we're hand-wringing and freaking out over what we clearly can point to is a epidemic, this massive bird flu that has killed millions and millions. It's not always going to be the case.
I do feel like you've shifted your opinion on eggs, though.
It's totally
different. Since the
different.
shift in the administration.
It's totally different conversation. I
How
don't see
so?
how you're
the bird flu's
conflating
been
these on me.
The bird flu's been around for quite some time, and we've been talking about the price of eggs and the increase in eggs, and the farmers dealing with the bird flu crisis. And then, and now it's like, it sounds like you're trying to justify a $6 dozen of eggs. It hurts. It hurts. Money's money. It's money in my pocket that's no longer in my pocket. Okay. And like, you might not need eggs because it's just, a few of you now living in your house where a family of 6 or a family of 7 is going through 2 dozen eggs, maybe sometimes every other day. I do feel like there's this shift, and it should not, I don't think, be based on politics. I think this should be based on our family budget. We're just spending so much more money at the grocery store. And not only does the U.S. Department of Agriculture predict that egg prices will go up by 41% this year, which would put eggs at like over $6 a dozen, close to $7 a dozen for the cheapest carton of eggs. But they're also predicting grocery prices will go up almost 3.5% this year. Now, that's not as much of an increase as what we might see with the egg prices. But look, I'm ready for prices to go down. At the grocery store, I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I went grocery shopping last night, and for 2 bags of groceries, I got out of there for $53. And I buy everything on sale. On sale. 2 bags of groceries for $53. Well, at first, it rang up at $67, and I about fell over right at the check stand. But then when I put my number in and it gave me the discounts and everything, I felt like I'd actually won the lottery because it went down to $53. It's exasperating. It is costing us so much money. I do want more to be done. And if going out of the country to import eggs brings down the price of eggs, but to the point about tariffs, that could also weigh into it. So I'm ready for a price reduction at the grocery store, Dave.
Well, prices are never going down. Inflation is baked in. There's a new price point, so they're not going to go down. The only prices that will go down is when there is a very specific reason something shoots up. And the eggs is a specific reason. They had millions of birds that have had to be put down. That is the reason eggs are so expensive. There's this massive shortage. As soon as we get the laying hens back, then egg prices will go down, no question. But to try to compare like this one isolated incident to the 24% inflation we've seen over the last 4 years, these are completely separate things in my mind.
Okay, so on our text line, you got a shout out, Dave. This listener says, I have to agree with Dave. Eggs are a pretty cheap source of protein.
Discover the timeless value at Duke's Jewelers, a local treasure since 1948. Whether you're searching for a unique engagement ring or need expert watch repair, Duke's has been serving the community for over 75 years. It's the perfect time to visit and explore the wide selection of custom designs and quality gemstones. The skilled designers at Duke's can bring your dream piece to life, while experienced jewelers handle repairs and modifications in-house. Duke's Jewelers takes pride in value pricing, ensuring you receive the best prices every day. Need an appraisal? The Duke's Jewelers AGS certified gemologist is here to help. Whether it's hand or machine engraving, or redesigning old favorites into something new, get personalized service for every occasion. Visit Duke's Jewelers and experience the difference of locally operated expertise and dedication. Duke's Jewelers in Springfield, Utah.
Emergency traffic brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. Crash northbound I-15 in Sandy just before 90th South has 4 right lanes of the freeway closed right now. Traffic is at a standstill and backed up already to 126 South and Draper. It's going to extend all the way to Bangerter Highway very quickly. You want to avoid northbound I-15 through the south end of the valley. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
The system is rigged against you. There's a lot of money to be made keeping you overweight and unhealthy.
At Soda Weight Loss, we have one goal, and that's to help you let go of the weight for good, without shots, without drugs, without hunger.
So I lost 25 pounds. I was never hungry. It was very, very easy. I couldn't believe how fast the weight came off.
With Soda Weight Loss, you get real results that will last your whole life.
I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks. Feels great. I fit into my clothes again.
Soda Weight Loss is the #1 weight loss center in America for client satisfaction and results. And we have the proof at sodaweightloss.com.
Right now, for a limited time, 2 people can start with soda for the price of 1 for new clients only.
Double the reward, double the motivation, half the cost.
Get healthy. Beat the system. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and right now at Hale Center Theater, 2 magnificent plays are on both of the stages waiting for you. You've heard me talk about Little Women, the classic tale, the musical. The family is going to love that. And now, Dee and I went to the opening of The Prince of Egypt. I have to tell you, I've never seen that before, and it is spectacular. I want you to imagine a chariot race between the 2 brothers, Ramses and Moses, that happen while in the air above you at Hale Center Theater. That's just one of the highlights. And I have to tell you, while every performer is magnificent in the play, the Pharaoh, when the Pharaoh is on stage, he commands the theater. And how in the world do you present all of the plagues and miracles? Hale Center Theater does it beautifully. This is the time, too, to get your season tickets, especially if you want to see Frozen. All you have to do is go to hct.org.
Social Security is with you through life's journey from birth to retirement. As your life changes year to year, so do your needs. For over 80 years, Social Security has helped to meet your needs and is committed to improving access to the services that make a difference in your life. Today, you can verify your earnings, estimate your future benefits, apply for retirement, manage your benefits, and even change your address, all from the comfort of your home. Social Security's online services help put you in control with secure access to your information anytime, anywhere, allowing you to spend more time with family, friends, or simply just enjoying the day. Social Security, securing today and tomorrow. See what you can do online at socialsecurity.gov.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
Jeff Kaplan. When you're online, that's sometimes a source of fourth-hand information. Somebody does the reporting. Another website Googles, they find it, they rewrite it, and by the time you read it, you know the old game telephone. But KSL is a source of primary information. We have reporters on the street. They're out in the field finding out the details. And the difference between online and KSL News Radio, night and day.
Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News, 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
9:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story this hour, we are hoping to learn more about a West Jordan shooting that took place overnight. Police say a 15-year-old was found with a gunshot wound near 3400 West and Speedskate Circle. The teenager was rushed to the hospital, but we haven't been given an update on his condition. Investigators say this was possibly a drive-by shooting, but it appears to be isolated and there is not any further threat. A theft investigation ended in a dangerous car crash last night. Taylorsville police say an investigator was looking into a theft when he located the suspect in Salt Lake City. They found the car in a parking lot after a failed traffic stop. Officers spiked the tires, but the suspect continued to drive away before running a red light and crashing into another car. He was taken to the hospital with minor injuries. When released, he will be booked into the Salt Lake County Jail. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. The Supreme Court delayed a midnight deadline for the government to release the frozen $2 million in foreign aid after the administration argued the deadline was impossible to meet.
The Chief Justice basically hit the pause button. John Roberts asked the aid groups to respond to the Trump administration's request by noon tomorrow, and I'd expect then the Supreme Court to weigh in very quickly after that time whether or not this district court judge here in Washington exceeded his authority when he ordered the government to keep the money flowing.
ABC News senior Washington reporter Devin Dwyer. Your money at this moment, right now, the Dow is up 347 points. That's 0.8%. We're at 43,780. Coming up, sunshine today, sunshine tomorrow. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 9:32. A reminder about the simplest way to get updated for your day.
Hit your KSL preset when you jump in the car, and we'll take care of the rest.
Hear key news updates and traffic reports.
Andy and Amanda from 5 to 9 in your car.
KSL News Radio at 102.7 FM.
We love Mountain Home Services because they've taken a couple of great companies, Mountain Air, Master Electrical Service, who's been around since 1954, and they've combined them together. They've taken this expertise and created one fantastic company. It's called Mountain Home Services.
And this list of things that they can do for you inside your home is just it's just growing. You need a new EV charger, they can help you with that. You need some new outlets, they can install those for you. Plus work on your HVAC, your heating and air and your plumbing. And they've also added fireplaces to the list of things that they can install.
I love the fireplaces. Right now with the sun shining and the blue skies, maybe that's not the top of the list right now, but sure enough, before you know it, we're going to need that air conditioning tuned up, get ready for the warm weather. But it all comes with an upfront pricing guarantee that Mountain Home Services is known for. So when they come out and they give you a bid, they will honor that bid.
Yep, that means no hidden fees. 100% satisfaction guarantee. As Dave said, Master Electrical Service has been the name we trust, and so can you.
Check them out online, mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or you can give them a phone call, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Emergency traffic and weather together brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. Back to you, Heather.
We've got multiple problems, all of them on northbound I-15. The first crash is at 400 South in Springville, blocking the left lane and left shoulder. That has traffic backed up into Spanish Fork. Then you've got another crash still in the cleanup stages right at the top of the on-ramp from Pleasant Grove, blocking the right lane and shoulder, but that had been blocking 3 right lanes at one point, so traffic there is still backed up into Orem. Then the worst issue you're going to run into is in the Salt Lake Valley. Traffic is at a standstill from Bangerter Highway to just before 90th South in Sandy, where we had a vehicle that wound up upside down on top of another car. All the emergency vehicles are blocking 4 right lanes of the freeway, so only a couple left lanes available, causing all that delay. Mark your calendars for the 10th Annual Salt Lake Off-Road and Outdoor Expo to be held at Mountain America Expo Center, February 28th to March 1st. For tickets and information, visit slorex.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Sunny today with highs in the lower 50s, much of the same tomorrow. We get up to 62 on Sunday before another storm moves in on Monday. Right now it's 37 degrees. I'm Amanda Dixon from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We are Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
Eye on the Hill 2025. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
We've seen hundreds of attorneys and legal professionals, former judges joining the call on Utah's Capitol Hill for lawmakers to reject proposals on the Hill that these judges and attorneys see as a threat to the independence of our court system. And specifically right now, we're going to talk about this proposal that would create a legislative panel. So a legislative panel to evaluate a judge's performance and then require the results of that evaluation be printed on our election ballots. We're going to talk about that.
It's the most confusing part of my ballot. Every time I get to the judges and who I should retain, I don't know who these judges are. I've never been before one of them. I have no idea whether they should be retained or not. It's the most overwhelmed I feel on the ballot. Every time I cast a vote to retain somebody, I feel a little bit guilty because I just don't know enough about them. It's very easy to pull up information and hear from candidates when they're campaigning and where they land. Judges is a little trickier, and it has been for a long time.
There's some concerns about this. Obviously, some former judges, even some defense attorneys, and maybe perhaps some prosecutors are speaking out about this because they're concerned that they're going to be stepping into the judicial branch of government, and where's the separation of powers? We're going to get into that in just a moment when Holly Richardson, the editor of Utah Policy, who's been tracking this legislation, joins us to walk us through it. But first, let's hear from the House sponsor of this legislation, Representative Carrie Ann Lisenby, who sat before the committee, and they can talk about their legislation for several minutes to sometimes a half an hour or an hour. But I wanted to play this part of her presentation because this is the part of the legislation where she talks about what this bill does not do.
The bill does not change the term of office for any judge. It does not empower the legislature to retain or not retain a judge up for retention election, and it doesn't increase or decrease the governor's appointment power. It is simply more information to the voter, and it is about time that voters have the information they need to vote in judicial retention elections.
So how do we figure out whether or not a judge is worth keeping? Well, there is an evaluation system. You can go to judges.utah.gov, and it will show you which judges are up for retention, and it will give you an evaluation. It's called the Justice Performance Evaluation Commission, and they will give their detailed response or analysis of whether or not a judge should be retained. Now, this bill would say you can keep that. That's fine. Keep the JPEG. But we're also going to have a judiciary committee, or we're going to have another legislative committee that creates their own evaluation in addition to JPEG, which is what my understanding is. Joining us right now is Holly Richardson, editor of Utah Policy. Holly, is that correct? Let me just make sure I'm right on this, that this new legislative committee that evaluates judges, would that be in addition to the current JPEG commission?
Yes, it would. So JPEC would continue to do their evaluations, and they've got kind of a lengthy process, and they do have a metric that they use, and they publish their information on their website, as you've mentioned, and people are starting to become aware. But as you've also mentioned, this is a confusing part of the ballot, and what we know is that a lot of people will say they'll either not vote at all, or they'll vote all yes or all no, right, because they don't really know. But one of the concerns, of course, about this bill is that it could be considered electioneering, meaning you're not supposed to be able to campaign for or against a candidate within a certain number of feet away from your polling place. I think it's 150. And one of the arguments made in committee is that this bill lets you campaign right on the ballot. So what it does is this legislative committee made up of 9 members, and only 2 of them would be the minority party. So 7 would be Republicans and 2 of them would be Democrats. They can put their evaluation on the ballot and say, we think you should vote for this person. Actually, the wording would be slightly different, right? But it would be the Legislative Committee on Judicial Performance finds that this judge should favorably be retained or something like that. But of course, there's no metric. There's nothing defined in statute under this bill that would say this is how we're evaluating the judge. And so, I think the Supreme Court Justice Paige Peterson was really blunt, and she said this is straight up retribution. I don't know why we're not talking about that more.
And did she allude that this is retribution for how the rulings came down last year regarding both of those amendments that were sidelined because the judiciary found that they had basically been in violation of the Constitution by not publishing those amendments in newspapers across the state?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of it. I also think it's part of it that the Supreme Court decided differently on redistricting than the legislature did. I mean, there are several decisions where at least the majority party in the Utah legislature was unhappy with the judicial decisions, and so you'll see this bill as a part of a slew of bills that are going after the judiciary in some way or another.
Holly, I know Dave has another question for you, but I want to ask you: Do lawmakers deny that this is any sort of retribution in the discussions that they've been having?
They do deny that. They say this is just about accountability and transparency, and it is making it easier, especially with this bill in particular. It makes it easier for Utah voters to know more information about the judges.
Holly, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate your time. This is a very interesting thing. Be a little bit confusing in the sense that I don't think a lot of us think about judges when we think about Election Day. Is that at the top of the list? So we appreciate you bringing this story to us. But Debbie, as I look at this, there are resources currently, and I don't want people to think that we're just voting willy-nilly on these judges. This website, judges.utah.gov, is a bipartisan, or nonpartisan, I should say, a nonpartisan commission that goes in and they talk to lawyers and they ask them to fill out evaluations of each of these judges in some very specific metrics. They ask them specifics about legal ability, judicial temperament, administrative skill, procedural fairness. Our own KSL legal analyst, Greg Skordas, says he has filled out many of these surveys about the judges, and they have a score. And on this score, it's like they have 94%. I don't know what that necessarily means other than 94% is good. What does surprise me, though, when I look at some of these numbers, though, is every single judge. I was looking at their website today, right now. I'm looking at 50 judges. Not one was recommended to be booted. I don't know, to be dismissed. Every single one of these judges was recommended to be retained. There's a commission as well. A commission aside from that. There's 13 commissioners, and they choose whether or not they think this judge should be retained. 100% of the time, they say this judge should be retained. 642 votes to retain these judges, these 50 judges, 0 votes to replace.
But I want to make it clear, that commission that you're talking about right now is not the same as the legislative committee that's being proposed on Capitol Hill. And what Holly just reported to us is that whatever the legislative committee, whatever side they weigh on or land on with a judge's performance, would be actually printed on the ballot. That currently does not happen. That's a website you can go to independently as a voter to look up how a judge is perceived by people who, try cases, by those attorneys. So we're going to continue this conversation next. We're going to get a former state lawmaker and attorney, Lowry Snow. He's calling the show next to explain the other side of this proposal, that this legislative committee is not needed. That's next.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Emergency traffic brought to you by Mountain America. We still have 4 right lanes of northbound I-15 closed just before you get to 90th South and Sandy. This is due to a crash involving one car sitting on top of another one. Traffic is backed up all the way to Bangerter Highway, so you're going to want to avoid that. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Healthcare with human kindness is here. It's at Common Spirit Health. Hospitals, clinics, and caregivers all connected to advance healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Together, we have a common purpose, partnering with you in health and healing using powerful medicine, powerful technology, and the greatest power of all, human kindness. You'll know it when you see it, because human kindness is in every care site and in every caregiver. Common Spirit Health. Hello, human kindness.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Eye on the Hill 2025. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
I did want to note that we have reached out to bring the sponsor of this legislation we're talking about right now, Carrie Ann Lisenby, on the show. And of course, she's welcome anytime, but we have not been able to set up a time to discuss this legislation, which you can look up online yourself on the legislative website. If you want to walk through it yourself and see it for yourself, it's House Bill 512 we're talking about, which would create a legislative panel to evaluate a judge's performance, like, in our courts, a judge's performance, somebody who sits on the bench and decides, they may decide one way or another a case, perhaps. They may convene a trial. They may make decisions on, constitutional issues as well. Well, this legislative panel would evaluate our judges' performances and require that evaluation be printed on our election ballots.
Very interesting. Very interesting to think that when you open up your ballot, right now, the judges section is the one I always dread the most because it's the judges who I know the least about. They don't campaign. They're not out there. They don't have websites for you to read their policy positions because they're judges, right? They just interpret the law. So it's the most intimidating part of my ballot. And this would, to my understanding, Deb, doesn't this basically kind of give a thumbs up or thumbs down on the ballot of whether this judge should be retained?
Yeah. I don't know what the exact wording would be ultimately, but it sounds like it would give voters some indication of how this, all indications of how this legislative committee decided whether a judge should be retained or not retained, and not necessarily even how they should made this decision, but if they should. Lowry Snow is an attorney here in the state of Utah. You may recognize his name because he's also a former lawmaker and former president of the Utah State Bar as well. So thanks so much for calling the show and giving us the other side of this this story, this legislation, and your perspective on it. I want to call you representative because that's how I've known you for so long. But what is your feeling about this legislative committee that HB 512 seeks to form?
Good morning,
Hi.
and thank you for the invitation. I might point out, too, in addition to being an attorney and former president of the bar and former lawmaker, I also served on the Judicial Performance Evaluation Commission in 2008 was when it was formed by the legislature. In fact, I chaired that committee. I believe I served on it for, I think, around 3 years before I decided to run for the legislature. So I have kind of a broad background on this issue, I think. My main concern, I think, 2 or 3 concerns about this legislation. I think first of all, let me say, I think I understand why the legislature is looking at maybe ramping up some sort of oversight of the judiciary. My concern primarily relates to constitutional issues. I think our Utah Constitution makes clear that there's a separation of powers between the branches, and typically all matters relating to the judiciary are part of that branch exclusively. That's one of my concerns. And I have also concerns about the process that would be undertaken. I know, having sat on the Judicial Performance Evaluation Commission, that it is a tremendous amount of work. And I don't know how much you folks, I think Dave mentioned he's looked at the reports, but don't know whether you folks have ever looked at the website for what we call JPEC, judges.utah.gov. it's a tremendous wealth of information on every sitting judge in the state that is based on those reviews that have been conducted by hundreds of surveys that have been reviewed and responded to, something like 20,000 surveys that have gone to attorneys. I know I filled out my share as a practicing attorney, and by the way, they send those to attorneys that have appeared before the judges that are up for retention, completed by attorneys, court staff, jurors, and others who regularly appear in the courtroom. I could go through a lot about what JPEC does, but one of my concerns is we already have a very comprehensive process by which these judges are evaluated. And rather than start one that is based in the legislature that is potentially subject to political oversight that goes beyond just issues about competency, about fairness, about their administrative skills, and gets potentially into the political arena, I think we should take a look at what we already have in place, and if there is a problem with it, if there's something that needs to be accomplished, let's work on that rather than try to create a brand new oversight that exists parallel to the work that's being done by JPEC.
Yeah, and let me ask you a quick question. I know we only have a couple minutes left, but I am looking at this website right now, and there's a couple things that stood out to me, and it does absolutely, as you said, it looks very comprehensive. What stands out to me is I'm looking right now at 50 judges that are up for retention, and then the commission vote will vote whether or not they think that you should retain the judges. And of the 50 judges, there were 642 votes cast. Every single one of those votes was to retain the judge. There was not one single vote to replace. And I wonder, is too much deference being given to judges when you don't even have one commissioner on one judge that thinks that they should be replaced?
Well, I'm not prepared to talk about the tally. And I haven't seen that data. But what I do know, if you look at the website, is that one of the requirements of JPEC is that before they issue their final recommendations and make them public, I think there is approximately a 30-day period that they go to the judge that's being reviewed. And I know for a fact from the days when I served on it, and I believe it's still accurate, that there were oftentimes, not many, but lots of times when judges did not receive or were not going to receive a favorable recommendation, and they voluntarily would step down. And so ultimately, when the final results came out, oftentimes it looks like JPEC was recommending everyone. But what isn't shown is the number of judges who elected on their own, rather than face a retention vote, to step down. Let me add this too, if it's okay.
Sorry, we are super out of time, but if you have just a brief statement or brief thought.
Well, let me just say this too. It's not just about retention, but Utah has one of the most rigorous merit selection process for judges that get on the bench. So much of the vetting is done before they ever get on the bench. And if you've ever followed that, it would be worth you doing perhaps a segment on that because it's rigorous. It starts at a local level with the nominating commission. It then goes to the vetting process with the governor once the names are submitted, a vetting process by the Senate Judiciary Committee and their staff, and eventually goes to a vote before the full Senate. And so
it's anything but arbitrary.
My point is it's a very rigorous process in terms of the merit selection. So it shouldn't surprise anyone, and I hope you understand this, that once a judge is appointed and having gone through that process, it shouldn't surprise anyone that most of the time they are recommended. Having said that, that's not true across the board. And I know for a fact that there are judges that are not going to receive a recommendation and who step down.
Well,
so I hope that's helpful.
That does help. That does help, I think, answer and get some perspective. Former Representative Larry Snow, sorry to cut you off. We're super out of time, but thank you for joining us.
KSL offers the best daily newsletter in the state. It's the 3 things you need to know. Every weekday, we deliver quality and relevant content to your inbox. No ads, no spam, just the 3 things you need to know to be informed about the world around you. Subscribe today. Visit KSLNewsRadio.com or text the word inbox to 57500. That's inbox to 57500.
If you have a family member that is struggling with addiction, let me tell you about Renaissance Ranch, because they want to help not just the person, the loved one that is struggling with addiction, but the entire family.
They offer these free online family support classes. And have we said a million times that they are free? Absolutely. And you can take them like over Zoom from the comfort of your living room. Maybe you're in your car at lunch and you want to jump online. And as I've also said a lot when we talk about Renaissance Ranches, they really help make sure, these classes help you make sure you're not losing yourself in your loved one's addiction.
And the reason they want to get family members involved is because the research has shown that when family members and loved ones are involved in the recovery process, the chances of a positive outcome skyrocket.
And these are faith-based classes, and they've been clinically proven for more than 20 years.
Make sure you check them out. Just go to renaissanceranch.com to find these free online classes, again, open to the public, renaissanceranch.com.
If you've ever set New Year's resolutions before, you know how difficult it is to follow through because you have to wait to see the results. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and in honor of your New Year, New You resolutions, Any Hour Services is having our New Year, New System sale. From now until the end of February, Any Hour Services will give you $2,025 off a new furnace and air conditioner. And you don't have to wait to save the money. You get $2,025 off at the time of purchase. The only thing you have to do to qualify for our New Year, New System sale is call Any Hour Services and schedule a free estimate. When you call, there's no obligation to buy. Just schedule a time to meet that works best for you. Let me say that again. From now until the end of February, when you have Any Hour Services install a new furnace and air conditioner, we'll give you $2,025 off. Call Any Hour Services right now and schedule a free estimate. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hey, this is Dan, the laptop man from PC Laptops. Imagine struggling with a slow, outdated computer that takes forever to load anything, that randomly freezes up and is filled with viruses and malware.
Now picture yourself with a powerful desktop or laptop that runs smoothly and efficiently, making your work and entertainment seamless.
Take one home today. The new 2025 S1 desktop or SM3 laptop for only $999. You heard that right, $999. You get a blazing fast processor, 16 gigs of RAM, and over a terabyte of blazing storage for $999. What else do you get? Lifetime service warranty, and we have 12 months special financing on approved credit. Hurry in right now because supplies are limited, because at PC Laptops, we love you. Just check us out at PCLaptops.com. $999, PCLaptops.com.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City.
10 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story this hour is breaking news. A student has been taken to the hospital after they were hit by a car this morning in front of Kearns High School. Granite School District says the student was hit in the crosswalk. There is no word on the extent of their injuries. We'll continue to keep you updated as we learn more. Granite School District officials say they received a lot of pushback and even threats after DOJ accused them of misusing thousands of COVID relief dollars. District spokesperson Andrea Stringham describes some of the angry calls and emails.
A lot of accusations, a lot of saying that we were wasting government taxpayer money, that we were doing financial fraud. We belonged in jail. We should get off the streets. Just a lot of different things like that.
The allegation referred to $86,000 the district spent at Caesars Palace in Las Vegas in 2022. Stringham says the money they spent was to house more than 120 district employees at a 3-day educational conference. The conference and the money used was approved in advance by the State Board of Education. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Investigators in New Mexico plan to release more information today about the death of Oscar-winning actor Jean Hackman after he, his wife, and his dog were found dead in their New Mexico home.
So far, the only statement from the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office is a cryptic "foul play is not suspected" in the deaths of Jean Hackman and his wife, Betsy Arakawa. Sheriff Adon Mendoza noted in his email this morning that the couple's dog also was found dead in the home that Hackman and Arakawa had shared since the early 90s.
ABC's Jim Ryan reporting. Your money at this moment, the Dow is up 198, but the Nasdaq is down 164. Coming up, plenty of sunshine today and tomorrow. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 10:02.
The sources where we get our news matters.
When you listen to Utah's Morning News, we want you to feel the stories are important to you and trustworthy. This is Amanda Dixon.
And I'm Andy Farnsworth. Join us weekday mornings on KSL News Radio.
When you choose Performance Automotive in Bountiful, you're choosing selection, convenience, and exceptional service. With 3 locations, Performance Ford Lincoln, Performance Honda, and Performance Toyota, Performance Automotive is here to serve your needs. Performance Automotive in Bountiful, where excellence comes standard. Start your search at performancebountiful.com.
Did you know 96% of Americans lose an average of $111,000 in Social Security income? And it's because they claim their benefits at the wrong time. Don't lose $111,000 in Social Security income that's rightfully yours. Learn how you could wring every nickel out of your benefits on Retirement Solutions Radio this Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock, right here on KSL, News Radio 1027.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Focus Engineering and Surveying. Now, typically when we have folks join us on this show, we talk about their company, but Focus Engineering, you guys are actually looking for some employees. You're growing, you're expanding, and you're looking for the top talent in Utah. Joining us right now is Ron Paul, the founder and general manager. What are some of the characteristics you're looking for at Focus Engineering and Surveying?
Okay, so I'm going to start with what we're not looking for. We're not looking for people that are just looking for a job. We want people who are looking for an opportunity to grow and improve and help us build something great. And that's one of our themes, is building a better place. And we want to find people that want to build a career for themselves, want to gain opportunity and skills and abilities through working with our team and help us build the team further than what we have currently.
So, Ron, for people who are just hearing about Focus right now, as they're like sitting in their car and they're getting like, oh, I'm super curious about this, what kind of career opportunities are available at Focus for them?
So we have a lot of different career opportunities. We have things that are on the more technical nature, which would be surveying, construction staking. That's involvement with construction crews, building projects. We have people that also do CAD design, which is computer-aided drafting. And they help us with all sorts of design of projects. So prior to construction, designing the projects. We also have departments which are marketing, we have accounting, we have administrative type of positions and that type of thing. So
when we come back, if you don't mind sticking around, when we talk to you, I will tell you, I might feel a little bit intimidated when I hear engineering and surveying. I might think I need a ton of education. I need certifications. Will you walk us through the kind of the level? Do you need top end folks, or is this like an entry level position? When we come back, because I think this is more attainable, or there's going to be more people that realize, oh, this is a possibility for Focus Engineering and Surveying. The website, if you're curious, make sure you go to it. It's focusutah.com. That's focusutah.com.
Emergency traffic and weather together brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. And here's Heather Kelly.
Well, you do not want to get on I-15 northbound in the south end of the Salt Lake Valley anytime soon. You have pretty much stopped traffic from the point of the mountain coming out of Utah County all the way up just before 90th South and Sandy, where 4 right lanes of the freeway remain closed. That is due to a car sitting on top of another vehicle, and it's going to take a little bit of time to clean that out, although they are trying to move some of these vehicles closer over to the right side of the freeway. But once they do, it's still going to have a lot of residual delays. Most of the crashes in Utah County have cleaned up, but you may still have a few brake lights showing up in the Provo, American Fork, and Pleasant Grove areas. Mark your calendars for the 10th Annual Salt Lake Off-Road and Outdoor Expo to be held at Mountain America Expo Center February 28th to March 1st. For tickets and information, visit slorex.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Sunshine with a high of 52 today, 55 tomorrow, 62 on Sunday. Right now it's 39 degrees. I'm Amanda Dixon from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
Our ongoing coverage here on the Dave and Dujanovic Show of the federal fallout. Thousands of federal workers finding out that they've been fired. And on a dime, they've got to figure out how are they going to make their house payment? Where are they going to get food to feed their family? Whatever the case may be, we've been focusing yesterday and today on solutions, if you will. They're not whole solutions to the problem that families are facing, but they're at least places that you can go to get help. Yesterday, we had the Utah Department of Workforce Services live on the air with us to talk about benefits, qualifying for unemployment benefits. And they're like, come on down and see if you qualify. If you've been fired, the odds are that you could qualify for several months of unemployment benefits at a partial pay.
And they talked about a virtual job fair and folks that can help you through this tough time of losing a job. Now, one of the things that stood out to me is they say, your self-confidence can be hit when you lose your job, and you may feel overwhelmed or maybe even depressed. But there are resources out there to help you through these tough times, because you're not the only one that's gone through this. And some of these fixes, so to speak, or some of these resources is what we're talking about. And one of those things that we're focusing on today is housing. What kind of options are out there if you lose your job and you're in a house and you have a mortgage?
Yeah, I do. I've known people who've suddenly lost their job outside of this wave of firings that we're seeing across the federal government, and they wake up and they're like, I don't know how I'm going to make my mortgage payment. Maybe I can make it this month, but what about next month? And I think there's a fear in admitting that you're in a little bit of a bind, and you're trying to figure out how to get out of it. In the meantime, you're trying to figure out how to apply for unemployment benefits and how to feed the family. So right now we're going to talk about how to reach out to your mortgage company to ask for, just a little bit of forgiveness, if that's a thing. We're going to find out in just a moment. And then right after that, we're going to speak live with the Utah Food Bank to talk about what the parameters are or what they aren't if you need some emergency food assistance to get you through the next couple of weeks. So let's bring on Jeff Stout of Fink and McGregor to talk about options for, not falling behind on mortgage payments if you're out of work. Hi, Jeff.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good. And I know there's a lot of people who are listening who've recently lost their job and they're not doing so good. So let's give them some hope here. What are some options if you risk falling behind on your month's mortgage payment?
Well, first of all, my heart goes out to those people, and I know that's a tough spot, and I've been in a spot like that in my life, so I feel your pain. There are a few things that are possible for you to do. Some are better than others, and for those who haven't lost a job, I have something to say for them if we have time a little later too. There's a couple things you can do with your lender. First of all, And those two options are called a forbearance or a loan modification. And there's differences between them. A forbearance basically means that you're going to skip some payments and pay them back later. And that can be either that they are, let's say you skip 3 or 6 months payment and then they get tacked on to the end of the loan. So during those 3 or 6 months, there's no payment, but the interest is accruing. And then at the end of the loan, then you pay them, or they may come up with a repayment plan that you pay them, in the next year or whatever. That's between you and the lender. They don't have to do it, but I think most of them do, from my understanding. Now, the caveat to that is it will affect your credit, most likely. It depends on what the lender reports to the credit bureaus, but from what I've seen, because I see the back end of these things, they do report them as late payments and even a default, which is technically anything over 90 days late is considered a default. And as far as mortgages go, basically they treat that as a foreclosure, which means you can't really get another mortgage for a certain period of time, depending on what type of loan it is.
So if you do ask for that forbearance or that loan modification, you have to be prepared that this could really damage your credit.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
And they're going to want documentation about your situation and why you need it, and it's almost like applying for another mortgage to do that. Now, a loan modification is a little bit different in that it's basically changing the terms of the loan. So you're modifying the note on your loan, and sometimes that can mean a lower rate. Sometimes it means that they're going to add years to the loan to lower your payment. So, and that's, again, between you and the lender. And again, that can affect your credit. And even if you're caught up on your payment, if you request a loan modification, usually what they do is tell you to stop paying your mortgage payment while they work on approving it. And this is where it gets a little dicey, because back when the mortgage crashed back in 2008 and all the foreclosures that happened after that, people were scurrying to get loan modifications, and there kind of was a cottage industry that sprang up to help people get loan modifications. And those companies would charge money up front, take the money, and a lot of times they didn't even get them. And that has since become illegal. So I would warn anybody, if somebody is offering to work on your behalf to get a loan modification, do not pay them money up front. You don't need those people anyway. But so when you get a loan modification, what I've seen in the past, and this happened a lot, is they'll tell you not to make your payments. And so you stop making your payments while they're, quote, approving your modification. And sometimes they come back and say, it's not approved, your loan is in default, we're starting foreclosure. Oh, wow. So, I don't like that option, but on the other hand, I've seen it work for people. Yeah. But even if it works, your credit's going to be kind of shot for a while until you pass the period of time that you need to pass to be able to get a regular mortgage. So those are two options that are going to affect your credit.
We're speaking live right now with Jeff Stout. Just let me let our listeners know, we're just jumping in the car, Jeff, that you're on the line with us. You're a mortgage expert. We've turned to you a lot over the years to help walk us through different options with mortgages. He's with Fink and McGregor, and we're speaking specifically regarding the federal fallout and the firings that have been happening and what the options are when it comes to your house payment. We talked about a forbearance as an option, and also the other option, maybe a loan modification. And even though it maybe comes with an ugly side, I'm glad that you're being transparent with our listeners so they know kind of what they're up against, Jeff. And then you were also going to talk about people who haven't been fired yet or are gainfully employed right now. What are just maybe about 2 minutes or so, because we also want to make sure that we talk about food options too for families that are low on funds as well. What are some options for people who still are holding a job?
Well, what you want to make sure that you are in a position where if you don't have a job for a few months, that you have enough money to make payments. So what that means is, if you're up to your neck in debt and you don't have any savings, you're at risk. And if you're sitting on a house right now and you have equity, now might be a time to look at either a refinance or a HELOC so that you have a cushion for when that happens. And I also wanted to mention briefly the other couple options if you're behind and you have lost your job. Sometimes your church may be able to help you with some payments. And sometimes, usually, if you have a 401k, you can borrow money from that 401k that will not affect your credit. You can use that to make payments until you get on your feet.
Well, those are some options I hadn't thought of. The 401k loan, of course, I guess it would. I don't know if I guess it could be a loan if you're out of the job, but also turning to your ecclesiastical leaders to ask for some help and some relief there. And I just real quickly on a refi, I think it's probably better to do that while you're employed than try to get a refinance when you're unemployed, Jeff. Am I correct in thinking that?
100%, because if you're unemployed, then you can't count. You don't have income to count.
Yeah.
Or at least from that wage earner, maybe the spouse might have income, but that's why I'm saying do it before. If you think you're at risk, and a lot of people are still at risk because from what I'm hearing, there's a lot more layoffs coming down the pike in the government. So do it now, I would say.
Jeff Stout, thank you so much for joining us from Fink and McGregor.
Lots of options there, and I guess you could consider what are the lesser of the evils. I mean, you're in a bad spot. It's a tight spot. You don't want to be forced to make this decision, but you also don't want to be faced with losing your home. Maybe some people just make a decision to put their home up for sale.
And what I really appreciate, it stood out to you as well, is I like when he gave us these options of forbearance or loan modifications to be prepared that your credit is going to be devastated. Now, that may be the least of your concerns, or that may just be worth the forbearance. And you just want to go in there with your eyes wide open.
Yeah, let's flip the phone lines over to Jeanette Bott, the president and CEO of the Utah Food Bank. Thanks for joining the conversation as we try to give federal employees, Jeanette, who've been fired recently, and as we've been talking about, maybe more on the horizon, options when it comes to food. Because I think a lot of us probably don't understand if there are, what are the rules for the food bank? If the cupboards are bare, I don't have any food in the fridge, and I'm absolutely out of money. Walk us through what the requirements are to receive temporary food assistance.
Well, it's interesting as we see this scenario unfolding. We did see similar things as COVID occurred years ago, and so we learned some great lessons in COVID. And so it's not, from an infrastructure perspective, we're a little better prepared than we were for COVID. But I think this is going to have a wider spread on an audience that we've never served before. And we refer to those folks as first-timers. They're people who have never had to go to a pantry or who have never had to ask for help with food. And, so we want to be sure that they understand a few things. It's very easy. It's a dignified process. It's a private process. We call it self-declaration. You would come into a pantry. They ask you if your earnings are below a certain level. And if you claim that they are, then they'll ask you how many people in your household and how many of those people are under 18, so we know how many kids we're serving. And then they allow you to basically shop in a pantry and select from the products that your family would utilize. So it's a pretty easy thing to do. Some of the smaller pantries are more of a drive-through process where they prepackage the product and help you, load that to your car. But emergency pantries are exactly that. We're here to help families who are in crisis. And it seems like as families are facing now challenges with perhaps their mortgage or car payments and utilities, how do you decide on that budget what to pay first? And after those are paid, there's not much left for food. So people need to understand they can call 211. It's a toll-free number that goes directly to United Way. They can give them their zip code, and 211 will direct them to a food pantry in their neighborhood. Or you can go to utahfoodbank.org, and we have a tab that says needs help. And as you click on that, it shows you the types of pantries we have, whether it's a brick and mortar or whether it's a mobile. It gives you a calendar. It gives you address locations. It gives you times so you can find a convenient spot for you to go to help your family with that food. Now, I'll say this isn't a huge amount of food, but it would get you through, and you can go back. Some pantries are once a month, some are twice a month. Each pantry is a little bit different. But it's there, and it's a resource, and it's available, and we encourage people not to hesitate to utilize that.
And Jeanette, I would imagine there's a lot of people that may hesitate to use a food bank. Perhaps there's a stigma or maybe some shame. How can you help them get past that?
Well, the thing that's really interesting is you look at your family and you look at those kids, and having been a single parent years ago and having the same scenario, putting a child to bed hungry at night and knowing when she wakes up in the morning you still have nothing, at some point you have to analyze yourself, do a little soul searching, and decide that your pride is something that has to be set aside. You come to these pantries, they're clean, people are friendly. It isn't an embarrassing scenario. We want you to be comfortable. And, we really, really do know that it needs to be a dignified process. But the individual has to take the first step. And there's nothing worse than hungry kids. It doesn't have to be. There's help available.
We appreciate you taking the time to join us. President and CEO of the Utah Food Bank, Jeanette Bott, thank you for joining us.
So the last 2 days, over an hour of coverage, special coverage of the federal fallout, we have talked to Jeff Fink regarding options to deal with your mortgage payment. We spoke yesterday to Department of Workforce Services, which Jared Mendenhall joined the show, and he said the first thing you need to do when you lose your job.
If you are a federal worker and you were laid off, so you lost that job at no fault of your own, you do qualify. The first thing you want to look into is you do qualify for that unemployment insurance claim. And that will provide a safety net while you look for a new job. So once you stop working, the first thing you want to do is file for that unemployment insurance right away. You do that at jobs.utah.gov, but it'll be about 40 to 50% of what you were making. But again, if you were a very high earner, so you're making $120,000, it'll cap out.
And then we also spoke with Julie Balke, who is a career strategist. She's known as Julie on the job, and she's like, start attending job fairs, come face-to-face with future employers so you can meet them and they can see you.
Think of yourself right now. If you've lost your job or you think you're going to lose your job, you think it's a possibility. This first step is become educated about what's out there. What are people looking for? As Dave said, you're probably out of practice. And so even the terminology that you used to use to describe what you do may have changed. And so job fairs are great ways to start educating yourself by talking to people. What do you look for? What do you guys do? Is my background a fit? Do I want to work in an organization like yours?
And it does seem like all indications. We just heard from President Trump and Elon Musk yesterday in a cabinet meeting to expect more reduction in force, more firings, more federal workers losing their jobs. So I think it's in part why it's so crucial to have these resources and know who to go to and figure out who can hold your hand through some tough times.
I want to take us to breaking news right now in the Kearns area, where we learned not long ago from Amanda Dixon, who reported that there has been a auto pedestrian accident involving a student out there. Let's listen into the news conference from police.
Out here that do get activated, but there is not a crossing guard.
Light was on.
I can't answer that because I don't know. They're doing that investigation if the light was activated at this time, but I'm not aware of that.
Right. So, do we know, were there any witnesses?
Yes, we did have some people who were witnesses stay on scene and are helping with the investigation, as well as the driver of that vehicle has stayed on scene and has been cooperating with the investigation.
Anything you've gleaned so far from the driver? Did they say anything about their ability to see, or the witnesses talking about whether they stopped or any of that kind of thing?
Yeah, at this time, just because the case is ongoing, I can't release those details, but like I said, the driver is remaining on scene and cooperating with the investigation.
Is the driver a male or female?
I can't release that at this time.
Is the family been notified already?
Yes, the family was notified.
At that time when the student was crossing, is this a busy time of the day? What time does school start here? I mean, how How does that work?
So there were a lot of juveniles in the area just due to this is a common time for a lot of the schools to be where students are going. But yeah, we're not releasing what school or anything the juvenile was part of at this time. It's very important for the schools to have their crisis teams come out and talk to the students as well as gather the information, and we need to see what status this student is in, or this juvenile's in at this time. So we just prefer not to release a lot of that so we can get the resources out there at this time and move from there.
With the student, and we saw the bicycle, so the student was riding a bicycle?
There was a juvenile on a bicycle that was crossing the road.
And that was the same that was hit?
Yes.
Was the juvenile the only one in the road at the time?
There were two. I don't know specifically where that other juvenile was. There were two juveniles going to that intersection at the same time, but I cannot speak on where that other juvenile was in correlation to the other one that was hit.
Have you had any history of kids getting hit by cars at this crosswalk going across the street?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have that information. I apologize.
As far as we asked a little bit about how dangerous this area is. I mean, is there a message for drivers that you want to share this morning?
I think it's two-part, as if for any student or anyone even using a crosswalk, we always try to send out messages, but just like anyone, look left, look right, look left again before you're entering your crosswalk. Just because you're at a crosswalk doesn't mean that people are necessarily paying attention that you're at that crosswalk. So always stop and look for those vehicles and try to make eye contact with those drivers that they're stopping. But also drivers need to be very cognizant when they're approaching these crosswalks, especially during school hours where students are coming to and from school, and just slow down and again, look left and look right for them at those crosswalks and see if there's anyone waiting at those crosswalks to cross.
Do you know if the driver was speeding?
We don't have that right now. That's why we have our crash team out. They'll do that investigation and determine if speed was a factor or any other factors, visibility.
We've been listening to a news conference out of the Kearns area where we learned earlier this morning that a student was hit in a crosswalk. Got a little more information right now from what looks like a spokesperson for the Unified Police Department as she addresses the press and the questions. It sounded like the child was on a bicycle, Dave, in a crosswalk, or at least walking a bike across the crosswalk, sent to the hospital. We're trying to get confirmation on the condition of the child right now. We will have more information throughout the morning right here on KSL News Radio.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students.
One of the things I love about Focus Engineering and Surveying is when they came in, we were having a conversation about what they're doing here in the studio, and they said, we're expanding, we're growing as a company, and we're looking for the best folks in Utah that we can bring onto our team. And joining us right now, Ron Paul is the founder and general manager. Bryce Benson's the marketing manager. So Bryce, maybe you can help us out a little bit. Who are you looking for? Because when I hear Focus Engineering and Surveying, I'm immediately a little intimidated. I think, well, that's not what I went to school for. Is this the right company for me?
Right. Yes, absolutely. Ron and I were just talking in the hall about the fact that half of our leadership team does not have a degree in engineering or surveying.
Really? Oh, interesting.
Yeah. In fact, our people, the people we're looking for now, come from all walks of life. We've got people that work at Focus that were teachers, snowplow drivers, graduated in exercise and sports science. Across the board, people come from everywhere, and they can learn the industry.
That's the key, Ron. You guys will teach people and bring them along because you're not looking for somebody to just grab a job. You're looking for somebody in the long term.
Yeah, I mean, for most of these positions, we're not looking for technical skill. We're looking for the right fit, the right personality, the right characteristics that are going to join our team and help us build something great.
Where can people learn more information about what job openings you have and more about the company?
Well, they can always find us on the web at www.focusutah.com.
And you have the job listings there, the things you're looking for?
We have all the job listings, and we have information about the company. They can see what we're all about.
Well, we appreciate you joining us again. I'll give you that website, focusutah.com. If you're interested, if you're looking at a career, maybe Focus is perfect for you. Focus Engineering and Surveying, they specialize in residential and commercial projects. But check them out, focusutah.com.
1032 at KSL News Radio. I'm Becky Bruce. KSL's top local story this hour is breaking news. A student in critical condition after being hit by a car in front of Kearns Junior High. We just got an update moments ago from Unified Police who say the student was crossing through a crosswalk on their bike when they were hit. Taken to the hospital, the driver stayed on the scene and is cooperating with the investigation. We've also got an update on a developing story we've been following all morning. We're expecting some more details out of West Jordan, where a news conference just wrapped up. Police say someone shot a 15-year-old overnight. It happened near 34th West and 6700 South. They are now looking for any doorbell cameras or other video evidence that may help them track down exactly what happened, but say there is no ongoing threat to the public. We'll have a full report for you coming up on Utah's Noon News. KSL's top national story this hour. President Trump continues to praise Elon Musk and Doge, but the president is also scaling back the size of his proposed federal workforce cuts.
Amid more lawsuits and protests against Musk.
No billionaires in our street. Elon Musk has got to go.
Moving forward, President Trump is scaling back his goal for Musk, originally promising $2 trillion in spending cuts. He's now reduced that goal to $1 trillion.
That's ABC's Nicole D'Antonio reporting. Your money at this moment, the Dow up about 290 points, or about just over 0.5% right now. S&P 500 and NASDAQ are both in the red. Coming up, lots of sunshine. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time 10:33.
Mornings are for recharging.
And they're for starting your day right.
We volunteer to join you in the car. Get news and weather at 102.7 FM during the most important part of your day.
Andy and Amanda, each morning between 5 and 9 on KSL News Radio.
One of the things that is difficult is losing weight. Like, there's no question. I think everyone's probably tried it on some level or another, and it can be intimidating because whether it's just changing bad habits or not totally understanding what you're doing or having a good plan. Well, with Salt Lake City Fat Loss, they will hold your hand through the entire process. I remember when I first met with them, they were very clear. They gave me a good vision of what to be prepared for, some of the bad habits that I had. We did a little analysis of what I was eating and some of the mistakes I was making. But when I joined the Salt Lake City Fat Loss program, I saw some incredible results. In fact, I was actually excited every morning to get on the scale. How often can you say that you were excited to get on the scale? Because the results were happening on a daily basis. And I lost over 2 months 57 pounds with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. So if you're interested, you can sign up right now, get $200 off the program with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Just reach out to them. The website's easy to remember, slcfatloss.com. That's simple, slcfatloss.com.
Getting help with electrical repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. Here's Heather Kelly.
Well, it's still emergency traffic northbound I-15 as you come out of Utah County over the point of the mountain all the way into Sandy. Now, the good news is the crash that caused all this emergency traffic just cleared about 8 minutes ago. All the lanes are now open, but it's going to take a lot of time to clear out the 5-6 miles of stopped traffic we have, again, coming off the point of the mountain. Everybody else is traveling at speed. The Murdoch Auto Team is celebrating 100 years of winter journeys at Murdoch Hyundai. Right now, receive 1.99% for 4 years on the Santa Fe or 2.99% for 4 years on the Elantra. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
We'll see a lot of sunshine over the next few days. Today's high 52 into the 60s by Sunday. Right now, you've got sunny skies, 40 degrees, but headed up higher. I'm Becky Bruce from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
Of all the years that Dave and I have been doing this show together, this is one of my most favorite segments that we do. And we've invited Matt Gephardt, KSL 5 investigative reporter, to join us for this conversation. So before there was Matt, although I'm sure this isn't the first time Matt's done this story, we've done car recalls on this show over the years occasionally, and our text line lights up when I ask this question. Send me the make, the model, and the year of your car via text, 57500, only if it's safe to do so. As Mama says, don't text if it's not safe to do so. And then we're going to run it through the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration's website to see if your car has a recall on it.
I chuckled because when we did this in the past, I totally had vehicles that had recalls. I had no idea because I don't know. Who's responsible for sending, and do I look at all my pieces of mail? Matt Gephardt joins us right now, a KSL 5 TV investigative reporter. And, I mean, it's a staggering amount of cars right now that are just driving around with unfixed vehicles that have a recall on them.
Yeah, and these are safety recalls. These are things that have been deemed to be dangerous, and you shouldn't be driving. And whose responsibility is it? It's the manufacturer of the car's responsibility to notify, and then it's your responsibility to get it done, but it's their responsibility to do it. So it's free. If there's a recall issued for your car, go get it done. And not getting it done can have serious consequences in terms of accidents and danger, but it can also have consequences, as I've reported, on your wallet. I reported on a woman last year who was in the midst of a recall situation that she didn't know about. She missed the notice, didn't know about the thing, and next thing you know, she's sitting here facing these major bills to actually get her whole engine replaced because the recall would have fixed the engine gasket. But if you didn't get it done, well, guess what? We're not going to pay for a whole new engine if you don't do anything about it. And she had no idea. She had absolutely no idea it was out there.
Well, and these recalls, if you get them done through the manufacturer, they're free, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you take your car in when you get a recall notice, and you get a free repair. And sometimes that could mean maybe a whole new engine for people. You just don't know what, depending on what the recall is. It could be a seatbelt recall. It could be an airbag recall, like airbags don't deploy, or they deploy too quickly and they hurt you. So these can really be safety issues too.
No question about it. They really can. But also keep in mind this, and I think this is one of the things that people need to know that keeps them from going in, because we're all busy, right? Most of them they plug a computer terminal into your car and they update the system and you're good to go. Most of them you can drive in and out. There are also problems, though, with regards to when the recall is issued, and we dealt with this with the Takata airbag thing a few years ago, you'll remember. It's like, it's as easy as taking it to the car dealer. Well, maybe you think about it and you want to go get that taken care of, but they didn't have enough airbags. And this frequently happens. This happened to my wife's car last summer. It wasn't an airbag issue. It had to do with some rod on the inside of the thing, but it was recalled, and they didn't have any. Honda didn't have any for her. And so we had to sit around for a while until they came in. And you got to remember to do that and set up calendar alerts. And boy, out of sight, out of mind with these recall notices. So yeah, there are tools out there, and Debbie was just talking about some of them where you can check and you can set up alerts. And Carfax has some great ones too that are also free, where you can set up alerts and they'll let you know and remind you that your car has a recall issue.
I think I have probably amongst us the single greatest recall story out there.
Because do tell.
I bought a 2017 Chevy Bolt, and if you remember, the Chevy Bolts were like catching on fire in people's garages. The electrical fire that's catching on fire, and it was like burning down homes. Like, it was a really big deal. Well, I've got a 2017 Chevy Bolt, and the recall completely and totally replaced the entire battery system. So I went from some faulty batteries to completely new batteries with a 10-year warranty. So they gave this incredible battery warranty, brand new warranty on this vehicle, and it was that very thing. I'm like, we went from a car that had very known problematic issues with the batteries to something that has been completely fantastic for us, and it is a huge relief to us.
Yeah. And I've got the exact opposite story. I knew about a recall. I ignored the recall, and it had to do with these sliding doors on a minivan that I used to have. And I got all the way down to central Utah, and I hit the little button to make the door close, and guess what wouldn't happen? I'm in the middle of nowhere with driving down the freeway at 70 miles an hour with the side. I mean, I got the thing. I was able to basically jam the thing to the point that it was like only a few inches open to get it down to where I had a dealership to do their thing. But it's like I knew that recall was there. Yeah. I don't know. It's some sort of mechanism that'll make the door not shut quite, or that'll make the automatic thing. And if the automatic thing starts working, whatever, I'll just shut it manually. Oh no, when it fails, it locks the door open. And
Matt's
here we
running a Black Hawk helicopter down the road, like side door open.
It's exactly what was happening. My kids in the backseat thought it was the most fun ride they've ever had in their lives.
Oh, how did your wife react to that?
Well, not well, Dave. Thanks for asking. Not well.
I'm taking her side on this. When you're telling that story, I'm like, someone's in trouble, and it ain't me. It's you.
I can just see this. Matt's driving down with the side door open. Kids all with their seatbelts on.
KSL 5 Television's Matt Gephardt in-house with us once again today, talking about the scale of the problem with recalls on cars. Nearly 200,000 cars on Utah roads have at least 2 unfixed recalls, and that's according to what Matt and the investigative team have uncovered when they're talking about recalls. And we're now getting loaded up with text messages, Matt, and I'm asking for the year, the make, the model of the car, and I'll do my best to run these through the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration's recall website, which is super easy to do. You just go to nhtsa.gov and you can put your own car in there to figure out if it's under a recall.
Yeah, it's really easy. It's easy to miss if you don't do it, but it's not. People think it's this big burden, and it just really isn't. It's if you miss the junk mail, if you miss the whatever, you can go there to the .gov website. As I mentioned, Carfax, they have an app you can download. I've done this; it's free, and I have my VIN numbers in this app, and it'll shoot me an email and shoot me push alerts on my phone when I have recalls, and then if I still haven't gotten it fixed, it reminds me and stuff. And so there are ways to keep track of this yourself besides waiting for that recall notice in the mail.
I'm glad you brought up the VIN number because you can't put your VIN number in these.
I got to stop saying VIN number. It's VIN. The N stands for number. That's a pet. I get emails every time I say VIN number on TV. People yell at me.
It's a vehicle identification number, much like your PIN number.
It's not a PIN number. It's a PIN. And don't yell at me. Save your emails. I know.
Okay. Awesome information. You can find Matt's work every day right here at KSL 5 Television, where he goes live with lots of great information, investigative stories, but also if you happen to miss it, ksltv.com. Matt, amazing stuff. And we are loaded up with text messages, all thanks to you. So straight ahead, I'm going to go through the make, model, and year of these cars, and I'm going to tell our listeners if their car is under a recall. That's straight ahead.
Stop for a moment and think about this. Do you know how much money in your 401k or IRA is actually yours? Or will the government take a bigger chunk than you thought? Remember, you still might owe taxes on that money. But do you have a plan to help make sure you don't pay more than you should? At Capital Wealth Advisors, we believe you deserve to keep more of what you've earned, which is why we're here to help you navigate the confusing world of retirement taxes. It's your money. You deserve to know what's at stake. Right now, taxes are historically low, but they won't be this low forever. So call the Capital Wealth Advisors team today so you don't miss out on this opportunity. 801-210-5500. That's 801-210-5500. You work hard for your money, and we'll work just as hard to help you keep it. Capital Wealth Advisors, 801-210-5500. Advisory services offered through Capital Wealth Advisors, LLC, a state of Utah registered investment advisor. Firm may not give tax advice.
Join KSL in the movie show this Friday from 10 to 1 at Fat Cats. That's right, Fat Cats in Bluffdale. 13901, that's 139th. I don't know why I had to tell you that. 13901. How about 139th South, folks? 139th South, Redwood Road. FatCatsFun.com.
Emergency traffic brought to you by Mountain America. We still have traffic at a crawl northbound I-15 from Point of the Mountain all the way into Sandy from an earlier crash that had been blocking 4 right lanes of the freeway for almost 2 hours. That has now been cleared up, but the delays are going to take a little bit longer to clear out. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Things are just better when you switch to Cricket. The sun shines a little brighter. Happy music starts randomly playing. Best of all, you can get iPhone 13 for just $29.99. With the ultra-bright Super Retina display and up to 19 hours of video playback, all on Cricket's super-fast 5G network. See? Isn't that better? Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new account and port in on $60 plan. First service charge and tax to its sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You ever drive a semi before?
I've never even driven before.
Well, step here to go, stomp on that pedal to stop. And
it's hard to do something if you don't know what you're doing.
What's the stick for?
Just wiggle it now and then to shift gears.
A Learn and Earn account from Cyprus Credit Union gives teens the resources to practice money management and develop the confidence they'll need when it's time to step out on their own. See how your teen can earn up to $200 with a Learn and Earn account at cypruscu.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Honk if you need anything.
It doesn't matter if your only neighbors are wildlife or just wild in general.
I would propose that amendment.
If you work from home or work is technically at home, every homeowner can save money by getting a ThermWise home energy plan from Enbridge Gas. Discover ways to make your home more energy efficient and apply for rebates if you purchase any energy efficient appliances. Schedule a home energy plan from Enbridge Gas at thermwise.com.
Dave and Dujanovic.
We learned from the KSL 5 investigative team that there are more than 58 million cars out there with an unfixed recall. That's 1 out of every 5 cars, folks. You're driving around. There's been a recall. The manufacturers have said this is unsafe. And you're like, nah, I don't care. Not that big of a deal. I'm just going to keep driving around. I'm a little busy today. I've got some soccer practice to drive the kids to. But the data shows 16% increase in unfixed recall in the last 2 years. So it's just going up. We're ignoring more and more of these recalls. So what we decided to do is take some of your texts. You're putting out your make, your model, your year, and Debbie is like full on doing the research.
Yeah, I'm over here furiously typing away in the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration's website. Matt Gephardt, KSL 5 television investigative reporter, knows this site really well. It is one-stop shopping to figure out if your car has been recalled for any number of reasons, Matt.
It is. It really is. You get your VIN, you put it in, you hit enter, and it spits out, here are the issues with your car that have been reported to us. And it also, by the way, knows your car. This isn't like all the recalls that have happened to your make and model. It knows your car and whether or not yours has any open right now.
Part of why that is so important and why you want to put your VIN in the website is if you buy a used car, some of these recalls may have already been done, and it will follow and track says, oh, your car, for example, my 2017 Chevy Bolt has had the entire battery system, it's an electric vehicle, has had the entire battery system replaced. So it was under recall, it's been replaced. It even shows me the 10-year warranty, like how much is remaining on that warranty. So I think that's in part why it's so crucial to go onto the website, put in your VIN, and find out specifically what's been done and then what still needs to be done.
So I've been doing this feverishly as fast as I can. A ton of people texting in at 57500, the year, the make, and the model of their car. And let me just get to the first one that popped up at me, and it says, urgent fire risk when parked. That is the recall notice that I'm looking at right now on whoever texted in the 2015 Kia Optima. The 2015 Kia Optima, it says urgent fire risk when parked. Matt, that's a pretty serious fire risk. I think about the family I saw last night when the mom just jumped out of the car real quick to run in and return a package at the shipping store out by where I live, and the kids were in the car. It wasn't dangerous for them, but imagine something happening when it's parked.
No, it's incredibly dangerous, and it's not just when the car is running. Some of these recalls we've reported on before have to do with wiring issues and battery issues that can lead to fires when they're parked. So, you're not necessarily in the car when the thing catches on fire. You can be at home asleep in your bed when all of a sudden your garage catches on fire because the cords aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing. So, yeah, these fire risk ones, these are get them done.
And just to be clear on these recalls, this is going to cost you time, but not money.
That is correct.
Okay, so 2011 Ford Escape, whoever texted me that, okay, there's maybe different types of different, models or whatever, but this is all I got was 2011 Ford Escape on the text line, so I looked it up. There are some recalls. One may deal with a fuel leak. Again, that could be a critical issue at some point. Then somebody texted in with wanting to know if there were any recall notices on this website for their Subaru Crosstrek. It's a 2021. I did see 2 recalls pop up. Again, if you put your actual vehicle identification number, it's going to get more specific information to you about what your car's been recalled for. In this case, there was a battery harness corrosion that popped up at me. A 2016 Honda Odyssey, whoever's driving around in that who texted 57500, I didn't see any recall notices on that, but I would always double check my work. If you haven't gotten a notice in the mail, maybe you bought the car used and they haven't gotten you the information yet. That could be a thought there. Definitely check the website, but I didn't see any recall notices on that. And also, a 2003 Ford Focus, I also didn't see any recall notices on that. It's super simple. This website is so user-friendly.
It is. And if I could speak quickly to 2 points on
Absolutely.
buying used. You just made a great point. If you go to Toyota, Honda, Ford, they are required by law when they issue a recall to send that to the owner of the vehicle. However, their systems don't always jive right away with the state system. So you buy a car, you register it in your name. You're not the original owner. Those recall notices that you're sitting there waiting for in the mail, those may not be coming to you. Those may be going to the original owner. And if they don't forward them on to you or they don't know who you are or whatever the case may be, the only way to do this is to be proactive and check on some of these things yourself. And then the other thing that I would say about used vehicles is if you're buying a used vehicle, if you buy a new car, if you buy a brand new car in the state of Utah and there is an open recall on it, the manufacturer must fix it before they let you drive off the lot. They must fix it before they let you drive off the lot. That is not always the case for a used vehicle. If there's an open recall on a used vehicle, they are not necessarily required to fix it before you drive off the lot. So just something to think about when you're buying a car. Check these as you're buying as well.
And again, sometimes it can be intimidating or you think, oh, this is going to take so much time. But oftentimes these recalls are software updates, not hardcore rip the dashboard open and have to replace major components.
In many of these instances, that is the case. It is some sort of, we're driving computers these days, right? You plug the thing in, they hit a button, and all of a sudden it makes your transmission start shifting the way it's supposed to again.
A 2020 Ford Edge, thanks so much to the person who texted that in. That's an SUV. I've seen those before on the road. I don't see too many of them, but doesn't mean they're not popular. I am seeing from a 2020 Ford Edge, the front-wheel drive and the all-wheel drive, both have some recall notices on them. Let me look a little deeper. You can click on the actual number. It'll give you a number on that website of recall notices, and you can click in that a little deeper to get the information on what the recalls were. In January 2021, there was one for inadequate lubrication in the rear drive unit. In 2020, there's one for distorted or inoperative rear view camera. You'd want to get that fixed for sure.
Yeah, sure.
And then again in 2020, there was another one for missing or loose bolts on the stop accumulator.
Yeah. And so these are recalls that have been done. They've gone through Now, how do we get to this point? Well, this is an important thing that you should know, too, because if you have an issue, I did a story years ago about a woman who was driving down the road on the freeway, and the steering wheel popped off in her hand. And it turns out this had been a problem on this particular car, but there hadn't been a recall issued yet. And she's fine. She was able to coast over to the side and get towed, as the case may be. But thanks to others and her who ultimately reported this to NHTSA, to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, ultimately, that it was what led to a recall on this car. And so it's important if you do have issues with your car also to make sure you're telling somebody about it so that, A, maybe it leads to a recall for you, but also other drivers.
Matt Gephardt, thank you so much for joining us. KSL investigative reporter. 1 in 5 cars driving around with an unfixed recall. Just go online, put in your VIN, and it'll tell you what you need to do.
The system is rigged against you. There's a lot of money to be made keeping you overweight and unhealthy.
At Soda Weight Loss, we have one goal, and that's to help you let go of the weight for good, without shots, without drugs, without hunger.
So I lost 25 pounds. I was never hungry. It was very, very easy. I couldn't believe how fast the weight came off.
With Soda Weight Loss, you get real results that will last your whole life.
I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks. Feels great. I fit into my clothes again.
Soda Weight Loss is the #1 weight loss center in America for client satisfaction and results, and we have the proof at sodaweightloss.com.
Right now, for a limited time, 2 people can start with soda for the price of 1. For new clients only.
Double the reward, double the motivation, half the cost.
Get healthy. Beat the system. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
We've had a chance to talk to Focus Engineering and Surveying the last hour or so. Ron Paul's the founder and general manager, along with Bryce Benson, who's the marketing manager. And you guys are looking for team members, folks to join your organization and really turn this into a long-term relationship where they can grow with your company. You guys have already had success with this. Tell us about that.
We definitely have. I mean, we started in 2007. You're looking at the only employee of Focus in 2007.
The one of one? Okay.
Yeah, the one of one. And then we've grown now. We're at 118 people, and that's been over the past 18 years. And so super exciting growth, and we have grown. We have no necessarily goals of what we're trying to hit in regards to numbers of people, but it's more based upon what our clients need. And as we grow as a company and build relationships with our clients, we recognize, okay, these are the needs that they have, and we need to grow and fit that. So.
Bryce, as people are hearing this, and maybe I want to apply for a job at that company, Focus Engineering. Give us an idea of the couple of maybe 1 or 2 different projects that you all are working on.
Absolutely. So we do a lot of commercial and residential projects, anywhere from subdivisions. We'll do master plan subdivisions that include both single-family homes, maybe townhomes or condos, businesses. And so we start from that raw ground. We build subdivisions. We also do commercial projects. We do industrial projects, warehouses, a lot of transportation work. We recently finished a job where we're working on the resurface of a section of I-15.
I'm looking at your website right now, focusutah.com, and sure enough, it has a portfolio, and you have a very large portfolio of beautiful projects that you've worked on. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're interested in a career in engineering and surveying, they're looking for everybody from highly qualified and experienced to folks just starting out and that maybe have a degree in something else, but you're the right person, the right fit. Make sure you check it out. Reach out to Focus Engineering and Surveying by going to focusutah.com.
On the surface, it seemed like just another Cinderella story.
A team that was predicted to finish dead last is now waiting to play the first round of the playoffs.
But Real Salt Lake's 2021 playoff run was so much more than what happened on the pitch.
Our club is burning to the ground.
This is the tip of the iceberg. Making of a Moment, the RSL Story, is available now.
I just kind of got chills right now thinking about it.
Follow us at makingamomentpod.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
My name is Tom.
My name is Cindy.
We give to and volunteer with United Way at our community free health clinic.
We know our time and money are going to the right places.
We don't just wear the shirt.
We live it.
Give, advocate, volunteer, live United. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
11 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Becky Bruce. KSL's top story this hour. A child on a bike is in the hospital in critical condition after police say he or she was hit by an SUV on the way to school. Unified Police Sergeant Amy Race says it happened near 41st West Sam's Boulevard in Kearns in a crosswalk.
Just because you're at a crosswalk doesn't mean that people are necessarily paying attention that you're at that crosswalk. So always stop and look for those vehicles and try to make eye contact with those drivers that they're stopping. But also drivers need to be very cognizant when they're approaching these crosswalks, especially during school hours where students are coming to and from school, and just slow down.
Race says there was no crossing guard at the intersection, but there were crosswalk lights. Police in West Jordan now say a shooting that sent a 15-year-old to the hospital overnight was not a drive-by. They're asking anyone with doorbell camera or other video evidence that may help them to come forward. It happened around 11:20 last night near 34th West and 6600 South. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. We're learning more about the death of Hollywood legend Jean Hackman along with his wife and dog. A search warrant obtained by ABC shows the couple may have been dead for some time before they were found. The deaths are being investigated as suspicious. Your money at this moment, the Dow up 288 points, the S&P 500 and NASDAQ both in the red. Coming up, sunshine and warm all weekend long. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time 11:01.
A reminder about the simplest way to get updated for your day.
Hit your KSL preset when you jump in the car, and we'll take care of the rest.
Hear key news updates and traffic reports.
Andy and Amanda from 5 to 9 in your car.
KSL News Radio at 102.7 FM.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149
for tax prep that's $149 or less. Hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Getting help with plumbing repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. Let's check in with Heather Kelly.
Well, all the stopped traffic has cleared out northbound I-15 from the point of the mountain into Sandy. That was all due to an earlier crash that had 4 lanes of the freeway closed. Now, all the lanes are reopened, but as that traffic moves north, you're seeing slower than normal traffic flows between Midvale and downtown Salt Lake City. And now there's a disabled vehicle northbound 15 right after you pass the point of the mountain before you get to the Bangerter Highway exit. That is over on the right shoulder, again, not causing slowdowns there. And just be aware the only other issues you may run into are construction issues on Bangerter Highway, as well as SR 36 in Tooele County. Utah Symphony performs the greatest classical hits from the 1700s to today at Abravanel Hall. Don't miss Mahler, Mozart, and more. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Sunny today with a high of 52. Gets a little warmer every day through Sunday afternoon, but then after that, valley rain and mountain snow are back in the forecast. Right now, you've got sunny skies, 40 degrees. I'm Becky Bruce from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories. On KSL News Radio, Dave and Dujanovic, special coverage of the top national story.
Well, I about fell over when I saw this report pop up on my news feed that the United States Department of Agriculture, Dave, is predicting that egg prices are going to go even higher. I mean, I'm already having a hard time finding a good deal on eggs, and trust me, I go looking for the good deals. 40% higher this year. They're already almost $6 a dozen at most places. So do the math. Are they going to go over $8 a dozen for the cheap eggs?
I hope not, because I don't even buy the cage-free, roam-free, fed delicious meals kind of eggs. I buy the cheapest egg out there because I do not taste the difference in the eggs. So when you're so used to having eggs as a regular part of your diet, whether it's baking or they're what you eat in the morning, then yeah, it's impossible to ignore. It's like the gas station. You know, when gas prices are up, that's all you see. It's all you can think about. They could be charging me $1 million a pound for beef right now. I would have no idea because I'm so fixated on egg prices.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you what. I have grown used to gas prices fluctuating by the gallon. I mean, over $4 a gallon, close to $5 a gallon, down at some point to $1 a gallon way back in the day. What I'm not used to is a surcharge on my eggs when I sit down at a restaurant, like an extra $1 for an egg. What I am not used to is going to the grocery store and not seeing any eggs at all, like sometimes anywhere. What I'm not used to is when I do see eggs, seeing them bundled as like a 36-pack for like $40 or something like that, or a 12-pack of eggs, a dozen eggs, for sometimes $9, $10. It's the bird flu. We're still talking about the bird flu. And in a moment, Dave's going to walk us through the story that caught his eye this morning about what the Trump administration is trying to do. Might be a unique twist on our exceptional problem, finding eggs. But things have gotten so weird in this situation. Like I said, the surcharge on eggs. Well, I'm just probably not going to order eggs at a restaurant anymore. Or when I crack an egg now by accident, when I'm walking in the house, I now cry.
I can save it. I can save it. Scraping it off the ground. 5-second rule on the cracked egg.
And then there's the story from our very own Alexandria Bonilla talking about the $1 eggs in New York.
A lot of Americans don't specifically need 12 eggs. So some bodegas in New York City are selling them Lucy cigarette style, 1 egg for $1. And people are buying. A report from Fortune says it allows customers to buy only what they need and nothing more. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
This is actually kind of a genius idea, even though there's not an egg in the world that should be $1 per egg.
Time out. Who needs just 1 egg? Who needs just 1 egg? I want to know.
1 egg for a whole bunch of pancakes.
I cannot eat 1 egg. I tried that the other day to conserve the batch of eggs, the premium eggs I bought the night before. I boiled 1 egg for breakfast before I came to work, and I realized, you know what that's going to make me by the time I get to work? Hangry. So I boiled a 2nd egg. Dave, nobody eats just 1 egg.
No.
Recipes rarely call for 1 egg. In fact, anymore, I hold my heart when I see there's 3 eggs called for on the back of the box, the recipe box or the cake mix box. 3 eggs? What am I made of, gold? I mean, egg prices are so incredible. I mean, I've never seen them this high before. I loved it back in the day, going back in time when I would walk into Smith's and I'd see the eggs in the woohoo bin.
Empty it out.
2 for $1. 2 batches, 2 dozen for $1. What a bargain. I'd buy 4 packages of those eggs and we'd have eggs all week, breakfast, lunch, and dinner and snacks. I'm wondering how much this is cramping our grocery budget. Like, are you totally giving up eggs? I want to hear from you. 57500. We're going to use our text line right now, 57500, for you to reach out to us. Have you given up buying eggs? Are you just waiting for the comeback of the batches of eggs? Because I've been waiting a long time, and I'm not seeing them return in bundles to the grocery store. So what do you know about the Trump administration's plans as we wait for text messages to start dropping in?
A couple of things. Number one, they're going to set aside $1 billion to invest in the egg shortage. And what they're going to do is they'll take $500 million of that for disease prevention. They're going to try to figure out why when a flock gets infected, does it spread so quickly into so many where they have to cull an entire barn full or multiple barnfuls of chickens. So they're going to invest $500 million into disease prevention. They're also going to give $400 million to the farmers who have had to kill their hens, another $100 million to research and vaccines. So that $1 billion is going directly to the folks that have been affected.
And the imports will be a way to, if they start importing these eggs, and hopefully we can do it soon, it'll be a way for like a short-term solution to what's become a really long-term problem. I can't believe this has gone on for this long.
And quite frankly, we just don't import eggs. We have not had a need to import eggs. We import everything, right? I'm sure we import 100% of the iPhones that we get that are sold here in the United States. We just don't import eggs because we produce so many eggs. We're actually a net exporter, a huge amount. We send out hundreds of millions of dozens of eggs in exports. That's not even counting the ones that we're using here in America. We produce massive amounts of eggs. So it's not surprising that now you've got to turn to imports. Other places that haven't been affected.
And frankly, we don't know if the Trump administration's tariffs will also impact the price of those imports. You know, I mean, there are more tariffs looming. And so if they're importing eggs, is there a fee, an extra fee on that? And is that fee, that extra charge passed along to us, the consumer? I'm like, not more money going out the door for eggs, please.
To that point, the two biggest producers of eggs in the world are Japan and China. And we know that the Trump administration has thrown massive tariffs on China over the years, a 10% tariff recently across the board. Also, one of the big importers or people we import eggs from is Canada. And we know that they just had kind of this tariff war. It kind of has been a stand down with Canada so far, but there was huge threats of a 25% tariff with Canada. Well, now we need Canada's eggs. We'll see what happens.
We were getting some text messages earlier this morning when we were talking about this as well, and I want to go through some of those. And I want to know as well on our text line right now, 57500, have you given up on eggs at least temporarily? Are you willing to hop grocery stores like I do to either find the best price or find eggs at all? You know, the other day I saw a limit on eggs. I've seen limits on eggs before this, and then that kind of went away. Now they're back again in some areas. I've seen plenty of my grocery store apps say that they're out of eggs. I've seen egg prices as high as $10 a dozen, and I am teetering on giving up my 2 egg a day habit. But earlier in the show, we saw several text messages drop in at 57500 as we were talking about this. And it seemed to me that some people were saying they work at like grocery stores.
Yes.
And the markup on eggs, which shocked me, wasn't as high as I would have thought it would be. Somebody said it was like the
2%.
markup. Really?
Yeah, that's what they said. They're like, we work in this. We're not making any money on eggs right now. It's a 2% markup. Just because it's so expensive. They're trying to pass along every piece of savings that they can.
And this listener at 57500, thanks so much for your text. Remember, only text if it's safe to do so. My coworker is supplying all of us with eggs from her chickens. It's a lifesaver. Okay, first of all, where do you work? And what a saint of a coworker that is. That is the never forgotten act of generosity in the workplace. Like, years later, after everybody has retired, you still remember that one coworker who was sharing their egg
Fresh
supply
eggs.
from their chicken.
Amazing.
Where are your chickens? Why aren't you supplying me with some eggs?
No chickens in our backyard. I don't think the HOA allows chickens. But this is something I remember. The Utah State head football coach, Bronco Mendenhall, when he was down at BYU, I remember his son actually had a little cottage industry. He was raising chickens and supplying eggs, and he would sell them to some of the other coaches to raise some money. So there is a little cottage industry. You can actually go on to KSL Classifieds and look at people that are selling Now, you're not going to save a lot, but there are eggs to be had by local growers.
Well, also, like I was going to say, like a grassroots business person, right? You're helping somebody in your community financially. Caitlin Johnston, our producer, I ran into the control room a few minutes ago, and I wanted to know what your take is on eggs. You are just barely 30 years old, so I always love talking to the younger generation because you might have a different take on the situation. So are you a big consumer of eggs?
I love eggs because they're just multifaceted. You can do so much with them. And
no wonder we get along. Yeah.
No, I love eggs. You can make omelets. You can make sandwiches. It's a good meal for any time of day is how I feel about it. So, yes, I buy eggs every time I go to the grocery store.
Back in my 20s when I was earning $10,000 a year and my rent was 60% of my income, eggs were a staple for me. I mean, they just were. They were what I relied on to get me through between paychecks, and I always had a dozen eggs in my refrigerator. In fact, I was boiling hard-boiled eggs one night. Quick story, on my stove in Yuma, Arizona. I had a studio apartment, super, super duper small. It's like where the bed is right next to the kitchen, and there is no dining table. But anyway, I put a pot of boiling water on the stove late at night. It was like 10:30 at night because I was boiling eggs for the next day. And I had just gotten off work, and I was in charge of the news camera and the scanner that night. So if any breaking news happened, I had to be the one loading up the car and heading out the door to cover breaking news solo, because that's what we did. And I put the eggs in the boiling pan of water, and then I realized I was listening to the scanner, and I realized there was a fire across town. So, forgetting all about the eggs boiling on my stove.
No.
I hop in my 80s LeBaron, and I whiz across town with the TV news camera in the back seat and the scanner in the other to cover the fire that was burning across town. And when I mean across town, in Yuma, across town is like 4.5 minutes because it was such a small town at the time. Well, it really was not a big deal of a fire, and I got there, and then the fire department got a call to go to another fire across town on the other side of town where I just come from. Guess whose studio apartment was.
What did you do? How bad was it?
It was just some smoke damage to my my clothing hanging in the closet, but it was not a big deal. Thankfully, they were ready to bust in the window to break in because my neighbor was like, she went in and we didn't see her come out.
Yeah.
So they thought I was in there being suffocated by smoke inhalation. I've always blamed my love for eggs on the fact that I almost burned down my apartment. I didn't. It really was not a big deal in the end, and thankfully the fire department was already out and about. So.
I bet that burnt egg smell just really worked well with your perfume. What is that you're wearing? Is that burnt egg?
But my point is I was relying on eggs because I just couldn't afford anything else, and so I now think about giving up eggs because they're so expensive. But how about you, Caitlin?
I have not crossed that bridge of giving them up yet. But if the price continues to climb, I may have to think about that. Because I'll be honest, the last time I bought eggs was probably a couple weeks ago, and I didn't even look at how much they were. And now, it's because I look at the total cost of my budget for the groceries, and I was like, which one's going to go? The eggs always stay. Because if my fridge doesn't have eggs, I feel like I might be in trouble because that's the backup if I need a meal. So when you're living a life of the less funded, I will say it's kind of what I'm doing.
Can we agree, though? Come on. We all love our eggs. Can we all agree we're freaking out a little bit too much?
Yes.
Like we're a little bit too much of this hand-wringing over the cost of eggs.
As long as they're still available and we're not panic buying all of them, they are scarce in certain areas. We don't want to see the COVID days of the no toilet paper. If there's no eggs, that's when I think we've reached that point of panic. Right now, I think it's just reevaluating how much you actually love the eggs. But for me, I agree with Debbie. It's kind of my staple. It's my backup. It feeds me on a regular basis.
Well, and there's a big difference when you can get them for $1 a dozen compared to what you can get them right now at Smith's or Walmart for almost $6 a dozen. I'm like, that's 5 extra dozen eggs. That's how I look at it, that I can't buy. But Dave insists that this is some hand wringing, which I think is a shift in inflation approach for you, because it was a few months ago under a different administration that Dave's like, what are we going to do about this bird flu? And I can't deal with egg prices going as high as they are right now. And now he's like, oh, come on, people, settle
You're conflating,
down.
Deb. That's a misrepresentation of my opinions. My problem was with the previous administration and egg prices then was just overall inflation. And eggs happen to be part of that. Right now what is happening is not egg inflation. It is an egg shortage because we've killed millions and millions and millions of egg-laying hens because of the bird flu. So these are totally different, and you're trying to paint me into a corner, and I will not be painted into a corner.
I want to ask Kathy, who just texted us. And Kathy, I'm going to text you our text line real quick, our phone call line. Caitlin, I wonder if you can go in there and see if Kathy will call us at 801-575-TALK, 801-575-TALK, because she texted us and said 1 year ago when eggs were cheaper, she bought some and freeze-dried them. And I want to know the trick to that. How do you freeze-dry eggs? I've never tried that before. Can you buy them freeze-dried, Dave?
Yep. And
But I want to know how to
harvest
do it.
right.
Okay. So you can go. How much does that cost?
Well, if you buy, I think they advertise here on the station, but you can buy essentially a freeze dryer. It's like a vacuum, sucks out all the liquid, and it turns it into space food. So yeah, you can do that. You can freeze dry your eggs that way. I will be honest, Debbie, I've had freeze dried eggs.
Well, that's what I want to
up
ask
in the
her.
mountains.
Yeah.
It's inedible on a level I can't even describe.
Kathy, I hope you're listening to us and you call us right now at 801-575-TALK, because I want to ask your opinion on this. I think it's a great idea. I would have never thought to do that. But right now with egg prices as high as they are, but I guess if they're set to go up 40%, maybe it is a good deal to get your eggs now and freeze dry them.
Maybe. How about this texter? My brownie recipe uses 8 eggs. Friend, that's not a brownie recipe. That's a souffle with some chocolate sprinkles. 8 eggs in a brownie recipe? You know what? I'm going to have to taste it. I'm going to have to taste it to prove to me that it's still an actual brownie. 55 North, 300 West. That's where KSL Broadcast House is. Just so you know.
Dave and I talking about the price of eggs. It's expected that they're going to go up 40% again this year, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, just releasing that report a couple of days ago. In addition to that price increase, also a prediction that food prices overall could go up of almost 3.5% this year.
Can I throw a little? This has nothing to do with the story, but I just feel like it's my duty to talk about the best way to prepare eggs. I just learned this on TikTok, and I know you love a good TikTok.
Yeah.
The best way to prepare scrambled eggs is you cook them in heavy whipping cream. Have you ever done that? You straight up, you don't put oil in the pan. You pour heavy whipping cream in the pan. You throw your eggs in there, and then you scramble them up. It is life-changing. It is the only way you should be eating scrambled eggs. You're welcome.
Can you use less eggs if you do it that way? Because I'm all on board if I can save an egg.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Heavy whipping cream.
Yeah, straight up heavy whipping cream.
And you mix it in the bowl when you're scrambling the egg up?
You throw it into the pan, the hot pan.
Okay.
So it starts scalding up and kind of caramelizing, and then you can throw your seasonings in there. It's incredible.
Kathy, you're amazing. You called the show. The Kathy who freeze dries her eggs?
Yes.
Oh, that's amazing. How do they taste? Dave says he doesn't like the taste of freeze-dried eggs.
Well, you can season them so that they taste good. I mean, you can't just eat them. It's just like eating a yucky egg. But you could season it with different seasoning, salt, pepper.
I've had a texture issue with the ones I've eaten, Kathy. It's a texture issue. It gets within the ballpark of real eggs, but you got to admit there's a little texture difference.
Kathy, I want to ask you, how did you foreshadow this rise in egg prices enough to buy a bunch and freeze dry them a year ago?
I was just given like 8 dozen eggs, and trying to get my kids to come get some was like pulling your hair out. So I thought, I have a freeze dryer. I'm just going to freeze dry them, and they'll be here for emergencies.
And we are now in the emergency. Thank you so much, Kathy. Thanks for calling.
Thank you for listening, and thanks for responding to my text messages and texting the show and then calling us back. We so appreciate it. I love creativity. When there's leftovers, I just spend a lot of time freezing things when I've got leftovers or I bought too much of it. I hadn't thought of freeze drying eggs, but it's all becoming very clear to me that I'm going to have to buy a freeze dryer. Kathy, thank you so much.
Will you get your fair share of benefits from Social Security? You know, the new Social Security Fairness Act could impact thousands of Utah families. For personal guidance on how it could impact your Social Security filing decision, get a free Social Security analysis from Boss Retirement Solutions. If you've saved more than $200,000 and have not filed for Social Security, schedule your free analysis now by calling 801-896-9622. Filing for Social Security could be one of the biggest financial decisions of your life because the difference between your best and worst case scenarios could literally be hundreds of thousands of dollars. You only get one chance to get this right. So get your free customized analysis now by calling 801-896-9622. 801-896-9622. Boss Retirement Solutions is not affiliated with the Social Security Administration.
Is that a new Samsung Galaxy A15 5G?
Yeah, I got it for free when I joined Cricket Nation.
Sounds pretty great.
At Cricket, anyone can get a new phone when they switch.
Whoa.
With a high-quality camera, meaning more flattering selfies for all, and super fast 5G, so you can post them for all to see. Your friends, your family, your ex. Free phone! Free phone!
Okay, I'll switch.
Welcome to Cricket Nation.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month voice plan. First month service charge and tax due at sale. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Hi, Susan. We haven't seen or heard from you.
Cold.
We would like to locate Joyce.
The mysteries that made podcast history
Cherie Warren disappeared.
are now together for free at KSLPodcasts.com.
I'm Dave Cawley, the host of Cold. Join me for Season 1, The Susan Powell Case Files, Season 2, Justice for Joyce, and Season 3, The Search for Cherie. Listen anytime for free at KSLPodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Look out, world, we're getting strong. The future's here and we belong. She can STEM, she can do more. Like build a rocket and watch it soar. Or clean the oceans and make the world a better place. Oh, she can STEM, so can you. Find a cure, invent something new. There's no challenge in the world that she can't face. She can STEM.
Learn more at She Can STEM. A message brought to you by the Ad Council.
Jeff Kaplan. I'm energized by breaking news. First of all, because it's right now, and second of all, because in many cases the audience needs to know. There's no more important service that we can provide, and I find it critically important to get more details to the audience as quickly as possible. There's nothing more energizing than that for me. Not at all. The most important thing we do is breaking news. I am gratified that so many people listen to me every afternoon on KSL, but what they don't know is that there are so many people behind the scenes making it happen, checking on the traffic, answering the phones, making the calls, talking to the newsmakers. They're out in the street, into the field to get the raw information, and then putting it all together so that I can sit in front of a microphone and be a source of information every afternoon. But there are so many people who make it happen. That's what you don't know.
Ride Home with Jeff Kaplan, weekdays 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
11:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Claire Scott. KSL's top story this hour. A student is in critical condition after they were hit by an SUV this morning in front of Kearns Junior High. Unified Police say the student was crossing through a crosswalk on their bike when they were hit. The driver stayed on the scene and is cooperating with the investigation. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. The British Prime Minister is visiting the White House today.
The White House says President Trump and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer will spend much of their time together today talking about a peaceful resolution for Russia's war in Ukraine. Officials say the U.S. has been in constant contact with European partners, providing updates on negotiations. A senior administration official said the Trump administration is pleased that the U.K. is increasing its defense spending to meet its obligation to NATO, as well as Starmer's commitment to send British troops to Ukraine to help enforce peace after a deal is reached. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
Your money at this moment, the Dow is up 287 points, the S&P is up 4. And coming up, sunny skies. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 11:31.
The sources where we get our news matters.
When you listen to Utah's Morning News, we want you to feel the stories are important to you and trustworthy. This is Amanda Dixon.
And I'm Andy Farnsworth. Join us weekday mornings on KSL News Radio.
With Mountain Home Services, you're going to have access to expertise in so many different ways.
Yeah, this is where Master Electrical Services and their expertise, and they've joined forces with Mountain Home Services. This is where it all comes together to give you a full menu of things that they can do to fix your home. Like maybe you need some electrical outlets replaced, or some light switches replaced, or Dave needs dimmer switchers.
I love dimmers.
Yeah. Or your HVAC worked on, like your heating and air, your plumbing. And, of course, fireplaces. I know it's a little bit warm, but who doesn't love the ambiance of a gas fireplace in the evening?
And I think so many of us have probably been bitten by the bid bug, where they come out, they give you this incredible bid, and then when you actually get the invoice, it's far more expensive than what they had given you as a bid. Well, that doesn't happen with Mountain Home Services. They have an upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees.
And they're the company we trust, and so can you. And so let's give you a couple of ways that you can get a hold of them.
801-543-2222. That's 801-543-2222.
And if it's more convenient, you can look it up online as well. You can look them up online at mountainhomeservices.com.
My name is Dale Pazinski. I volunteer with United Way to help the homeless in my community learn computer skills and build a basic resume. I don't just wear the shirt, I live it.
Give, advocate, volunteer, Live United. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. Here's Ricky Meese.
We are finally back to good speeds on I-15 going northbound in Salt Lake County. You'll still see areas of busy traffic anywhere from Draper to downtown, but you will be moving. The rest of your valley freeways are also quiet and looking good at this time. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
We'll see sunshine and warm temperatures the rest of the week. A high today of 52 with highs in the 60s expected on Sunday. Right now it is 43 and fair. I'm Claire Scott from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com for Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
Well, since the beginning of the new year and the new administration, a lot of federal workers they've been fired. And the last 2 days, Dave and I have been focused on finding some at least temporary solutions and some help for federal workers and others who've been put out of a job this year for financial assistance. Yesterday we spoke to the Utah Department of Workforce Services about applying for unemployment benefits. We talked to a former HR director about the best ways to find new work. And she said, start going to job fairs, figure out what you want to do, and then go to job fairs and meet face-to-face with employers. In the 10 o'clock hour, we spoke to a mortgage expert, Jeff Stout of Fink and McGregor, about forbearance, asking your mortgage company for forbearance, which is you push your payments back a couple of months, or a loan modification, which means that you redo your loan. And if you missed that conversation, we'll podcast that because he gives you some great options and some do's and don'ts if you're thinking about going down that road. Right now, we're going to talk about rent relief.
Paul Smith with the Rental Housing Association of Utah joins us right now. And Paul, what are some of the options if you do lose your job and you are under a lease, you have some obligations? What are some options for you?
Well, we certainly are concerned and feel for anyone going through job loss. But the good news is our economy, our economic growth, our unemployment rate, we're really about the best in the country. So the good news is hopefully this will be a blip and you'll get right back on your feet quickly. But to answer your question, Dave, if you're in a lease and you need to get out of that lease, the first step is to negotiate with your landlord. But oftentimes your landlord will provide you a buyout fee, or if you explain what you're going through, they might say, I'll release you from your lease. But you have to do it. Can't do it arbitrarily. You have to negotiate with your landlord. Second is if you're unable to work something out, you should move out and turn in the keys. And what that does is it starts a clock. In Utah, landlords are required to mitigate damages for their tenants by re-renting as quickly as possible. And in this tight market, they should be able to re-rent your place quickly, and then maybe you'll even have some deposit left, and you won't have to pay the remaining 6 months on your lease.
Paul, I want to focus on that for just a moment. In real life, let's say how does that work? I just move my stuff out and then I turn the keys back over. And should I make sure somebody's witnessing this for me so the landlord can't come back later and say, I never got those keys? I mean, how do we walk through that with our listeners?
Agreed. The first thing is it's always better to work it out and have something in writing agreed between your landlord and the tenant. Second is if you have to just do something on your own, move out, turn in the keys, document it. Send the keys, take pictures, have witnesses. It's always helpful to document it, but most landlords, I think you will find, work with you, and they understand. They've probably gone through a similar thing in their life, and most of them will work with you.
But Paul, say you do that, and that does sound extreme, and this is really good information, so thank you. But that doesn't necessarily absolve you of some of your responsibilities to the homeowner, right?
That's correct. In Utah, there are only 4 reasons that you can break a lease: death, being called up for military service, being a victim of domestic violence, and a landlord refusing to fix something and using the fit premises to get out of your lease. For all other issues, whether you're splitting up with your spouse or whether you've lost your job, you do need to either negotiate a resolution with your landlord, or if you've got 6 months left on your lease, you're responsible for all of that 6 months, but you don't pay it all up front. What you do is you say, I'm out. You have an obligation to re-rent it as soon as possible, and hopefully they do so that you don't have to pay all of the 6 months. But yes, Dave, to be clear, you can't just walk away. You have to negotiate something or walk away and leave it super clean and super easy for them to remarket because the clock starts, and as soon as they get it re-rented, your liability ends.
We're speaking right now live with Paul Smith, who's with the Rental Housing Association of Utah. He's part of our ongoing coverage these last couple of days. We're asking about options for federal employees who've been fired, financial options for them if they find themselves in a budget jam because they no longer have a job and they're no longer getting paid. And Paul, I think I might know the answer to this, but hopefully I'm sure you do. During COVID, there was some rent relief money that was set aside to help people who had suffered job losses or other issues because of COVID, the pandemic, to supplement rent, if I'm recalling this correctly. Is any of that money still available for this
Well, that
type
money
of issue?
is all gone, but there is money out there, so reach out. First thing that you do is call 211. 211 is the information for social services. The organizations of Community Action and sometimes the Salt Lake City Housing or Salt Lake County or Salt Lake City or whatever county you're in, reach out to the housing people there. They can help connect you with programs because there is still several $1 million for situations like this where some of these counties, some of these organizations like Community Action have government money. Also, don't hesitate to ask your churches and your community organizations. They oftentimes are very generous, and they say, we get it. We've all gone through stages like this, and we can help you float a few months or something like that. So the biggest mistake people make is burying their head in the sand. What you need to do is make sure we reach out through 211 to as many options as possible, to your churches, to counties and cities, and see what funds they still have available for you.
Paul, thank you so much for joining us. Paul Smith, Rental Housing Association of Utah. Excellent tips. Thank you so much for joining us.
I would have never known any of that.
The walk away thing is brand new. I've never heard that before.
And maybe it's a last resort for some people, but it might be an option. But I think we've gotten a lot of really good information that our federal workers who found themselves out of a job in the last couple of weeks can use. We podcast all of our segments on your favorite podcast platform after the show. So you're going to want to look for yesterday's podcast and today's podcast, where we cover more than an hour of what to do after you've been fired.
Can I just reiterate what one of his tips about walking away from your lease and what your responsibilities are? And then will you just correct me if I didn't fully understand it, because this was new information for me. But you're responsible for your lease. So say you sign a year lease, you're responsible for that. The only way you get out of it, death, military, domestic violence, or if the landlord won't fix something, then you can walk away from it. But if you, say, have 6 months left on your lease and you clean it up, you make it look great, and you turn the keys into the landlord, Utah law requires that landlord to rent that out as quickly as possible. So he can't just sit on it for 6 months and make you pay for it while it sits empty. He is obligated to try to rent that out. As soon as somebody rents that out, your obligation to that lease ends. So you might have to pay for a month while it gets rented out, but if it gets rented out, then those remaining 5 months are not your responsibility anymore.
Yeah, I think that you nailed it. That's what I heard as well. And of course, the first option, your first go-to could be give your landlord a call. Tell them the situation that you're in. Look, I was a landlord once, and I was soft-hearted. There are soft-hearted landlords out there where we want to give back to people who find themselves in a job loss situation. My heart goes out to those people that I see on social media posting about what's been going on in their lives, and it's been a difficult thing for me to watch from where I sit. So hopefully we have been able to give you some good ideas, some different ideas to kind of pursue as you look for some financial relief over the next couple of weeks and months.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. Founded in 1967, Big D Construction has grown into one of the nation's leading construction firms, driven by a mission to be the most sought-after group of construction companies in the industry, delivering innovative commercial, industrial, and residential projects. Concrete Operations Coordinator Lucio Gallegos joins us with more.
At Big D, we do more than build structures. We build communities. Our self-performed concrete team is shaping the future by providing student internship programs across the Jordan and Granite school districts and Salt Lake Community College. We also offer summer camp for students, creating hands-on learning experiences and innovative career pathways to introduce the next generation to the construction industry. Beyond developing, we are committed to fostering kindness and well-being. Through partnerships with the American Heart Association and One Kind Act a Day initiative, we support efforts that promote healthier, more connected communities. Our dedication extends beyond job sites as we invest time, donations, and pro bono services to make a lasting impact and inspire positive change. Whether we're monitoring future builders or advocating for stronger, healthier communities, Big D is proud to play a role in shaping a brighter tomorrow. Learn more at bigd.com.
Big D Construction is committed to more than just building structures. They're dedicated to supporting people and communities. Through educational programs, charitable initiatives, and industry mentorship, they create opportunities and make a lasting impact wherever they build. I'm Derek Miller with the Salt Lake Chamber, speaking on business.
At Intermountain Children's Health, we've created a bold plan called Primary Promise to build the nation's model health system for children. Help us achieve this once-in-a-generation vision so together we can bring the world-class care of Primary Children's Hospital closer to home for every child in our communities. For more than a century, Primary Children's has kept the child first and always. Join us for the next 100 years. To learn more, visit primarypromise.org.
Dave, and Dujanovic.
Before we talk to Maria Chaleos about daylight saving time and how bad it is for our mental and physical health, I want to give out this website. We were talking to Matt Gephardt of KSL5 Television, the investigative reporter there, about car recalls in the 10 o'clock hour. And I've got a ton of text messages here. I've tried to respond to as many of you as I can, so thank you so much for listening. You want to know what the website is to check your own car recall, if there are any on your car. And that is, let me give it to you again, NHTSA, which is NTSHA.gov. It's the National Transportation Highway Safety Highway Administration. NHTSA.gov, NTHSA.gov. So go to that, check your car recall, and then, the recalls are free to repair as long as there is a manufacturer recall on that. So get your car in and get it fixed and drive safe.
1 in 5 cars right now are driving around with an recall that hasn't been fixed. So there's a lot of them out there right now. Let's move over to Maria Chaleos. She's joining us right now.
Can I do a correction? Sorry. NHTSA. I said it wrong 5 times. NHTSA. Go ahead, Dave. That's the website, .gov. NHTSA. Sorry, guys.
Are you sleep deprived?
Yes, I am, as a matter of fact. Sorry, Dave, didn't mean to interrupt.
Just Google it, folks. It's an easy Google. So Maria Chaleos joins us right now, host of Let's Get Moving. And before you start the noon show here, you had an interesting conversation with a doctor talking about daylight saving time. And up on the Hill, the Utah legislature is trying to figure out, are we going to get rid of it forever? What are we going to do with it? Because there's been a lot of debate, and it looks like they may get rid of daylight saving time.
Well, Dr. Saito will be extremely happy if they do, because I'll tell you, he does not mix any words about this. He says daylight saving time is toxic to your body and your mind, because he says we are already sleep deprived as Americans, especially our teenagers.
Original premise was it would improve productivity, but the reality is that when it comes to our biology and our health, losing that hour of sleep is, deleterious to our physiology and our well-being. That's in the context of assuming that you're getting adequate sleep. So say on average, if you're getting 9 hours of sleep and you're losing 1 hour, that doesn't seem too bad. But in our current modern world, we're not getting 9 hours of sleep, not getting 8 hours of sleep. We're getting closer to 6 hours of sleep.
Yeah, last night I got 5.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So
it was 5 good hours, Maria.
He says that's really where your mind and your body really restore themselves. And he says if you don't allow that time for that restoration, it has a lot of negative effects.
We have what's called a psychovigilance test where, we can look at your ability to process, your ability to react, your ability to remember, right? I don't think it's too difficult of a reach to understand that the less sleep you have, all those functions become impaired and much worse. When we look at things like drunk driving versus sleepy driving, of the two, it seems sleepy driving is even worse in terms of the risk that's associated with that sleepy driving.
It's so scary to think.
He says that's because we make so many more mistakes. So it affects your cognitive process, which makes you slower. I mean, think about when you don't get a good night's sleep. everything moves more slowly. That means that you react more slowly. It also means, like for teenagers, it makes it tougher for them to really control their emotions. And so, yeah, we don't want to be making more mistakes. But, I asked him a bunch of questions because there are a bunch of products available, like those sunrise lamps that you wake up to.
What did he say? I have one. I just bought it.
Conceptually, he says, yeah, that's a great idea. Unfortunately, realistically, he says you need more light than that to wake up to. And that's really what's happening here when you move the clock. Where you've noticed the mornings are a little bit lighter. Well, they're going to take that away from us when we, jump forward. And your body really needs that. It needs that in the morning to wake up to, and then it needs the dark at night. So then we're making our nighttime hours shorter. So it affects us basically on both ends of that spectrum, which is really not helpful. And he mentioned the productive nature because on Capitol Hill, we had the golf courses saying, hey, we're going to lose business because people won't be able to get in that final round of golf or whatever. And so it was really a thing about businesses and productivity. But as far as our mind and body goes, it's not the best thing.
And if anyone has ever tried to raise children, daylight saving time is the absolute worst thing in the world because you're in the middle of the summer. You're like, hey, it's time to go to bed at 8 o'clock. The sun is still up, and they don't understand it.
I don't understand it. I can't do it.
And I'm like, you're not wrong, buddy. You're not wrong.
And we're going to spring forward here.
March 9th. So in a week. And it's really important you're talking about this today because he says there are some things that we can do to make it better. He says, think about it as being jet lagged. So what you want to do is the week before, which is where we are, is start waking up a half hour, 20 minutes earlier. So you're kind of easing your body into that. I know you're like, what? I have to wake up 2 a.m. But it's better than that complete hour jump that you're going to experience next week.
That makes sense. I think I just write it off as, it's just the cost of doing business, But
I feel awful.
Yeah, you do drag.
It really is difficult. I feel it physically because my sleep schedule is messed up. Because sure, you might be able to go to bed earlier here or wake up later. It's just the disruption because I have a pretty routine, a pretty standard routine. And when I go to bed and when I fall asleep, and sure, there might be a half an hour wiggle room there, but it's not a lot. And so that full hour, I'm such a baby when it hits me. It feels like a ton of bricks.
How do you feel, Maria?
I really have a hard time. Like, I have seasonal affective disorder, so I kind of like the daylight saving time, but it does really kind of mess me up as well. And I asked him, since we're already sleep deprived, what are some of those things that we can do to just make sure that we're getting a better night's sleep? And he says, well, our big problem is that we use our beds for all sorts of things that we're not supposed to be using our beds for. He says a lot of people, work from bed with their computers. And he says, really, he didn't mix any words. He's like, your bed is for sleep and sex, and that's it.
Make it simple.
Okay.
It's not for Netflix? It's not
for
binge
any
watching?
of those things because, big city dwellers especially, we are exposed to so many more lights than other people. We're not in New York City, but just imagine being there and being in the big city. And plus, what are we exposed to all day long in our offices? Fluorescent lights, which are not good for us as well.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate this because I was in a great sleep routine at the end of last year, and then the beginning of this year, I had a health scare, and I suffered from tremendous anxiety during it. It all turned out okay, but for that 7 days, and I wasn't sure what was going on, getting more testing, I was waking up in the middle of the night again. So once you start doing that, you go down this rabbit hole of not being able to stay asleep, and I'm finally kind of getting back, even though I didn't sleep a lot last night. 5 hours straight for me right now at where I'm at with trying to get back into a good habit is a win for me. But now I'm worried that come March 9th, I'm going to be thrown off my game again. Maria Chaleos, you hear her every afternoon from noon to 1, and then, of course, again with Jeff Kaplan in the afternoons right here on KSL News Radio. Also host of the Let's Get Moving podcast with Maria. You can find that on your favorite podcast.
Easy on your app, too.
Easy on your, that's right. And also it's a free podcast to listen to. It's free advice, and she does tremendous interviews with experts.
Thank you.
Yeah, you do a great job with that podcast. I love it because I love to stay healthy, and Maria helps me do that.
And I know there's a lot of discussion of whether or not we should just stick with standard time or daylight saving time. I will just say this is my pitch for standard time. is I don't need to be out hiking at 9:05 in the evening, with a beautiful sunset. That's not the world I need to live in. So I very much getting rid of daylight saving time.
I know. And when we start talking about that particular angle of this on the show, our phone lines, our text lines light up because honestly, I don't know, maybe there's some survey out there that says 60% are in favor and 40% are against or whatever. I find people fall on both sides of this issue everywhere I go, but it is a constant debate. It is just a constant debate. It's been a debate ever since I moved here.
Since you moved here, because you grew up in Arizona where they don't have this. They don't bounce back and forth. They just stick with standard time.
We just heard from Maria on daylight saving time and what it does to our mental and physical health. Well, straight ahead, of course, she'll have more on our ongoing coverage. 2 developing stories during our show today on the west side of Salt Lake County. 2 children in critical condition. One hit by a car in Kearns this morning. Another totally separate incident in West Jordan involved. It had to do with the shooting there. And Maria will have much more on Utah's new news straight ahead.
This is Rod with great news for Utah homebuyers. When you hire the Save Right team of realtors at Realty Path, you get a Bank Buster loan with a fixed interest rate in the 5s. What is a Bank Buster loan? A Bank Buster loan gives you a fixed interest rate in the 5s. Bank Buster loans give you maximum buying power. Monthly payments can be up to $800 lower. Bank Buster loans can save you hundreds of thousands in mortgage interest. Get your Bank Buster loan when you hire the Save Right team of realtors to help you buy a home. Start